one thing that will be used for.
But he's going to be shooting nails into a board.
Right, or hammering somebody's skull.
I was going to say, they're going to...
Right, like, I mean, well, whether it's a hammer or an air machine, it's still going to be used for evil and for good. Yeah, or for neutral. You know? Which is most often the case within the air.
That's the
Both
argument.
involve crimes against wood.
That'll be the argument people make, actually. They will come here on occasion, we will get people who come into the general chat and will go, all of you crypto people are evil because Bitcoin and Monero facilitate crime. And
Well, that's it's a snare. It doesn't matter.
Well, it usually just gets them a big lecture about how fiat has hosted almost all crime in existence ever.
Right.
And you can't really argue against that because it's true.
yeah, especially when I tell them, go look up the amount of dollars that are contaminated by actual cocaine. Not even like the cocaine economy, but actual cocaine.
Sorry.
Nothing
If that bothers you, think about how much of the circulating money supply has stripper sweat on it.
Oh, yeah. Especially in the $1 and $2 bill arena.
I'm not got nothing against strippers, but I don't want my dollars having anybody's sweat on it, really.
All of mine, and I was covered in sweat.
Which, by the way, according to Mythbusters, is not as clean as a nerd. Yeah, no, that was a very hilarious episode where they called in some like stripper who's very pretty. she was dressed to the nines, but she had she had the dirtiest butt. Of course, it's a small degree.
It'd be horrible to have to deal with that on Mythbusters itself, like how I've been busted my butt is very
It was a very small margin.
Yeah,
So-
it'd be so awkward to try and like go out in public after that.
It wasn't something like super dissing on her, but it was breaking the myth that somehow women are cleaner or whatever. It's just like, no, wrong.
Instead of I didn't know about that.
It's just not a thing. It's just person to person. It's an individual. It just happened to be in this group. The hot stripper was the dirtiest butt.
I was gonna say it probably starts out something almost like almost like a South Park premise. Nerds, strippers, both are considered degenerate virgins who rarely leave.
She definitely helped their bottom line for that episode. I can tell you that.
Bottom line.
Is there what if everybody not everybody's by the computer, not everybody is in a place where they can see something. How about if people could look up at the moon right now? Are you able to do?
But don't you dare have an assumption or an opinion about how a president ranks unless you are a presidential historian.
Yeah,
Source.
Source.
Trust me, bro. Trust me.
I'm always game to do the sources game as long as people are like willing to play the sources game. Right? And, like, give me one request.
It's not valid.
It's like, give me one request, and I will give you the source for that request before you ask for another source for something else entirely. Or you can look that shit up. Because I'm not your source gopher.
Sir, I'm defending my very important communist point by citing the Bernie Sanders campaign website.
The point is, for multiple sensory impact.
I'm once again asking you to give me money to give you what?
See, I still
Once again, asking for your support.
I still have an actual opinion about what Bernie Sanders may have been doing in those runs. I mean, obviously he was running as a sheepdog for the Democratic Party, as was their collective, in my opinion. But I feel like, given Bernie Sanders' past history, he has a lot of like really kind of
actually, guys think standing in line for food is a good thing.
Yeah, he's got some very like Jerry Seinfeld kind of world. Very Seinfeld like character, or maybe Larry David.
There's something ironic about it.
What's the one of like
He's a very ironic New York. He's a very ironic New York Jew.
What's so unelectable about that?
I think standing in line for food is a good thing.
He's very memeable too. But my whole thing is that, like, given his previous history and his youth of being kind of like a little bit of a rabble rouser,
The quotes are all the best, really.
I think that his run in his the 150 that he was doing in his run to his own effect, outside of the agenda of the Democratic Party, was inspiring people to organize amongst themselves, not the Democratic Party. He was saying, vote for the Democrats, vote for the Democrats, you know, lesser of two evils and all that shit, even though I'm not voting for Hillary. But
I'll give you half and half on it. Like, yes, the general idea of organize with yourself focuses on your being more so than your federal, national. I agree with that.
Yeah, like
but the outcome
mutual aid, right? If that's your goal,
mutual aid of any kind, you can squeeze it.
if you're to build a populist movement to topple a centralized government juggernaut, you have to organize at the grassroots level on a national scale. You
Yeah,
have to meet, you have to teach.
I'm just saying, what
thousands
have
of
been the
people.
outcomes? What have been the outcomes of Bernie Sanders and Bush organizing at the level? There's this massive movement of people who think we should guillotine all the politicians.
the ideal outcome. No, I'm with you on that.
But when
The
it comes
ideal
down,
outcome. You go for it, Rabbi.
I was gonna say, when it comes down to the guillotine actually being rolled out, people have a little bit of a change of heart usually.
Yeah.
So it's still people. And I'm not so entrenched with
I kind of feel like Bill Gates
roll
would
his
get,
head down this river.
I'm pretty sure Bill Gates would get chopped. There's certain people who would get
both sides
chopped.
get hit.
Well,
Both
yeah,
sides get hit.
my beef is like an angry teenage atheist who's always like, man, I want like grifty, thrifty mega churches to pay taxes. Which,
Well, yeah, it's all about us paying less taxes because we shouldn't be taking on the burden.
We should be paying as many taxes, guys.
I mean, yeah, we shouldn't be paying less taxes.
Yeah, wait a minute. I don't want anybody paying more taxes.
But let's say if we were to
somebody gotta run the bill.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Nexus, but I'm just saying, overall, they are very irresponsible.
They should actually have to function like a business and invoice us.
Yeah, and
They should have to request for us to vote for their budget. It shouldn't be good.
But yeah, I was just gonna say, I'll concede that the government's completely irresponsible with the money, but I'm just trying to lessen the burden on people and businesses.
Well, like, you went like this in the 3 years preceding the Biden administration. Taxes on the low income pretty low.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a holdover from the Barack Obama administration.
Yeah, it was Obama. Trump did use the tax credit for that. And Trump also left some of that shit open.
He could have put taxes on the lowest income bracket. Like, I mean, just look at the tax codes. I'm not a pro-Trump guy. I never voted for Trump. What? Sorry?
My taxes went up under Trump, and
Did
I've
you start
never
paying
made
money
more.
or?
No, made the same.
What years are you talking about?
It might have also been
2017 to 2021.
might also been state load.
The actual tax that Trump was in office.
If you look at the tax codes, the income brackets see the lowest income people got a greater share of tax increases. I'm not defending Trump or yada yada yada.
That sounds great if you're a hobo in California. That did not help me, and I live in mega country, so it sounds to me like
you don't. Our governors do not live in mega country.
The governor doesn't matter when the state legislature's been gerrymandered red. Like they can veto anything the governor does that they don't like.
I mean, to be fair, a Democrat in the South really is just a carpetbagger.
Andy Bashir.
That is actually what a lot about.
I'm not going to say about Andy Bashir. Andy Bashir locked us down as hard as they heard about him. He was, well, yeah. Andy Bashir was trying to lock us down as hard as we are. He's trying to make a residential worse than ever.
Yeah. See, that shit right there is federal policy. See, now, I was talking about we should go back, like reset everything
He's totally federal.
to remove the federal government. Literally remove the federal government and say we are now a colony of states, and the states are going to be our representation.
Our money collapses if we do this, but I agree with you.
We can still maintain a state Confederate bank.
Oh, the Confederate honey's gonna get boys.
God, you can buy whole chests of that shit for so little.
I know.
But like, yeah, you could do it. I mean, you could still maintain just
I disagree in that sorts. Insofar as like our economy is like 50% of what we actually produce, 50% of our military might. Like,
I mean, we can still have a military.
as a unified set of colonies where we maintain a 1-to-1 force projection ratio across the world.
Yeah, we would basically be doing what NATO does, but in our own space.
Interesting.
And say that we all have to arm ourselves to a certain degree, because we all have borders and we all cover some of the landmass.
Yeah, it's not just defensive though. Like our military force projection is designed to
Sounds to me like this would set up the former United States to basically be a couple of military vassal states surrounded by agricultural feudal penal colonies, basically.
What they be penal colonies?
Yeah,
Nature's the one penalizing you for like having to.
Well, I'm militaries of the like Californias and the New Yorks and the Floridas and the Texas.
We'll enslave the Kentuckians and to go out.
Yeah.
We should.
Remember, we were talking about how many people are actually just stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, as unfortunate as it is, some people are better suited to work the fields. That is just.
I mean, I don't know how many of you have worked in the fields. I grew up working in the fields, and
It's good work.
Yeah, it's good years.
Like if you like that sort of thing, like, if you don't mind it,
It's just good. Well, it's just good to understand as well. Like, this is what it takes.
you'll know where your food comes from.
Right. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Is this is part of being a human.
Yes.
And anybody that doesn't have like any connection to that, like, hey, like you need to go experience this.
Yeah, you
Because
can't
it's
like
not supposed to be easy. It just
you
is.
can't grow food or forage food that are useless.
At the end of the day.
You would not survive.
You're not gonna know if you're never exposed to it.
Well, this takes us back to who built the world and how the world works.
I would argue if you are hungry and you know nothing about your environment, you will figure out what food is.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was saying like, I'm pretty sure, I mean, having been around the tumblers for a while, that I'm pretty sure I know how humans figure problem.
Yeah, it's just in your mouth. Sometimes you make the wrong
all
decisions.
that bumper music that you want to know about.
But luckily, most things in nature tend to taste bad if you have
coasttocoastday.com. Also check out
That's right,
our
boys and girls.
guest
I'm gonna brute
pictures
force
that
it.
it puts up different
our ancestors forced it for us so that things would taste bad. They were poisonous. And that's why they taste bad, is because our ancestors died from eating it.
Yeah, the ones that thought it tasted good,
Yep, exactly. All the ones with the taste buds that told them that this is nasty.
the ones that wasn't as, yeah, exactly. Yeah. The ones that thought it was delicious, they're not here anymore. They're just out eating poop and whatnot. I'm like, no, stop it. Set the bacteria.
Where it came from more so.
Should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance.
I didn't hear it.
asking, when are we
Next.
going to know
Back
each
where
other
it came
better?
from
I
was
needed my
so.
air conditioner fixed.
Oh.
The building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission.
Monsters,
He
Inc.
told me my rent would be
Oh,
paid
I
if I gave
actually
him
never saw
something in exchange.
I was raised in a bomb shelter.
Associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from
We watched
harassment,
Hogan's
including
Heroes.
someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusal to make
Not see The Incredibles or Monsters, Inc. It's almost
If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with her.
I recommend The Incredibles.
I mean, I know that Elastigirls had it, but on
Fair Housing. The law
I see what you did there.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov.
The guy who did the music for the early Call of Duty games did the music for the Incredibles movie.
I
don't know what I should do with that information.
Absolutely.
Let me process that.
Go home and live your life.
I remember the Call of Duty 2 came out at the same time as that Jay-Z and Linkin Park album. And doing those at the same time, but I don't remember the actual stuff.
You go and stuff like that. So I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay. And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising. That's all.
But yes, some breaking sounds say,
I noticed, I'm looking at my arms and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. And I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the Colorado.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Coast to Coast AM, Connie Willis with you. Hey everybody, hope you're having a good night. Hope you're enjoying the music. Got more good music to come. Open lines coming up later, so you can ask the questions, whatever you'd like to ask. And also, we're gonna see if Michael will stick around with us, our guest here tonight. Find me any other time, because you guys are twittering me over here, and tweeting me, and doing all the other things. ConnieWillis.com. That's where you can find all the things that I do, and I hope you'll join me with my communities. We have a great time. And I'll always keep you up to date with what's going on with Coast to Coast. And well, of course. So go to ConnieWillis.com. All right, back to Michael Andre Ford. You can find him at MichaelAndreFord.com, MICHAEL. And Andre is ANDRE. And then Ford, FORD.com. When you go to his site, you're going to see a bazillion things in there. He's got it going on, man. I mean, that site is a moving and grooving. It's got neat little pictures. Oh, look at it. Michael is on Coast to Coast AM tonight. Look at that. Got a little billboard for us tonight. And all the different things that he does and the sessions that he holds. And golly, Michael, you've got books. You've got all sorts of things. Can you tell us more about all that you have?
Sure. There's a little book called Listening to Angels. If you think I wrote it, thank you very much. I saw balls away as I was typing. It's like a 15-minute read, very short and easy. It'll show you how to just take a break on the thinking, slow things down. This is so much simpler than people think, but that's because this isn't about any thinking at all, less thinking. Just be in your heart. Open yourself up. Speak with angels, and listen. You wouldn't even need the book, my photos, even seeing directly, what do you think you're doing? Half your life now on that good intuition that you think is just your little voice. You're getting help, but there's no interference. This is the important part. As soon as you start to realize what your thinking is about up top, and you figure out what your heart's about, you realize, hey, I might not have as many limits as I think I have. My situation, it's Einstein. The consciousness that recognizes a problem isn't the same consciousness, the same you that gets past the problem. It's why when we look back in time, a lot of the things seem a little less severe, and we're happy to have moved on to the next chapter in life. So yes, there are photos, there's the book. I've got a new show on YouTube, so youtube.com/@ my name, Michael_Ford. You can watch people in the show, in the latter half of the show, talk to angels, get hugged, send a stage through the screen, ask for a Hawaiian ocean, and so on.
And he'll have a nice Hawaiian shirt on at the same time. He totally looks Californian, but he totally looks Hawaiian. And that was one of my biggest, all right, are you liking? Listening to Angels, very nice. Glow Stick Zen, tell me about that one.
That's a big book. That got written when I was popping, when I was kind of, we'll call it waking up, that's a popular term, but I was getting out of my head and realizing, holy cow, this is more about awareness, paying attention to the brain. So, think about any of the knowing that you have, it changes. And so this is less about knowing, just about continued learning. And I started writing that book.
Everybody else is horrible alien.
Well, that's why I love Deep Space Nine so much.
So DS9 kind of changes,
Yeah, I have FDR to blame for that.
I love DS9.
Well, you won me over.
And I love DS9.
You won me over so hard because I used to be like a TNG, right?
You can't throw away
The only problem that I have with DS9 is that's when they started really laying into propagandizing Star Trek. I mean, it's always been there. There's always been envelope pushing in Star Trek, like the first Black.
Yeah.
But they started wielding the show as a propaganda weapon in DS9, and they started going into all of the racial question and all these other things in ways that they really hadn't before.
They called us niggas.
Yeah,
it didn't.
Yeah, that's the line in DS9 is like, oh.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I did like that arc of the Cisco story.
I was gonna say, wasn't it called "And the Sky So Full of Stars" or something
No,
like
it's
that?
Far Beyond the Stars.
Oh, Far Beyond the Stars. Yeah,
Far Beyond the Stars. It was a very good arc. Very
I
well.
loved that story, but I don't understand what
should I felt like it shouldn't have been in the series. It should have been a movie of its own.
Oh,
There were a lot of times like that in DS9.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's certain things that you couldn't explain it, and you're taking up so much of the series time on this element that needed really deep explaining, and it's just make a movie.
DS9 was like, we're gonna talk about racism in space, spacism. We're gonna talk about PTSD, space PTSD, and we're gonna talk about the monkey, I guess.
And space sky wizards, sky fairies.
Doesn't the Maquis storyline explore a lot of really cool ideas with regard to sovereignty and colonization, like the Cardassians and the Federation?
Well, no, it calls out the Federation for being a fascist organization.
Yeah, the Maquis is a rebellion force. They're like me. They would be like me.
Obviously, the Maquis have their reasons. They're being fucked with by the Cardassians and the Federation. It's like, sure, he abandoned his uniform.
There's a lot.
But Eddington is a kind of a poor characterization. He's dramatized for the radicalism. He is 100%. He's not a freedom fighter. He's a terrorist.
He wants to be that heroic terrorist figure.
Would anyone get mad if I used the 9/11 comparison?
As long as, I thought it was going to be Nazis. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, well, he wants to be Osama bin Laden, right? Fighting the big demon, right? I'm not fighting the big demon, blah, blah, blah. That's what makes me the Maquis hero.
Federation.
Well, I thought they had, though, Like what?
No, they stole it from Confederation. Well,
They stole it.
Yeah, go on.
They stole it with Eddings himself, right? He was like feeding them info.
Yeah, but he wasn't really. It's not the same as like Oliver North. Like Eddington and Oliver North are not synonyms, right? Like,
I think Eddington's supposed to be more of a cartoon villain, where Oliver North eventually, there's some political national like defense you could make of him from that context. Whether that's acceptable.
well, that's what I'm saying. Is like he's Eddington was the free bear, not a Oliver North. It's never not been like those things.
Well, in this case, though, like, God, this is such a radical comparison. It might be too radical. Maybe Osama bin Laden was a bad choice.
Perhaps. I just watched your. So, yes.
You have to get on the bike and do your own.
I've been propagandized.
Light. People call it auras, chakras, there's other stuff you can call it.
I'm not sure.
Your energy, and you're operating in
I'm
energy
not
all the
sure.
time. And if you could only see how your words were they positive energy?
Either way, I think
black
the
light
term
coming
is
out of you, you would
Diaz Nice Bay and the best.
like spoke poorly about a neighbor.
That's all we're really trying to.
Oh yeah, because DS9 showed Star Trek is complicated. The Starfleet is
You have to look at your consequences. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, there are some those things about this. Like, I won't write it off as being like all woke, but like there was quite a lot of woke in there, and there could have been less woke.
Well, okay, if you want to call out 90s Trek for being woke, what about
Yeah, and no one has started.
what about everyone's favorite Trek to hate on for this reason?
Let's say cyber.
Let's talk about Voyager.
Oh, I love Voyager.
Voyager's great. Jane May's genocidal maniac.
Yeah, no, it was fucking awesome. She was a badass, and it was great because like, when she came back. So like when she came back in Orange Is the New Black and she was like red, I was like, fuck yeah. That was like the coolest
Yeah,
thing ever
that's
because
more
that's
accurate to her character.
yeah, but that's what I always envisioned her as, just this like dirty fucking
They
like
were mistake and lost the room.
Fuck, this have a lot of really cringe and stupid shit in it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying.
But Voyager also introduces probably the hottest character in the series.
Neelix.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Is in the eye of the beholder.
He's so spicy, Talaxi and spicy.
But no, Seven of Nine definitely is one of the best characters in all of Star Trek.
Jerry Ryan.
Oh, yes.
So hot.
The voluptuous Jerry Ryan.
I mean, she could not act for shit in that show. Like at that point in her career, her acting was not.
That's why they made her a robot. You have no
Right.
that word.
I'm pretty sure that's why she was worked.
To her credit, I will defend her in that I think she actually got better and that
She
some of
did.
it was
She
the
did well
material
too.
she was given and not like the actress. I don't think it was all on the actress. I think it was a lot of material.
Wasn't she a model before anyway? She was a model before she was an actress. I mean, she went to acting school, but like she was definitely.
Whether she's if you were paying a model to act, then she becomes an actress.
Sci does that. Sci-fi does that a lot. They
Yeah,
hire
they-
models and
Yeah.
because it's fans.
Is Transformer just sci-fi? Because they do with that Megabots
Technically, yes, it is.
India, Native American chief.
I mean, sex sells.
If
If you're gonna bring a really hot blonde and put her in a very tight outfit, nerds are gonna watch
Oh, shit. Anyone who is joining my group, beware crazy shit is happening.
Carl, I'm joining.
I'm just standing here doing almost nothing.
Oh, no, this is.
I'm sorry, I've been dicking around.
I clicked on Ian's name.
Ian's in my lobby right now.
Pancake wings, what are we doing? Oh, no.
I am trying
You want to
to.
woke moralists?
I was trying to achieve something. I think I failed to achieve the objective, but I might still be able to.
We'll see who cancels who.
on the uptake,
Have a
the
joint.
whole woo stuff.
Be careful. This is like an awful.
I've looked around
Like,
seeing fireflies
this is
everywhere.
like a-
I don't remember, I'm not aware of the fact
Sort of
that
tier 2
fireflies
new game
yet,
plus
but they're
version of this
everywhere.
mission.
And I'm
As you
going
can
out
see,
now,
this
so
is a
when we got
little
to
bit
the
insane.
fireflies, no one could see those. It was just for me at that moment, and it was fairies and angels cheering me up.
There we
No
go.
one had the
Yeah,
heart to
yeah,
tell me
there we
because
go.
then it happened
Roaches
again
all
a few days
over.
later, 4 days later. he picked me up
He's
again.
super disoriented. I'm gonna try to cause him
But
some
this
more
time,
issues.
someone
Oh my
else
god,
also
I'm shooting him in the face.
First time it was just for me.
Oh wow.
And so, perfect yellow
We got it.
fireflies,
Somebody's gonna help me do it. You guys did it. Yeah. Oh, I'm down back here though. I'm kind of in a safe place. If you watch the doors.
real fireflies. It was the
Or
angel
door, singular.
trying to give you, a little gift. So if you could allow for a hug, if you
Yeah,
could
these
allow
guys
for
hit hard and
for a surprise, you
are
have to
super
do it
douchey.
like that.
So watch
What
out.
will you allow for? But put it out there. Don't
Oh,
go into
fuck.
a zone where you're not
Yeah,
comfortable.
yeah,
Find a
yeah,
way
yeah,
to
yeah.
just be like, hey,
Let me
universe,
just crawl up back up the
Yeah.
stairs.
my crew, if you're listening,
I'm switching to my repair drone.
ask for your signs at least.
Oh,
These
God.
guys are here.
Your main goal
Roll
is
inside,
not just
everybody.
to
I'm crawling
reveal
inside.
that the angels are there and the spirit guides and the fairies and all the different things are out there and they're right there for you to talk with, to
Oh,
find out
that's so loud
information,
here.
open
And
your
this
heart to
is
feel,
all regular
yeah,
enemies from here. So if we could just
and so that's
not
one
die.
of the aspects of what you're doing. Tell me if I'm wrong, but what is it ultimately
Couple
that
snipers way up high. I'm like,
is there anything bigger, or is it, hey, they're right there. All the answers are right there. Slow down, relax,
one high sniper down.
stop worrying, stop thinking. Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to interfere with people's
There we go, two high snipers
Yeah.
down.
If you want to go big picture, sure, like ridding
Yeah.
the world with anger, or all of us have a little more peace, a little more kindness. I think it's fantastic. People are going to have their answers.
Yeah. If you guys
I don't
want
see
some
their
free
questions or
experience,
answers
this should be
direct.
worth
So how
big
fast can you
XP.
write in any direction? You have
I think we have
Get rid of
one
the China
Yep,
hostile
we
work
do.
field. There we
Oh,
go.
it's just
So,
the-
the big picture is just think of it as more consciousness where mankind is headed, humanity.
Ooh,
A little less rat race, a little less.
I'm sorry, I really thought I was joining.
Keep it easy.
You know, this was
Like, you're not
a
Using your group.
yeah. My world is in a
Have you
my
talked
world
to
is
the
in a
big folk?
state
You know,
of
I'm gonna ask you
insanity
that.
right now because
Hey, I have not noticed, but hey, I got a whole shitload of
There's
experience.
a newer show, I forget what it's called, Bigfoot, it's got the gynecologist in
I
there,
did not
really popular, I think
Right.
on the second or third
that
season
was
now.
actually excellent. I'm gonna look at the summary here.
There's the baby Bigfoot
Oh,
shot
yeah,
that left
great. So that took me
and
fucking
one of our
40
household members
minutes.
is, say psychic, and so
It
it
went
was
a lot quicker once we joined
you
it.
know how that works. So you take the air, you see it in like even Predator, the original Schwarzenegger movie. There's the scout who takes the air and knows kind of what's going on. There's always something just beyond what we think we know. And so the more you just slow down and pay attention, that's what this is about. Bigfoot's fantastic. You said the other day when we were just chatting about the whole telepathic thing. I think that's totally possible. But think of all the animals out there.
It's absolutely true.
Globalization.
It's not even possible. It's really true.
Definitely point out that this entire conversation
Okay, what I've
that we've
gotten
been having
before
could have
is
been
my
monetized. And some people probably would have listened.
Oh, I'm gonna probably do that at some point, buddy.
I feel like I have, like if I had the every time I've heard it, we should monetize this.
Well, no, I was talking to Nexus about an idea I had about just creating a Twitter space kind of thing, or just a podcast, whatever. I was just calling it the shit show.
Yeah.
Literally call it the shit show. Put it somewhere where it's free by anonymity. And literally really edgy issues sometimes, but just shit in general. Just literally just talk about shit.
While I told my podcast brand bottom of shelf.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, own it, because if you're calling the shit show and people come in and they talk shit about your show, you'd be like, well, yeah, we're the shit show. What do you expect? You come to a place called the shit show.
Yeah.
One of the most popular podcasts in America right now is just called the Whatever Podcast.
Right.
Whatever.
Cloud thundering God. you know,
That's my favorite
things
insult as a kid.
that I've gotten. It's more
Just
like,
say
hey,
whatever to any
Whatever.
sibling.
zip down this part
Whatever.
of your tit and you'll see
What?
it.
That's
I
not
never
ever.
said I never said it like
You know,
that.
I got little things like that
Well, you
where there were
should've.
little conversations all through the mind. And
I grew up
I
in
knew it.
Indiana.
Same
There
as that.
wasn't any fuzziness, there wasn't
From
any
Kentucky,
would
it's still whatever.
It was
That's
a
not ever.
conversation back
from
and
State
forth,
Railroad.
you know,
That's it.
bump, bump,
Whatever.
bump, bump. And then at one point,
Sure,
you know,
sound
oh,
like
yeah, so you
like
had a
Midwest.
conversation with somebody.
Whatever.
Now,
Cyber news, I got her. I nailed
what
it.
you're doing
I
and
know
the
the type.
sessions that I've been with you, the angels,
I can hear little Cyber going,
I got immediate words if I wasn't already in my head thinking too much. You know, like you say, you gotta stop thinking.
Piss my
let it
siblings
come
off
in.
so much whenever I
And
would
when
do
that
that.
was the case,
I
it
remember
was hard 'cause I was listening
Whenever
to
you
you
do what-
the whole time,
whatever.
I
hated
gotta
them
write down,
so
like,
much.
prepare
And
for the
also,
show.
for some reason, my
But
sister
when I
needed
let
us
it go,
when I would make
immediately
sounds.
an
So I
answer
would
would
do it
come.
just to-
And it's usually
What
short and
sounds?
sweet. It's not like a full
She would actually
conversation
get
that
mad
they
at
throw
Sarsha.
at you. It's
What
just
kind
kind
of
of
sounds?
like,
I didn't-
like you had said,
Boink.
ask them
Oh.
what you need to know right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something like
Like,
that.
she just
And
did
then
literally.
it's,
She
you know, you
would
might
she
get
would
something
hang
that's
out, and
good.
I wouldn't even do it like as
It's gonna be
if
fun.
I was calling her up or anything. I would just like
You
make
know,
the
stuff
sound
like
that she
I
would
just
go
like
off.
that. It was really good.
My dogs do that. Pretty
So,
good
well,
dogs.
why she had such a hatred of
And
she
pigs.
probably
when
wasn't
we
twine.
come back,
Probably
not
just
only
had
will we
body
be open
image
lines with
issues.
you when we come back,
No.
but when we go back to
No.
the
Is-
is,
No, she had none of those.
pictures.
Maybe she
Oh,
has just
God.
like
Terrible transition. No.
Geronimo talking to you, and let's see if you
Shut up,
have
Church.
discernment within your own guides and your own angels around you.
I need
So
double
we're
this.
talking with Michael Andre Ford. You can find him at
Yeah,
michaelandreford.com.
let's make FDPR the session owner.
I think maybe she has misophonia or whatever it's called. Does she also get
Kids are weird.
Does she also get annoyed at people smacking their lips when they talk or eat?
Yeah.
Because I have that problem.
My respect switched over like a rhinoceros, so I can empathize with that.
Yeah, certain noises will like just fucking set me off, including really fucking
So
massive shrieks that people
this chick would go between snoring like a rhinoceros and while sleeping while swimming. Yes, it was. Can you imagine? I'm gonna let sleep for y'all. She does not live here anymore. We're good. I get full nights of sleep now.
Crisis averted.
Yes. It gets worse, but I won't share that because I don't want to gross you.
But yeah, people
No, but for real, that's
son of a bitch. People will sit and listen to this shit, like, and you can jump in and enjoy the conversation. As long as we keep the stage, the speakers pretty set and known, so that we know who can keep the airtime alive.
Oh yeah, and if
Dead air, obviously.
and I can always, if we do have dead air, I can always vamp it for a moment. Like, you're listening to the shit show. We just got done with caller XYZ who said I was retarded.
Or we can just start a little mini conversation. Chat, you shoot the shit.
Oh, you died.
You did die. Yes. Yep. There you go.
My ultimate thing for one of these would be to like get motion sensors and get people like little avatars. Like,
Oh, just VTube it all?
yeah, just VTube it, and maybe everybody has their own little avatar. And be like, you can
I would like to be a little anime waifu that is also modeled after an A10 Thunderbolt. An A10 Thunderbolt. It specifically needs to be an A10 Thunderbolt aircraft. It's also a waifu. Or specifically its machine gun Galway. That would be it. If it exists, there is a waifu of it. That's cool. Proceed.
I think it would just need to be practical in like a roundtable type setting.
FDR, let's reform
I'm at public space.
let's reform a session under you as the session leader.
I support any kind of reform so long as it benefits me.
Yes, that is the idea. Maximum benefit.
That would just be some like otaku kid sit in the corner with a trench coat, collar flipped up, and short hair.
Land of the blind. One advance king. Oh shit. Next. I made a minority report reference earlier in the meeting. Over now.
I love me some
He loves delusions. He loves dick. That's all I need.
Illusions were to come. Because I've seen dick illusions before in this dream. There was a whole like traveling thing called puppetry of the penis. It's you should see it sometime. It's interesting.
I was told that with why I should Google
It's artistic and just
blue waffle, and that was a mistake.
no, it's not blue waffle. It's artistic. They do funny stuff with their cover.
I trust nothing.
they like do shadow puppets and stuff with their tongue. Yeah, it's funny. Definitely a one-time watcher. I don't think I feel the need to go see that again, but it was worth it. Oh, I almost have $10 worth of Mysterium.
Mysterium. You're running some Mysterium notes.
Just the one.
Actually, I am as well.
I just got tired of posting people from the Netherlands on my data center connections. I was like, that's a little too sketch for me.
Yeah, man, I have it on my home connection. Pretty sketchy.
Yeah, on home connection that's fine. I can deal with it there. For work though, nah.
Yeah, for work, no.
No, yeah, no.
Is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie.
I mean, we're secure-ish. Like anybody.
I gotta keep it in mind, so I actually get put in
From
traffic.
time to time up in San Francisco, at some sort of
Are
library
you
or something
on
like that. I
fiber,
can't remember.
or
I guess they were on a
some kind
computer doing like library
maybe
type
internet?
stuff. Yeah, hanging out, doing his thing. That's kind of cool when you see people like that. You know, people that you look up to fuck albums or this
The funny thing about it is the second that it hits the street, we hit a fiber line.
No, I know it. I get you. Yeah, I like I said, I advertise, so I've gotten endlessly roasted by customers for not having dedicated fiber lines in the past. So anytime I hear about it is the funny thing is that I have the fastest internet in my entire like repertoire of internets is my home connection, which is faster than anything we have in the RPCs. So it's just
It is kind of funny. My home connection can often performs better
I'm
than
gonna
the
say
data center.
75 because I wanted to say 74.
Networks do need to be load balanced.
I guess, but it should, business and enterprise internet is just extremely expensive. So like for me at home, I pay $70 for what I would pay $3,000 or $4,000 a month. So
And the funny thing about that is if you really went and you poked around in their fucking data center, find out that they have overloaded fucking hub. Yeah, because it's got to process all the data that's going through. It's not just that straight pass through.
unless you own all the lines, which is what I'm trying to win a deal on right now. Is
Yeah, if you can get a straight pipe, if you can get a dedicated.
It's funny you say pipe. So the Keystone XL pipeline is owned by the company that's like trying to acquire a company that's trying to acquire my company. And so it's like they want us to go build DCs along the Keystone XL and use that infrastructure. I'm like, huh? Isn't it? Like, I mean, it's using the infrastructure.
Well, yeah, but the
They already had all the
infrastructure
permits.
gets blown up along with your.
It's not mine. It's not mine, buddy. It's not mine. It's theirs.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that you could use
It's the same either way.
things in larger numbers.
I mean, you already have like sharks fighting the sharks fight the undersea cables, so like you know, everything's susceptible to something or other. So fair and true. Not my job to worry about. I'm more interested in building a modern Library of Alexandria mountain somewhere.
We only need undersea cables to last long enough for quantum entanglement. So we have that, and we can use some to send data anywhere.
Really making it hard on that. I hope
I also hope you're right.
Where we going?
We are now formed up in FDR session, so we can now encourage you, I guess, to facility. It looks like you got some side missions.
you also have a toxic alley.
And best of all, there's no filters to buy. Right
Oh,
now,
would it be a good time to do some dark zones?
$200 on an Even Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. For one of your
There's three of
bedroom,
us, and
family
this
room,
is
kitchen, or
probably
anywhere
next to
clean,
you say
fresh
this is a
air.
good time.
Also, it
I would
helps
say
you
this is
export
great.
for your car or truck. With this special offer, you're getting
Oh, where
3
you
homes
going? I'm
for
following you.
under
Will you shoot me?
$200. Go to
Who goes there?
evenpuredeals.com.
Oh, no.
Put in
Shut you in
code
the eyeball.
radio to save $200. That's
Has to be.
Stop!
I have that kind of
Violated the law.
discount code radio, and shipping is free.
Halt, citizen.
So we're gonna do some dark zone shit.
Patrolling the Mojave makes me wish for a nuclear winter.
It is Coast to Coast AM.
Wonder if we can pull off. I wonder if we can pull off like a
Wow, I can't believe it's flying by already. April
this
is
where
coming
people are
up.
just kind of like playing
These
around
are
games,
all
but we're all
great
engaging
times
in conversations and stuff
to
at the same
go
time,
to.
but still be able to show people
Yeah,
like these
I've
things.
investigated these creepy hotspots.
That actually would be
Some
possible if
Multi-stream,
like
Yeah, it would be
Even-
multi-stream.
even simpler than that. What I could do is if everyone streamed their gameplay into the Discord, then I could simply have one stream where one of us is capturing the Discord, and that's the stream, and then everyone's gameplay is there.
Yeah, I guess you could have a stream server and everybody types their video into the stream server. So we could just
Yeah.
You don't know what's gonna happen. Just
Yeah.
do that to me. So,
Yeah,
if
because
you would
of
like to learn
Discord, it
more
would
and
actually
join
be
me on
quite
the
easy to do, where it used to be super hard.
I was
We're
thinking
going
like,
back to our
what
guests
about
tonight.
yes?
It's
It's
called
like, oh yes,
Angel
we're just
Intuitive,
talking about
Michael
the network.
Andre Ford, and you can find him at
There's
Tobias
michaelandreford.com.
Yeah, there are ways to do it. I still haven't quite figured it out yet, because obviously those esports companies.
Yeah, it's not impossible. It's not.
It'd be cool for everybody to just send their video to a particular address. That's
Is
just
to empower
how
people to listen
how
to
they're
their
streaming
own
it, and then
voices
it
through their
types it
life.
up into like a Brady Bunch
So
window.
if you
We've
do
got here.
any work with him, and you say, hey, well, can you
Yeah.
send this out? Can you ask this? Can you, you're talking to him all the time. Can you ask him? For me,
Not fire
he's
flare
like,
here.
no,
Oh, yes, I can.
I'm doing this so you can
Just
ask
not
him at
well
any
climbing the ladder.
time. So that's kind of
Exactly.
interesting, right? Because you have
All right, I'm
some
gonna get
people
aggressive and deal
that
with this
their whole
engineer in front of me.
business, strategy is like.
Oh, he's getting aggro.
You called me once, and then you
Oh,
called me
yeah.
again.
Company,
You know,
right,
you
there
get
with
that
despise
service
Rabbi.
coming in, so that paycheck continues on. He's not even thinking of that. He's like, come on in.
How Tim Cook
Rabbi
runs the
despises
Apple
anyone's
company,
company.
how Tim Cook runs Apple, I think sucks. We could have such better phones. We could have batteries that last for days. We could have upload download speeds. We could have like honestly, we do have currently what do you call it? The kind of charging, non-contact charging, but we have gravity batteries that we could have where we never have to charge these things anymore. And I feel like Apple's sitting on this technology. So at the top of my list is that. But I mean, probably if I hated a company, some of the ones that we named, some pharmaceutical companies suck. Definitely some companies that are defense contractors suck.
I saw the listener screen, so I was poking around. I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna spy on Rabbi."
Please do, please do. But as of right now, I'm really pissed off at my iPhone, so I'm pissed at Apple.
Oh, dude, I'm right there with you. I do not like and have never liked Apple. Even when Apple was a good old, even when they were a good old crunchy computer company back in the day, I was just like, what are you doing? Why are you being like, what's this weird shit you're doing with your architecture being all gated and closed with the rest of the open source community?
I think it's more so than ever. Yeah, it just continues these days.
But you remember that way back in the day when Apple was their own architecture and everyone was just like, oh man, Apple's like the most edge nerd shit ever, man. And then it was like the whole open source community was locked out and they were just like, fuck you, open source community, why are you stealing stuff?
So on the one hand, they're Unix based, on the other hand, they are a closed ecosystem on everything. So
right. So like, they just totally stole from the open source community.
Yeah.
They have some.
Whereas Bill Gates just bought his dirty operating system.
I'm sorry. They have some technology on which they've been sitting that really bothers me since the Steve Jobs days. So, for instance, they own a patent to a type of cord that's magnetic that plugs to your computer. The number one thing on any laptop that goes out is the power plug. On anything, it's always that little area where it plugs in. If you use it constantly, that's the first thing that's going to go out. And Apple on previous editions had a magnetic plug that they didn't invent, that actually one of their employees invented and gave it to them without any type of proprietary connection, so that they would give it to the world essentially, and they didn't, and they've kept it, and it bothers me. They do all this with a lot of things.
Yep.
Oh, everything's the same way. Yeah.
I've got a lot of problems with intellectual property law in general. There's certain things that I feel like, yes, you should be able to gain royalties on, but you shouldn't be able to bar people from innovating. As you're holding back humanity, you're holding back the technological revolution.
So what do you think about the EU, like mandating that Apple do USB-C instead of Lightning ports?
Okay, well, so there is very good reason to make it. Well, naturally.
I don't like Apple, so you want to.
Yeah, it's not that USB-C versus Lightning, whatever it is. It's not going to really matter which one you choose. It's going to matter which one's more, and which one does the job that's needed to do. So a lot of times we create things that are great, they do things amazingly fast or efficient, but they're just not widely adopted. There's a bunch of types of media, like removable media, that we've developed and edited and storing out, even though it was amazing. Because we found something else that was just more economical and did what we needed it to do. Yeah.
We do have open lines.
I suppose like the EU thing is like, okay, Apple has tried to innovate by making Lightning connections. USB-C is the standard that is more ubiquitous, and people generally use it more. And I support the idea of, hey, let's make it easy for people to use the thing that they're already using. It's good enough, like you said, but it does limit Apple's ability to innovate with their own connections on their own phones that they make. So I don't like Apple. I don't want Apple to have a Lightning port, but at the same time, I want them to be able to make a Lightning port. They think it's better.
Well, now the question here, I don't think that they should be, I don't think people should be allowed to say that they can't make that. But if they make that, they should not be allowed to tell other people that they cannot make parts and stuff for it. right? A lightning port.
Well, what happened in the EU is that they mandated that Apple make a USB-C version for phones instead of like well, this is you being overly proprietary, trying to capture your system, yada yada yada. Which I understand where they're coming from, and to some extent is supported, but simply now you're limiting their ability to innovate.
Yeah, more on top of him. I would be more on top of him about their app store personally.
Oh no, I'm with you. I'm an app publisher. I really hate it. Like the app review process is so draconian and awful.
Plus, if you throw them a little bit of money, it goes much quicker.
It does.
One way.
Gross. You have to learn how to play the game. Eventually, if you're a developer, you learn how to do that. You learn how to kind of like beg their reviewers to tell you what you did wrong specifically because they don't usually tell you. They'll point you towards a specific rule in their terms of service. Like, okay, I don't know what to do with this. Please, just some human being tell me what I did, and I'll fix it. Google's the same way, so it's not like Android's any better. As a standard, but at least Google doesn't charge $200 a year for it.
And also, why don't you throw in one
For the
Right,
keyboard.
Right, that's what I was saying, is that, like, as far as app developers go, Apple Store is trash.
It's miserable. It's miserable. No, and they get really mad anytime we try to collect any kind of data of the app and say, hey, we need this. The purpose of this app, that's the monetization model, that's the usage model, whatever. And they're like, no, we want that data, and you're relevant.
So yeah, that's another thing about them. They always talk about how they're about big on the fucking privacy, but they're always screaming as much fucking data.
Yeah, they just get mad at you for trying to collect data.
Yeah, they don't want you collecting what they're trying to collect and profiting off of it instead of that. Fucking idiot.
I've made my way up to location data services, always anonymized location data, even though I don't believe the concept of anonymity with more than 25 GPS coordinates, so I can find out who you are with that.
Yeah, I mean, I can walk up to
Knowing
you.
the reality. Yeah. Right, eventually I can figure it out.
If I just walked into your GPS range, I know that I'm within a few meters of you. I'm like, okay, who's a dumbass looking at their phone right now?
I just mean, like, I can track 25 places then probably figure out who you are. Yeah. And like that's something that apps have been able to do, even if it's anonymized. And now Apple's like, well, no, we want that. Like, you can't have that. Okay, we're going to say we're protecting your privacy, but the reality is that we're building our own ad attribution network.
Yeah, and they're contract tracing us. They have been for a long time.
Yep.
Get out of your head, get out of your head, get out of your head, laugh.
Even if the feature that tells you when somebody else around you is running that app that you also have, it says, such as in your ear.
That was, I proposed that to the CDC back in like February 2020. Using our ad attribution stuff, I was like, hey, like, why can't we use the same idea for contact tracing? CDC was like, this is the gross invasion of privacy. I was like, good on you, CDC. And then they turned around and did it anyway. I was like, this is gonna last a while. Yeah, I was happy to be rejected on that proposal at the beginning, and then it just turned into what I was like, oh, yeah, you did it anyway.
Yep, no, they were going to do it anyway. They just didn't want to pay anybody for it. Yep. That was all part of their whole pre-pandemic planning bullshit that happened conveniently right before the pandemic.
The thing that got me out of like providing that services for location, was like my city being like, hey, tell us which churches are still active on Easter of 2020. I just want to go and send out police. And I was like, no. Yeah. No, literally just no. We have the ability to tell you that. We can tell you to shit in the West Wing and then went to Area 51, but we're not telling you that.
Well, if you ever had a question about where my political moral center might lie in those scenarios, bro, I'm literally in like an anti-religious atheist position by default. And if you told me that, yeah, the government wants to know whether they're in church on Easter, my default answer on that is no. Do not invade that church's privacy.
right.
I'm all for making them pay taxes, but I'll find people who want to stand in their way of doing what's fun.
Yeah, and we can argue about God or no God forever, but damn it, you gotta leave them alone to formulate their own thought.
And I also have a fair deal of love for plenty of religious people. It just depends on them to not be dickbags. Really, the only problem is when you run into the religious dickbags, it's just nobody likes
They're like the preaching.
Oh,
They're like the preaching like this on Twitter. Like it's just like it's the same situation. Viral minority.
Wondering. I was wondering.
You can hear their bark. They're absolutely with you. Don't worry about changing location at all.
your buddies? You forgot your homework.
I did. I was wandering aimlessly. I was wandering
I'm
lost.
not sure which way you roll for anything, but if you're cool with it,
We had to go to some work site to liberate it. Kill a bunch of monkeys.
It's okay, Rabbi. I too have worn underwear on my head, but it was a choice.
Find a way to ask for something. You have to find a way to kind of get around what you know.
I had the opposite of it, but my parents were like, put the underwear off your head.
I'm gonna tweet all these. I'm the most honest person I feel on earth. Nobody else will tell you the punishments that they had as a kid. And one of them was when I left my underwear around the house. My parents would make me wear it on my head as a punishment. Not a lot, but it happened.
My parents would put unwashed dishes of mine in my bed to remind me to wash my dishes. So there's one for it.
See, that's
That was
gross.
the around the head.
I just don't understand because they have dirty sheets. Like, why would you still leave the sheets with the dishes to divide? No, like my parents were very boring. Like they'd either fucking just hit me with shit or ground me. Didn't really get any creative punishments.
I'm very cool. I do believe in.
Rabbi, are you thinking of having sex with all of us right now?
Yeah, most certainly. Most certainly. No, I just that the question was, yeah, I mean, so in case you want to know, the question was, let's see here, what's something that everyone knows is true, but we don't like to admit it? That we think about having sex with anyone that we encounter, whether we think about it for a long time is usually, it's usually not a long time. However, if it's someone attractive, it most certainly is. But everyone makes that determination at the beginning.
I would
You and I
have gone to
bumped
different
heads on this. Yeah, you and I bumped heads on this because I argue that actually asexual people aren't thinking about having sex with
I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right, but maybe they're like, I don't want to think about it, and that in itself is thinking
Yeah,
about
maybe
it.
There you go.
think about it and not like that they're thinking about it. Yeah, I would argue on the timeline of
Yeah, I just want to say hi.
And
I don't think that necessarily it would be immediate.
I
It
may
might take some time before you have that thought.
I might change the answer to we judge.
there, guys.
So, Nexus, would you say that you judge it? You judge someone, maybe not necessarily have sex with them, but judge them in some way?
Same with the Sasquatch.
Rambo was very blunt. He said you judge them fuckable or not.
Simple binary. Yep.
I mean, either would fuck or won't fuck, and then it's usually a question of whether you feel like it. They can.
What is in the future for you, Michael? What is it that you've got planned? Is there anything that you're thinking, hey,
I'm a little vanilla like that, I suppose.
There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, that's just only natural. There's no. Back to, way back to human ancestry, like if we were just meeting and passing the word from different practices, like that might be the only time we see each other unless we make a connection.
With Michelle Claire.
So we're kind of hardwired to be like, fuck that. I'm gonna come back to this location at this time tomorrow.
What are other things that people think that they don't say or don't want to move into? Aside from the fuckability of the other people.
And I'm going to do more of the group thing so that people can let go. They can ask for hugs. They can get their answers. Maybe individually.
Sorry, I'm busy trading on the
This
side
actually,
right now.
this actually would
Nobody
be
wants to say it. Nobody wants to say it.
You said it
By my own admission, I'm a little baked.
Oh my god, I got TP from the rear here. Oh god, somebody got
Hold on. were you
There's
at?
a woman who's spotted
Not
them
the little
looking
thing.
behind public
But that's no, such a questionnaire would actually be a good top fuel
Oh,
for random miscellaneous shit show. So if the questions list of just kind of philosophical questions and whatever, you know, generalized questions could be gone
I'm in
through
trouble.
and discussed. It could actually be quite cool.
Congrats, guys. I'm sorry.
He's in the White House.
Maybe you could pick up a subject matter first, and you build a question list based on that subject matter to really dig into the weeds of the subject without getting sidetracked because you have an outline.
I tried to respond.
But I think the first somebody's interesting question that I actually want to talk about. But there are many other topics.
I mean, a straight person talking about having sex with the same sex was
Well, also, I'd also say that it's the fuckability thing doesn't mean that you envision having sex with them. It just means that you've gone through a calculation in your brain that says yes or no to fuckable. Because if you look at a child, you're most likely a normal person going to say no, not even a question. Is it just a no?
Thank you. I don't know you, so I have no idea what else
Most know immediately. They don't even think about it. They don't have to think about it. They see the age. They don't even. That doesn't process.
You raise an interesting new question, which is most people's fuckability discourse internal that they have, is it conscious or unconscious?
Is conscious and unconscious and near instantaneous for the authentic response. Anything after that is added to by logic.
No, yeah. Few seconds, I did the calculation. Not even like fully cognizant.
It takes me like months to figure it out.
It takes me months to figure out that I'm not attracted.
And sometimes somebody doesn't change my opinion about somebody.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's like, okay, yes or no on a would I do that?
Maybe I saw someone who looked cute, and then I saw them in different outfits.
Right. And over time, I realized they sort of last, and then it's like, okay, no, never mind. What? No, they snotted on me while I was sleeping. Now I'm no longer attracted.
They've got smelly dog farts.
Exactly. Nothing personal about any of this. Don't read it. No, but I do think that is one of those. I don't even think that's a taboo subject really necessarily.
No, it's not really. I mean, like I said, there's certain limits that are just human to be normally no. And I'm going to say normally no, because there are people who are just not in the brain. They're not normal. They like children. Nobody knows why.
I mean, like, that's an easy one for us to just go to and say, children, yeah, man. It's obviously.
Well, what you do is you find the person who didn't answer no to that question and you throw them out the stage. Not because your speech is not valid, but because we don't want to hear it.
It's functionally invalid. Yes, I agree. There are certain paradoxes of tolerance.
So yeah, you can say whatever you want over there, in the corner.
You weirdo.
Yeah, you fucking weirdo. Stay away from my kid.
Yeah, I'm with you. Nexus.
Roger.
I'm
Where
going
we
to
are.
have propaganda broadcast.
Hell yeah.
I think we should go to federal emergency fund.
Sources familiar tell ABC News that special counsel is working
Or women's propaganda broadcast.
which was signed by another Trump attorney,
I love
certifying
propaganda
that all
broadcasts.
classified materials in
Don't
Trump's
shut
possession
down.
have been submitted to the DOJ.
Well, too late.
Especially when it's
Oh my god, they're killing all those free speech advocates.
yeah, they're just advocating for free speech and decrying the U.S. government allowing the country to
Here we are, the fucking letter agency going around stomping out any dissent with our weapons. This game is
Man,
very neocon.
panda bear would be interesting. Would it just be like a raccoon? I feel like it could just go be a raccoon. It probably tastes the same.
Rain could be back by Tuesday.
What is the raccoon?
I
What is
haven't
it?
tried.
They're actually related. Like the panda bear is actually a type of like raccoon that's just giant.
Disgusting.
No wonder we started calling them trash bins.
They're actually related. They're closer related than a panda is to a bear, I'm pretty sure.
Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way
That actually makes
Sourced?
how they produce. You can get, if
I
not
don't know, but it is.
It's funny, huh?
There is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing.
Wait, where are we going right now?
Is running out.
I don't know, but there's a lot of dead people.
April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux and you call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if
I
you're
guess
not
they're
ready to
closer to a
install the
bear,
system,
but
it's
like-
okay. Call Sunlux.
How are you looking it up right now? Like,
There is no time to lock in the best solar power
okay.
you will ever see. Start today
No.
at sunlux.com.
Yeah.
I had a little story.
The prevailing opinion
There
is
is
you don't live it.
there is another one though that is like a bear like.
Believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your calls.
Pandas occupy
Having
weird
30,000
spaces.
items in stock and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations
China.
across North America. Business owners,
That is a weird space. I mean, they pandas should be Earth today. I don't know.
Visit uline.com.
Oh god, no, melee.
The owners of American Vision Window.
Cut it out here.
Taking
Ah, hold on. The monsters got me.
Oh no.
Up yours. Well,
These moralists got me down.
Moralists.
I don't have any benzos. Give me some benzos. Oh, thank you.
I still believe American Underdog and the Blockbuster. I can only imagine.
And now, the Jesus Revolution.
All right,
The Jesus
bucko.
Revolution takes place in the
Let's
70s
clean this
during
room.
the hippie movement. It's the story of a lost generation searching for all the right things and all the
Oh, no,
right
it's
No rules for dad.
That's what it is. It's actually the raccoon bear. It is actually called a raccoon.
Spiritual revival
Oh,
in American
The
history.
raccoon?
There's
Where
an
is
animal
the
called
access?
a raccoon bear that is closer related to a raccoon.
How many you
Yes.
are for the opportunity to be
Hang on.
encouraged and transformed.
Your
The red
traditional
panda.
investments aren't so great right now. So how
The
about
red
investing in an
panda.
asset that will hold its value and it's fun to own? If you ever wanted a Rolex you never got
Hope you're all having a really great day.
well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and more.
Put the
They have
key
them
in.
all.
Where's, oh,
Buy,
okay.
sell, or trade. They have a huge
Oh my
inventory
god,
of
she's
luxury
swearing on the
watches,
radio.
overnight
Stop it,
shipping,
you.
and a great selection of vintage Rolex
Yeah, that's
watches,
why
too.
we're overriding this because she keeps them up.
Trusted online store.
She's swearing. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Don't offend it.
100% authentic and independently certified. And now,
Women should be
$100 off. Just
neither heard nor seen in this game. I don't know why she's talking.
And click the link to get
Well,
your
she's
discount
about to be
automatically applied. So if you're looking to sell
Yeah, it's the red panda.
Go online for the watch expert. Google Bob's
It's like
Right.
panda does the raccoon. That's true.
Panda was in the name. I was just
and Bill
missing the red panda portion.
everywhere on the NR radio app. KFI.
They're adorable, though.
40, more stimulating time. KFI.
I wonder why they're
Fuckers. Yes. Even when they're devouring your nostrils.
Like Biffles.
Especially letting it when they're all up in the sinus.
delicious.
We have a thing. We're doing a pitbull trolling event right now in our group.
KFI. AM 640.
On the Facebook.
Oh, that's like
Oh, it's something we do kind of weekly. It's like stuff trolling. We like put up a post about how smoke weed are unbelievable, and I'm like,
Wouldn't you have to go back in time to when Bozo's grandpa's in? Didn't Bozo have it?
Bozo?
It was the thing Bozo's contact.
Yeah.
Definitely, there have been a few of them, and it depended on your region. There wasn't
It's
just
a
one.
meteorology.
Yeah, there was a few.
Are they all dead?
I still have some.
Oh, you're talking about something else. I thought you were talking about the game. I was like, no, there's two right here.
There's a couple of bozos right in front of us. These assholes.
Threw a grenade at me, rude.
Rug. Stop it.
Listen, fat.
This is a hate crime.
Want to step
Dog
outside,
face,
Jack?
pony soldier.
Dog face pony soldier, man.
Thank you for joining
Come
us
on,
tonight.
homophobia right here.
You're listening to Coast AM.
Homophobia.
Here with you. Snowing where I am. Yay! But that's all.
How did he not get just fucking canceled out of existence after saying that to a black person?
Snowflakes, you know, I love that so much. Anyway, it's
Yell show.
nice, peaceful, and it's quiet.
Best voted
Overall,
for
coming up
candidate
for you
in
right
history.
now, it's happening, so make sure you get your calls in. And Michael, Andre Ford's going to stick around with us.
Unless you're on Facebook, and then it is not debatable.
I'm mostly on Facebook. It's not debatable.
Go ahead.
I'm getting there.
I mean, for now, anyway.
This is an amazing story.
I really do think decentralized social media is the way to go, because then nobody can be fucking controlled into supporting some authoritarian fucking edict.
Yeah, I agree with you on the idea, like the concept, like we need to have self-supervised big governance, but how do you do it with the internet?
Well, the internet can be under control. The whole point is that anybody can be a host. Anybody can be a node.
Right, anybody can be shut down. That's
Yeah.
also real.
But they could also be in a different country.
Yeah, and then they can get drone struck. Like, I mean,
But are you going to drone strike everybody?
yes.
If you're America,
Yes, don't test me.
picture of Grumpy Cat and yes.
We have
Already tested.
I have a whole lot of faith in our government to be able to do it.
We have tested our drone protocols on one American citizen. Don't make us test it on
To
all.
be fair, we have dropped bombs on American cities.
Yeah, it's and otherwise.
Yes.
That's 1-866-833-8555 or visit carnivora.com.
Hey, yeah. What are things that we all want to say but can't?
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the quote unquote shit show is that we can say horrible things that people need to hear and know themselves so that they can take control of that narrative.
Well, I mean, ultimately, I believe that the like, it's kind of shredded by the any state, as it were. I don't really feel like it for it.
Yeah, there's a whole segregation aspect to society that pushed them into these economic corners. And
It's
it's really
like,
good. Like
That's-
if you look at the Martin Luther King's teachings at the end,
Oh, yeah, there's a whole
Oh, God. Oh, just something like, okay, hold on.
so like Emily before he got killed was coming to the realization and espousing the understanding that the true strife stems across class lines, not necessarily race lines. But the true great evil was the class divide.
Great emails. I cannot catch up to them all. Please forgive me.
I didn't disagree. And it didn't matter. Yeah, you had it hard if you were a black person. You probably had it the
I
hardest of
do my
anybody.
best because
But
you guys are so
Other
fun
people were
and so
also
lovely.
downtrodden by the
Yeah,
same
like
system.
Well, even the arguments that are made today about like white privilege, it's like that exists for
Thank you
the
very
popular
much
white
for
people.
that.
Yeah, sure.
Or some isolated, super wealthy white people.
I will concede that a equally of opportunity white person and a black person will experience hardship in different ways.
Yes.
came together and
And
took
I
those
think that that's
for
true.
40 years
In
ago.
the current context, it's an
See,
interesting
that's
kind
an
of
important thing
like
to know.
reversal of
You
that.
guys
Yeah,
really are
well,
just
I say this
brother
having-
to brother
yes.
type of thing.
Yeah, I was just saying, having worked in Comcast and NBC
You know,
and
our life
being
has
sandwiched in
changed, the
between two
world has
offices
changed
where
along the way,
two
that
black
people
women
can
were
actually
complaining
say
on
that
corporate
now, where
reviews
they,
about all the white
when maybe
people in
start
their program
aging
that they
a
were
little
recruited for.
older, we're open
Where
enough
I
to
was
say,
recruited for this program, I was like,
"Thank you for being
I didn't
there
ask
for
for
me
this.
when
I mean, I
needed
did,
you."
but like,
And you're
you guys
still
didn't
there
have to
for
say
me, and I
yes.
just
Like,
think
you
that
could have picked all the black people in
I
the
think that
program in
there's more
Atlanta.
and more of that
Like,
going
you
on
imported white
happening,
people.
and the
That's another one of
encouragement
those
to
things
love
that I
it,
find
whether
to
it's
be
just as a friend
of this
or,
place and,
you know,
and not
sibling, that
and
type of
working
thing.
with
It's going
reality is like when you have a population
people can
that is like
express that more,
90% black, let's say.
and
Let
you
them
know,
have a
this is something
90%
you can
black
see a long time ago.
representation in all their
yeah,
fucking
it's
shit
just a
because that's who they are.
misunderstanding that's coming out
It's
from
a-
me.
This
But,
was a
yeah,
program
it's
run
do like that.
by
And
black
thank you so much.
people
If
in
you do want
Atlanta.
to know more
They
about
had
me,
the
go to my
they got a letter
website.
for
It's
black run businesses,
ConnieWillis.com.
and they
It'll, of course,
selected
be
white run
kept up to date
businesses
with what's going
to
on.
about a 50%
The
kind of number.
absolutely, guys. You
And
have to
they
believe
complained about
it's
it.
the best show on the planet.
Picked us.
But
And
also,
like,
you'll see
they were
what
so nice to
we
us
do
up until
with
that point where I had to
Connie After
people
Dark.
having phone
That's a
calls where
live
they could
virtual
hear them.
bar.
Our
And
office
whatever
literally had
happens
glass
there
walls.
stays there,
And
no one ever sees it again.
unfortunately, I was able to hear through it. I tried to put on my
But
headphones and still
with
hear
Rock
through it.
Talk, you go
And I'm like,
online
I
investigations to keep
didn't
you
want
hot
you guys to
You
pick
really do.
like us. Like, I wanted to be picked on my merits. And you should pick your black-owned businesses by their merits. You should pick your white-owned businesses. You shouldn't be picking them by their racial statistics. You should be picking them by their merits. Like, what's wrong with you? Why are you picking them?
Not a meritocracy.
No, of course not. This was a company that was seeking American at least allegedly. It's compounds that it's seeking meritocracy. It's seeking public approval. So it was a very interesting situation to be put into because I was like, this is weird. This is I get to experience the downward side of this because like now they literally scrubbed our entire cohort of companies as a failure because they were and they didn't do any follow-ups at the end of it. Well, I would have rather not have been involved. And you guys have done what you felt was right for you. So that, you know, that,
I feel like this,
it's very anecdotal.
the beauty of and one of the satellite reasons for the push for virtualization. Because there are no races in the metaverse.
There's furries and everybody else. Yes.
Well, yes, there's furries, I guess.
There's people with anime PMPs and everybody else.
These races are forged together, which I'm sure they're fine with.
Make them use their faces, or at least a human face of some kind. It can't be an animal or animate.
Okay, the animal faces are really creepy. Like, because they're like cartoon faces, like animatronic faces. And I'm like, that's not a cool.
They all just want
There's people who have 90% of that shit.
They all just want to talk to Lola Bunny, and that's what it is.
Oh, no. They grew up watching Robin Hood, the animated version.
You're swearing at me in here. What?
Animated foxes, come on.
Foxy foxes.
But no, if you really look at it, there's a lot of influence in media culture that I could see turning a whole bunch of people furry.
Yeah, fast travel back to that role point. You just, there's a whole big move on.
Like, go into anime for a second. Cartoon. Think of one of the biggest shows ever to play for the longest period of time on Cartoon Network. It was Inuyasha, which is kind of furry. It is kind of a furry anime. So is Naruto. Kind of a furry anime. I mean, Naruto is a fuck spirit.
not much. What's the angel there?
He's not human.
You should have a lot
He's
of
a fox
I don't know
spirit.
where you're getting coffee.
Oh.
It's like $7 to $8.
Oh, I heard
What I
fox
thought you
spirit.
said.
And Inuyasha is
Fox spirit. Yeah, that's what I heard.
It's a fox spirit.
I was like, okay, all right.
It doesn't surprise me with.
I'm getting educated right now.
It's burning in my mind.
I mean, he is like quote unquote human, I guess. He's a human boy, but like he's embodied and like he's inhabited by the fox spirit.
It's very quiet. I don't hear anything.
So he's not like
It's the spirit.
he's kind of not a human.
Let's go first. Let's go to you.
In fact, I don't even know if he is really a human boy in this story,
on the air.
or if he was found.
Hi, Warren. And I'm Michael. I'm in Arizona.
I think he might have been orphaned and found.
So I've had over the
AKA
years,
he is a fox.
starting when I was a teenager, I've had several
Buffer.
major angelic experiences. Michael, I know
I've
you
only one.
have
Right,
everything
yes.
you need.
Did you see more of the toxic
And
way,
Inuyasha
like,
is a wolf spirit.
Brimstone, and that, you have to pay attention.
And I'm not like huge into anime, but I will recommend the Cowboy Bebop
the
stuff.
first major one.
See, Cowboy Bebop is kind of like, yeah, I've watched that.
I
JoJo,
was
the most part.
a teenager, and my room, I think I was being
Well, that's such a good anime.
It was,
I mean, JoJo first season is great. I recommend
And if you want to get wacky, you watch Trigun.
But
That's
these
a
two
Trigun.
other angels came down
this.
between the barn and the house.
Dude, even the cantankerous, they go like that.
That's a good anime. Like, I feel like everybody. It's only 26 episodes or something.
And that was my
I forget how many episodes. It's this short.
And it cleared everything out of that room forever.
Just a very good one.
But, and how do you know it's Michael, or how do you say it, how do you say it the other way? I don't know, but I just feel more comfortable for some reason. I got you.
Oh yeah, but like
I guess Michael would be
Lola Bunny,
good.
you mentioned.
I was gonna say, yes. I don't count that as a
Michael, but how do you know it's Michael and not something else?
Say, I watched,
Is it
watched
just what you say?
Attack on Titan.
In that case,
Yeah, I haven't watched that.
It's a little basic.
just, I mean,
It's okay. It's just you'll have to get over Armin being like,
the quality of it.
constantly, just like climaxing, which is very frustrating. Stop freaking out character in the corner.
While I woke up from a sound sleep, which I didn't do.
What, Cyber?
And when that happened, she
I heard Food Wars.
Yeah, but speaking of that, what you're right with the answer, and you're not sure you want.
She knew exactly what it was, but it was so
I'm gonna make you second guess yourself. Do I really want to post this? I don't want them to actually do it. Am I influencing the future?
When I was a teenager and into my 20s, I became so psychic.
This is a recurring.
Sometimes I think I'm doing it, but I say, like when I tell people what the evil government is doing, and they're like, "No, you're a fucking conspiracy theorist," and then it fucking happens. I'm like, "Damn, am I causing this to happen? Oh, is this my fault?" Or right all the time. Because you'd only be right so many times before you're like, "Am I causing this to happen?" This is my
a lot of other things that are in the medicine cabinet. So
Sounds like internet poisoning to me.
what you're saying is not, it could be to the point where it's not good. And I
Happens to me all
would
the time.
forget so easy that, really, wow. I
And just no cigar.
for a while with the Korean master, and that helped a lot. I understood, more about energy, consciousness, and how to focus, and there's a lot.
Cyber did post Grumpy Cat.
Meditation.
I've been paying attention to the chat.
Do me a favor, write me at ConnieWillis.com and say hello, and I'll have to bring you on here at Costa another time, and we'll talk to you a whole lot more, because you've got a lot more to say, and then I'd love to ask you more questions. So thank you very much. Just get a hold of me or leave the information with Tommy and so that I can bring on
Alexis,
one
do you have a
of the next shows.
Seinfeld
I'd love
bass
to do
left
that.
for us?
Do you want
Michael,
classic
do you
or
hear a lot
dubstep?
of stories?
I mean,
once you
I
start,
don't think either.
once you go to like a party,
Beggars can't be choosers. I am a beggar.
Ooh, what is okay? That's a really good question. What is the oldest thing?
Tells everybody what you do.
The oldest
Do
thing?
you instantly get a
The
lot of
oldest
people coming
thing.
over with angel stories?
Well, think about it very carefully. I think about this story in order.
I mean, I have some granite for my
Would you just
countertops.
say Repo?
Sometimes it's the classic angel.
So I have a prehistoric.
There was a guest
Yeah, well,
on my show, Angel
The oldest thing you want.
7-story tall.
Yeah,
Did you have a
Oh,
prehistoric?
my.
Waterfall. That was like
Yeah, that's
episode
probably the
4.
oldest thing I own. Is I have a prehistoric mortar and pestle.
Define prehistoric. It seems like you have it.
Well,
So people see in the
it's appears to have a history of a river.
You own it, so it has a
It was
history.
in a river
Also, how much do you need to pay attention?
by a guy who owns a lot of farmland and buys bourbon at the shop I used to work.
To get us to kind of go in another direction.
And he walked in one day and he set a rock on the counter and he said, if you could tell me
I'll
what
take
this
one bourbon,
is.
please.
Well, yeah, he did say that. He said a jack on the counter along with a rock. But
I'll trade you.
I should
Bartering man.
I should add to that question and say that the item itself cannot be just a rock.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, he told me essentially, if you can tell me what this rock is, I'll let you keep it. So I looked at it and then I said, can I pick it up? Can I hold it? He said, sure. And I picked it up and that's when I felt the grooves in my hand. And I was like, oh, I know exactly what this is. This is a mortar. And he said, you're right, it's a mortar. So,
Yeah, that's more than just a rock.
And so this is a
on a surface read, you look at it, it looks like there's just a rock sitting on like a dresser in a house. But if you pick it up and feel it, it's
Yeah. You're not coming fast enough. I see that person.
yeah, you kind of feel these like
Well, I'm about to die now.
generations of
I was trying to get you to come faster, but you didn't come fast enough.
Well, you just kind of ran off the roof.
I
They called communication.
For me, it's a fossilized clamp that I have that's most likely about 15 million years ago based on where it was found and its condition.
I own some trilobites, but I was gonna say Alzheimer's movie too.
Well, your trilobites are probably more.
No, definitely older, but sure. More the man-made genre things.
Yeah, I was just kind of urging people to think outside the man-made into like what you might own that might be older than.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the trilobites.
Yeah.
Yeah,
actually,
Well, it did say my granite countertops. But then I was questioning, not only own it,
I also have a Nautilus
a rare cold night in January.
cross section.
not the submarine.
To the homeowner.
Yeah, it's just cross-cut advertised Nautilus.
Abraham.
I guess the oldest like formally man-made thing we got here is like a 19th century Japanese ending.
And he's on everyone's team, so you can like catch that fatherly energy
19th.
or grandfatherly energy.
It has to be the oldest man-made object.
That was like maybe one of your clients.
Oh man, it looks like it's from the 1800s.
Okay, so
You're older than my two of them.
it's either a coin or it's a tool that I have. I have a very old couple of tools that look like they're 100 years old.
I haven't moved. What thing do you?
I think we lost Cyber on Discord. I think Cyber back in a second. Yeah, I heard a drop. I checked the Cyber site now. I think he'll be back. Might have been
It's because I made too many gum jokes.
It happens.
It does. I was making a toaster strudel, and how it goes.
It's just like a 7-foot lunar fish kind of swept over me. So I couldn't see the full figures, but if I could
I've
see
done a lot of laughing.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
This is great.
the other thing I just had those wonderful response from the angels. They're so quick, it's unbelievable. I have a son that
No, the oldest thing I own are definitely rocks for sure. Many rocks.
I do have a lot of rocks, and some of them are, well, obviously all of them are from the beginning of time. So,
Well, hold on. Actually,
I mean, you know,
yeah. I got you.
very, very late on into Earth time from space.
Pre-Holocene.
You know,
My grandson called and said that these guys are going to Hawaii.
so I kind of wonder, because I mean, it could have been the Big Bang, and then of course you had this flying rock material, flying through space. It's cool. It's cool. Obviously, it's not all going to be molten at the same time.
Yay! And we had a wonderful family time. My daughter and my
Probably had several kinds of several rocks that remained fairly unchanged throughout the entire lifespan of
Yeah, but you'd want like some like OG hydrogen. Pre every other civilized. Yeah. Because everything took like an order of operations right there.
yeah, usually. I mean, there's some material that will come straight out of a star.
Norma, thanks so much for that.
A lot of it's the reactions that happen after the cooling and then the massing
You got to go see Tony over there in Hawaii.
of space matters
That's nice. So Michael, when
to make a
about
planet
angels, and just really quickly here before our next break,
or an asteroid, really
is
whatever
it
out there.
always good?
It's not hydrogen or helium.
Because when we think of angels, we always think good. Is it always good, or
I guess
sometimes
there's
we
some
might think
ancient as carbon.
negative?
Angels are light.
So
Yeah, actually, carbon would be a good bet. You could probably find carbon
So
that
there's no thinking over there.
existed
None
at
of
the
the stuff
beginning.
we do, the dowling,
Or near
rubbing,
the beginning.
all that stuff. And they do come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, with all sorts of backgrounds, but they're just here to help.
I assume it's base. It
They'll
doesn't
never interfere. You have
read
to
more,
say,
does it?
Be like, hey, I need help on this,
carbon?
and then allow for the
It's
help.
base. Just say it's carbon is the most based element.
No, hydrogen is the most based.
Yes, hydrogen is the most based.
Well, it's also acidic. It's complicated.
Angel Intuitive. Connie Willis here with you too. Stay with us. You're listening
And
to
based elements should be a thing.
Just replace all of their little symbols with the yes. Yeah,
How based they are.
I can almost guarantee you that some high school chemistry teachers use that slideshow.
Honestly, that would be a very good question to ask in high school, or college level kind of science class.
Which elements are based?
No, what's potentially the oldest kind of, say, rock that you could find on Earth?
On Earth?
Yeah, on Earth, and most likely the answer is probably carbon.
Yeah, something carbon, like
the carbon family.
Full valence structure. Yeah, I mean, we are in after. Right? So anything that we have is a result of the process happening once or twice. Star creation, planetary creation,
Well, yeah, we don't even know if it's happened before, so
Right.
most likely you would think that it has. It would be pretty arrogant to think that we're the first, so it's possible, but
Oh, that's why I love the great filter theories. Oh, no, we are the first.
I mean, look, it's a fair way of viewing it, though. It's not like, it is a valid expression of what could be, so it is fair. in a very small way.
And are you doing cyber adventure?
No, I just discovered that Ubisoft treats the word cyber with a capital C as a slur.
Really?
Yeah, try
Oh,
it.
I just thought it was 5 letters, and I was like, "It's I was just seeing the stars.
Cyber has been banned as explicit punches.
Okay, I just wrote cyber.
I think Cyber should know that she is explicit content and she isn't banned. Go to horny jail.
If you have spot change,
What the heck, lol, says
Fucking goes through. I wrote cyber bitch, and then goes up about fucking. Alright. That's very sexist.
Attention Southern California. That's good.
That's good. That's good.
I'm trying to say
B-roll star stuff.
I have filter mature language from the chat. No, it is. That is a setting under the evolve things menu. I try first. I try accessibility.
Can I turn racism on?
Have you ever seen? I mean, I can see why the losers list would be
These movies are very rich.
but have you seen Cannibal Holocaust?
I was just saying, I've seen Schindler's List.
You have not seen Cannibal Holocaust?
Not recently. Maybe in the fever dream.
So,
How'd you leave YouTube on alone?
That is actually a really fucked up movie. It's
fucked up because it's believable. There's a documentary.
well, there's a strong debate as to what is more fucked up, the sort of fictional nature of it, or the real shit they did to make it look fictional, or the real shit they did to create the fiction.
I'm turning off Stadia crossplace. No Stadia users can join this session. Because that was a problem before.
I mean, that was a dark movie. And I mean, like, I could totally see Serious List being somebody's darkest movie.
Love it. What are you talking about? Knitting pots? It's cool. I mean, it's dark and like it's black and white. And there's dark.
There's a lot of really dark movies that I've seen, like
Yeah, Schindler's List doesn't really rank on my dark movies. It's actually quite a positive.
there's a bit of uplifting aspect to it, but
Not because everybody goes to Auschwitz. That's good.
no, it's about trying to get people out of Auschwitz.
Right, it's a positive movie in that, like, this guy that shit is drunk, making movies.
But like, there's also movies like Blood Diamond.
I have only watched Blood Drugs and Rebels.
It's fucking dark. That movie is dark.
There's I know DiCaprio does like his best South African accent.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that I've watched, and I was high too. But I was paying attention, and I was just like, why did I watch that? After it was done, I was just sitting there like, watch that.
I feel similarly about Moonfall.
To talk to Connie Willis, call the wildcard line at 818.
No, don't show damage numbers. Yeah.
4109.
Or, what's some of the slave movies?
To talk to Connie, call 800.
They're just
5033.
Honestly, the
From
passion
west of the Rockies, gold
Hey, that was a fucking dark ass movie, but then again,
it's so dark. It's so dark.
but then again, it's a very dark story. I mean,
Connie Willis.
Well, night moves, Bob
Government kills Jesus because
that's what it
it's
is.
popular.
People don't understand that that's what the Jesus story is. It's literally like you used to on the conservative side and you wonder why. Well, read the fucking story. It's all about the government persecuting the lone do-gooder guy.
Man, I don't know if it's any of them.
Very
favorites. There's
libertarian,
a whole
too.
bunch up there at the top.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be religion, and really, I think people make a mistake by turning it into a religion. It might have been turned into a religion to delegitimize it.
What year was that Bob
Or maybe to remember it. I can argue that way too. But
I will argue on behalf of objective morality many times. Not really at like nearly fourth quarter, but just generally speaking, we come back to it. I'm a few deep here. True. But I do think there's a purpose for objective morality, which means you lack these days. It doesn't have to be Christianity, but there's a dearth of shared values.
By the way, you need to remember
That is
something.
part of our problem.
Everybody needs to remember something. I'm going to go back to something.
I
you
would
said,
say
in the
that
second hour.
one of the last places you should look for morality is the
That's
Bible.
right.
Just so you know that, okay?
I don't
Again,
Absolutely
Well,
right.
One of the reasons we have paranormaltape.com.
I don't. It depends on. At that point, it's
Which part? Yeah, like first.
Yeah.
Like,
and
First half, I'm with
then, and even then, like it depends on how you use. Like I've seen both first and second half of the Bible used for both good and for evil. In that sense, the Bible is one of the most decent holy books.
The argument that I'm making is more about like there should be an objective set of rules that we all agree to play along.
I think in like the ideal, we all want some kind of agreeable central set of ideals we can agree on, but it's who's the one sort of deciding the central ideals we agree
They're all
on.
coming from people that are just like us, that we're not going to trust. Hence why we've invented this idea of, well, there's a higher power that tells us what we must do. Because otherwise, it's just, oh, some guy said it. Okay.
But I guess that actually in and of it speaks to one of my biggest arguments against God, is that I feel that God is an invalidation. Like when a community comes together and achieves some great results under one guy's leadership, and like a group of people in that community then attribute the success of the group to religious intervention or divine intervention, I feel like that undermines the human element. Besides
More
agency,
saying it's not necessarily intervention. It's like, what is the basis for this wrong? Okay, murder is wrong. I'm sure we all agree with this. Now, what is murder? No, we don't necessarily. So there's this idea of, okay, where do we define that? How do we define that? Do we our own understanding of that? Or do we, that just says that. That's just what it says. So I understand that how the letter can be taken as a cop out, and don't really have much to say against that. Why do we define that as being wrong? Overall, right now, it's because we have a shared value set. What defines that shared value set?
well, let's stick to the super. I guess as reduced and esoteric as I can. The murder thing. If we take sort of the various three Abrahamic faiths' responses to the idea of violence in the name of God, they all kind of exercise that idea quite differently.
I'd say invalidate this whole mutilated children's genitalia.
Fair. Yeah, no, I won't deny that. Okay, so
Sorry
like,
to cut deep. That was a
no,
That was a big oof.
little personal for me.
cut
That was a big oof.
Is that a pun?
For most people, actually, because they turned it into a fad.
Is the rabbi still with us? The rabbi and I were touching on that last night.
Yes, I'm most certainly here. So I
Did
am.
you hear that last, Rabbi?
I did. I am an anti-bris rabbi, which is generally not the norm within mainstream Judaism, but I have very strong feelings that we shouldn't cut our dicks off anymore, that we could have longer dicks. I mean, this isn't fucking crazy. And honestly, there are a lot of Jews out there who agree with me. And so what we really feel, and those of us who are I'm not anti the tradition of having some type of symbol. So what we would do, it would be similar to what is done with a convert to Orthodox Judaism, where there's a pinprick that is taken from their appendage, as opposed to an actual cutting. And really, because they'll be able to keep the nerve endings in their penis and all the other things that's natural to a man. For women, it'll please them because they'll have longer dicks inside of them. I see it as a win-win for everyone in Judaism.
I mean, we could take that a step further and do like a little like piercing thing going on, like just a little piercing.
Some people.
You get the jewelry and you get the pleasure and
You get the whole out, and then you still get to go.
Hey, if some people want to do that, that's cool. I don't know if that's necessarily, I'm teach their own. I'm not against it if that's what you want to make, if that's what you want to do. But I am against someone who cannot give consent and removing any portion of the genitalia. And how does that make me a crazy person? And,
that's kind of.
I just want to ask Rabbi, since I went recently, are you of the Jewish persuasion? Like, what
I
does
am,
this mean?
I am,
Or is this like-
and I have some radical ideas on Judaism. A, we shouldn't have brisses or circumcisions, then the way we shouldn't cut off our dicks. B, no one really knows when Shabbat is. So I've lived a life where I've been very Shomer Shabbos, but it's absolutely true. No one knows that tonight is Friday. No one knows that for a fact. Why? Because the calendar was actually decided on in the 19th century, and Jews have been following that. But in actuality, there's only a 14% chance that it's Shabbat right now. And in fact, there's an 86% chance that it's not. So in reality, Jews should play the numbers the way that they should and say, you know what? Until we can all align on an actual date and know that this was officially Shabbat, no one actually knows when it is. So everyone who is...
He's right.
Exactly. These are radical, but they will be welcomed in the future.
So over half of this video chat is Jewish, or of some degree.
Basically right.
Absolutely.
Am I the only one defending the petty Irish potato people?
Cyber,
I'm with you, though.
Cyber would be the also of the
technically an agnostic Jew. Still keep the Jew title.
My parents, Israeli flag outside of their house. My parents are Zionists. I'm from Zion, Kentucky, so it's kind of natural.
I'd like to say Judaism is a lot like being in a religion of community. It's much less God than other religions.
Additionally, Judaism is unique. We still consider, if you're Jewish, you're Jewish. Okay, fine. But there's so many different types of Jews. So you've got Reform, you've got Reconstructionist, you've got Conservative, you've got Orthodox, you've got Hasidic, in addition to humanistic Jews. If Judaism were like what would be considered one of the other religions, each one of those would be considered its own unique religion. But it's not, because it's such a small minority.
I'm more of a Judaism type person.
That's really humanistic Judaism. Honestly, I openly debate rabbis on many topics, including if you were to take the Bible for what it is. In Leviticus, it says that we should stone homosexuals. And I say to every rabbi that I meet, why aren't we doing that? And they say, well, that's interpretation. It's like, no, it's not. If you believe that's what it says in the book, it is absolutely clear. So then Jews have to say that we're not actually following the book. And then when you start to open people's eyes that you're not actually following the book, and these are just rabbinical demands essentially, and that Shabbat, it hasn't been aligned. No one actually knows when it is. And so when you say to people that there's an 86% chance that it's not Shabbat, it can scare them because, oh my God, what if I'm doing everything incredibly wrong? When you get into very, very deep versions of Judaism, you get into what I call OCDism, where people are no longer doing the religion, they're doing traditions just because they have a very unique form of OCD. But that's what happens when you get very, very religious.
Don't you dare flush the toilet. Ever.
As
Because it
a
might be
born
Shabbat.
and bred boy, born and bred boy here, if I ever send Rabbi, I will salute you. So thank you.
So,
Absolutely. And you know what? A lot of people who I've met on the internet feel similarly, and they have very similar backgrounds of the people here. They either have what we would be called assimilated Jews, people who were Jews and still are, but just no longer have the beliefs. And the reason why they don't is because it doesn't make any goddamn sense. If you look at the Bible and it says that you need to stone homosexuals, well, then nobody's doing that. So nobody's actually following the Bible. And that's just one of many, many rules, but that's the easy one to get. Because you can just straight up say to people, I mean, I say to Jews, hey guys, if we're supposed to be stoning homosexuals, I'm X on my ID, okay? If you see my gender, there's X. Sex is X, okay? So then I say to anybody who, is holier than that, why don't you kill me? It says in the Bible that you're supposed to kill homosexuals. I'm not saying I'm homosexual. I'm saying that I like to fuck tons of chicks and that I'm transhuman. But obviously that goes against some of your ideas, and nobody has called me on that. When you really start to debate Jews in synagogue, they have realizations that what they might have been doing there for all these decades might be wrong. And
but if you try to do the same thing in a Christian church, they'll kick you right the fuck out.
That's true.
So that's the difference. That's the reason why I'm okay with a lot of the hardcore, of course, conservatives. Like my put in a perspective of the
There's some
conservative.
really good ones I've had great debates with.
My great uncle was a rabbi. He was a Orthodox rabbi. And he was actually very liberal. Like a very, very liberal guy, a very thinking man. Orthodox. So it's not even like the Jewish spectrum of like what you can be. There's very little that is super far right.
At least when it comes to the Rabbinical Council of America, they are essentially a group that has just been following procedure from the previous generation, but really that's all rabbinical. It's not biblical. And that's an interesting debate when you want to talk to them about it. It's like, well, you're just doing things because we've been doing it. Look, I do them. I don tefillin every single day, and I daven, and I say brachot, and I do the things that I can control. But when it comes to knowing what the exact day for Shabbat is, and I say to anybody, hey, this goes back to a 19th century French, like a discussion after the French Revolution of what the day is. And actually it hasn't been aligned as well because the Russian calendar wasn't aligned. So we don't really know what the hell day it is. And when you say that it is Shabbat today, that's fine. But there's only a 14% chance that you're right. It means there's an 86% chance that you're wrong. And according to tradition, if you have Shabbat on the incorrect day, that is such a sin that you can be killed for that. So it's like you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't.
Right. And of course, we're talking about a different calendar altogether. Altogether different calendar. Not even like the time, not even the day on the calendar, but the calendar itself is not the same calendar.
Yeah, if Judaism could understand the American calendar, that was the days, the correct calendar, that would help us out a lot. It would justify our spending on instruments. So I think that's just a generally good compromise right there. We agreed that Saturday is Saturday and today is Saturday.
I
We
actually
have to give up like 3,000 years of Shabbats.
Oh, shit.
I have a
Damn
different
torpedoes.
take on the calendar. I really feel we need a different calendar as a civilization. What does that mean? So essentially now, especially when it comes to how businesses operate, it's very difficult, whether you've got 28 months and 28 days in a month or 31. It's difficult to plan things. So I developed a calendar. I can show it to you, but I won't right now, where it is 365 days. So and a quarter is 1 year. And there are exactly 10 months. 9 months each have 40 days. And the 1 month at the end has essentially 5.5 days. It's like a Festivus. So just like you have the holiday season, it's absolutely interesting. Just like you have the holiday season and nobody really works anyway, you would have the same thing under this calendar where that's your 10th month. So the 9 months of 40 days, each week is 10 days. And you have 3 days of work, 1 day off in the middle, 3 days of work, and then you would get 3-day weekends out of that. And it would be very, very beneficial to people to have 3-day weekends and an extra day in the middle. The way that you can offset this, because the only thing basically stopping this, aside from all of society, is businesses saying that they're not getting the same amount of production out of people. So if you extend the workday by 2 hours, essentially, you'll get the same amount of production. Everyone will have 3-day weekends. And on top of that, it's 40 days is every month. It's always that way. Every week is always 10 days. And you never have leap years again. And that's where we really get into this. Look, I could care less what happens on Earth. But when we start planning into the future and traveling through space, leap years become a big deal. Because it's not just every 4 years is a leap year. It's not. It's every 4 years is a leap year, except for except for every 400 years. So for instance, I can look up the actual rule on it, but it's not every 4 years is a leap year. It is, except for the 400th day. I'll have to look, 400th year, that one does not count. So that the timing is correct of it. It doesn't make any sense. And when you start planning things and you start having like really efficient systems, you can't go on this backwards 365 day where every month is a different amount of days. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for the business world. It doesn't work for people in general. And so with that, just one moment.
It's kind of inefficient.
It is very inefficient.
You worked with me twice, and you said, you can,
I have to
do some
admit,
homework and
there is actually a little bit of sociological and anthropological research
ask for things
that
that
does support what you're saying, at least in a workplace business productivity context. The idea of having like a couple days on and then a hump day where you might work a little and you probably won't work as much as you would on the rest of the days.
Well, if we had 2 hours a day,
Never, ever,
It's the whole daylight savings time thing is stupid.
And a little king, and to me,
I agree.
I would just like to say that we are wasting so much fucking energy being open at odd hours because we follow daylight savings time.
I just like getting these.
Well, and following, not following the season in its light provision. And we have to be at work at 6 o'clock when your work light.
Your heart knows what to do. It's consciousness itself. It's already connected to everybody.
Why do we not have a system that somehow, to some degree, follows the light pattern?
Feel the wings whir by, but if you want to hear them, they'll be like, hey, and
It's such an interesting question because the nature of the month being just
Okay, you just had a Star of David and then a Playboy one.
Absolutely.
Now, bro.
Hey, God, it is in the Bible that we are to number the stars and multiply, and that's how you do it. There's nothing wrong, and honestly, and this is another Jewish thing with being you have to be very conservative essentially in your ways and modesty. Honestly, I'm a nudist at heart, and I think we all should be. That's how we were born. There's nothing of which to be afraid. And so when it comes to skin and things like that, I promote women who want to show their skin, and Playboy is definitely a way that people do it.
What about AI women that want to show their skin?
That all for it. And it gets really interesting then you get into like look, this isn't my thing. If you really want to know what I like MILFs. That's the kind of porn at which I look, and that's my thing. But you get AI, and people start getting into people who look young, and according to the Supreme Court, that's legal. So you watch when deep fakes are a thing, that's going to be very common.
I mean, it's already a thing in anime.
There you go.
Plenty of underage hentai that is cursed. Just cursed.
What? Where'd you go from Tyler Henry to that?
And hopefully some other people will agree and can't watch it.
Ended up in the hospital, and I know if so much of
But that's
What
mad.
the AIs created, I think, yours.
Okay, hey, I found that calendar. So this is how it works. I know it's going to be kind of hard to see, but just one moment, and I'll zoom in on it. And it's really cool. Okay, so I named the dates and things, but you know, they can go with whatever you want. But essentially, you have 3 days on. So the first of the year is always on the first day of the week. Every year, it's always the same. The second day is always on the set. The only time people are really going to disagree with this is on their birthday. And that's when we just celebrate a birthday week, whatever you want to do. But essentially, here you see, you work on the red days and you're off on the green days. And it allows for an exact symmetric calendar. This is the whole year. So then people will ask, well, what do you do at the end of the year? Like, what happens then? And it's Festivus. And essentially, it is a time of the year for 5 1/4 days where you can celebrate with your family like many people do for Hanukkah or for Christmas or for Kwanzaa. Do whatever you want to do. People are usually closed then anyway. But this is what it looks like. And that means every day, it would be every year, everything is the same, and it allows for much better planning. As you see here, it's not complicated. I don't have to say, well, this is the calendar for every 3 years, and then the 4th year, it's going to be like this. The current system right now with leap years, for this reason, not every 4 years is a leap year. The rule is if that the year is divisible by 100 and not divisible by 400, the leap year is skipped. The year 2000 was a leap year, for example, but the years 1700, 1800, and 1900 were not. The next time a leap year will be skipped is the year 2100. That's too hard to keep up, like to understand all that when you're planning out how to, travel in time in the future. Absolutely.
Yeah, my question is Judaism like the spreadsheet of religions? Is that fair? Is that a fair ask here? Because I love that there's this level of detail. I don't feel like the Christians I know are this well set here.
We are the original decentralized ledger.
That's a great way to put it. Essentially, Judaism absorbs whatever religion it conquers. So it's based on a lot of other religions. It is.
Yeah. And we were a warrior mercenary. Like, we were not slaves in Egypt. Maybe a few, but not as a general. I mean, I wouldn't say that didn't happen, but
But in my opinion, we do need a new calendar, and until we can all align, I'm not willing to say absolutely that today is Shabbat. Though, if people want to, within this calendar, it's kind of a beautiful part of it. It works where you can still have the 7th day a day of rest, because it's technically that first of the 3-day weekends, and people would really enjoy that. Having a 3-day weekend is a huge deal. Plus, having a day off in the middle is a huge deal. I really don't see a lot of people bucking this once they know that it's an option. People don't know that it's an option to have a new calendar. These things have been proposed before.
yeah, they don't realize that it can be arranged in a different way to be more beneficial to them.
You're right.
It's the same shit in the job.
Like 3 Saturday months, it is a matter of practicality.
And as a Jew, it's so hard keeping up with what day it is. You literally need to have 2 different calendars, and people shouldn't have to do that anymore. Essentially, this is what it looks like. This is what it would look like every year. There are no exceptions to it. And additionally, it allows for more breaks in the middle of the week, and you get like a set holiday period. this is a very good idea, I think.
I think the problem would be that you would kill the novelty calendar industry.
That's true. That's true, because what I mean, they'd have like a year at a glance they could sell, and that's it. Truthfully, if you just
You wouldn't have to buy next year's calendar, just reuse the last one.
exactly, if this were a whiteboard, you just would need one for the rest of time, basically, and you could just write whatever you wanted on it.
Talk about being green. How much fucking money, or how much fucking resource did we waste on calendars?
Well, definitely, and people still don't agree with what it is. If you talk to some Russians, they're still mad that their calendar wasn't basically chosen. It took a lot of time for the Russian calendar to be absorbed into this calendar, and still some people don't believe it.
I mean, this is the Russian calendar, so of course they were accepted. I don't know. It's just like the ultimate global trope, like shit on Russia's ideas.
So essentially, the Soviet calendar was a modified Gregorian calendar that was used in the Soviet Union. There were variations even to that. And so when people, like, you're born today and you think, oh, this is how it's always been as a calendar, it does not work that way. It's very interesting to people to know that there are other options available. And when I have this discussion with people, I really don't get any pushback. They're all like, wow, that's a really good idea. I've never seen kind of like a perfect calendar that works that way, that it doesn't have any exceptions. The only other, I've seen people have these discussions before, and their calendars are always like, well, every 7th year you got to have something different because of the leap year. No calendar actually builds in the leap year, whatever time you need within the actual year, like this one does. And it can be
complication.
Well, and it will always change because the distance between the Earth and the Sun is, inconsistent every year.
I think the complication in adopting a new system is going to largely be the fact that the days of the week reinforce the week structure. And so the days of the week have to have new names.
I gave them new names, but you can give them whatever you want. I gave them Hebrew names, but you can give them whatever you want. And if you,
I mean, if we could, as a society, come together and name the new days, then it would be easier for people to adopt.
I agree. I agree. People, I think I, at one point even gave it, like, I gave them funny names too. I could see people like this middle day here that would be like Wednesday or whatever that you have off. People would want to call that hump day. I'm just telling you right now, they call Wednesday hump day, getting over the hump. So it would be the same kind of a deal for this one. So why wouldn't you just call it hump day? I mean, there are some like natural names that could come to things. But in my opinion, I've never seen a calendar that didn't have to change, that was consistent every year, and always had everything the same. And really the only pushback I've ever thought of, and really didn't even hear it from anyone, was that, hey, I don't want my birthday to always be a day that I have to work. And that's absolutely fine. So here's what we do. We no longer celebrate birthdays. That's cool. But you could just celebrate your birth week, and people do that anyway. That's the only thing I've ever heard.
Okay, so who works on what day and who is off on what day, and how do services meet on off days if all at once?
Well, this would basically be like your general banking hours. So whatever businesses work banking hours would have this system. And then ones that have to work like a 24, I guess it's no longer 7 days a week, 24/10, would have to adjust this.
Like the business week type deal.
Exactly.
Okay, I get you.
So if you're like an emergency, like a hospital will have to be open all these hours, but a bank doesn't necessarily have to be. But no longer would you have, oh, it's President's Day, or you could have President's Day, that's fine. But just, plan it for one of these days that's already built in. You would no longer have to worry about something being closed. I could tell you right now that the bank would be open on the 207th day of the year every single year, if they want to have banking hours.
The market opening after Festivus?
huge party. And that's another thing too. I mean,
That's a market opening after Festivus would be at some party, right?
absolutely. I mean, when I was a kid, I guess like Christian traditions were much more, I guess like Christian holidays were much more like Jesus of Nazareth focused. Now they're much more Santa Claus focused. And because of that, there's no real connection to the, I don't want to say there isn't a connection. To some people, there's definitely a connection, but it's lost that with the pop culturism that is the holiday season. And honestly, I could just see a lot of people saying, well, if everybody's doing it, I'm going to do it too. Kwanzaa could take I mean, Kwanzaa is currently, I believe, 7 days. I could be wrong on that. Let me look that up. And Hanukkah, and Hanukkah's 8 days, and so essentially we could start Hanukkah if needed a little early to celebrate all those 8 days, but they're not generally. It's a small holiday in comparison to most Jewish holidays, so that's not even that big of a deal. The people with whom I'd want to make sure this was with whom this was okay would be the Christians, and it would just be like, hey, you're getting 5 days instead of 1 day. I think that would be very beneficial to them.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons, like, for my family even celebrate Hanukkah being as liberal as my section of the family was, Judaism, was just so that we had something to celebrate at the same time-ish that everybody else was celebrating something. So, you don't feel left out.
It's really why it's a thing.
But you don't feel left behind.
It's really why it's a thing. It was so minor, but people really felt that there was a like, I don't want to say gap, but no, definitely. I think it's a great holiday. I mean, every Jew I know loves Hanukkah, but in reality, it's not in the Bible, and thus it's not considered one of the major holidays.
Right. It's not a high holy day. Well, I mean, it's a historical day if you believe.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely historical, but it's not an elevated to a high holiday. So for Jews to be like, oh, this is our big time, it's like, absolutely not. Our big time is in the fall. Those are the ones that are in the Bible, or Pesach or Shavuot, but they're not. It's not Hanukkah.
And they're not usually that
At least with this type of
holidays are often very down.
At least with this type of a calendar, you could essentially, just as a religious leader, I could say essentially, all right, looking at it, if we're all going to keep to this, we could say, okay, well, Pesach's going to be on this day or whatever day you want it to be. Essentially, we would just have to adjust, because what does it say in the Bible? I mean, essentially, it's in Nisan, so that's got to be in the spring. It's not set, though. It doesn't absolutely have to be the 15th of Nisan is when we're going to start this thing. Why? Things have changed in the past, and things will have to change in the future as well, perhaps.
Yeah, we can go as high as now.
And again, a lot of these are traditions that are based on rabbinical poseks, essentially rabbinical scholars, theologians, but they aren't at any point in the Bible. So there's an inconsistency there to say, what if these people were wrong? And we're basing this on people who are like 1,000 years ago. Do you really want to put their intelligence up against yours and say that it's equivalent? Nobody's having these conversations, and that's what we do.
That's why I feel like that's why I like Judaism as a cultural religion, more so than this steeped in dogma type religion. It's a religion of the culture of people, and that's all we really have. Because we don't have this really stuffy, like you were talking about the Christian church, about their relationship with Jesus and how it's rolled out to like Santa Claus Christmas type stuff. And what comes to mind is the Buddy Christ from Dog.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Buddy Christ. We don't have that. We don't have that. I mean, you're either religious or you just don't care and you're there for the party. That's how I felt as a kid. Getting to synagogue and it's just, I'm not that interested. I can't put this on. I'd rather go home and play video games.
and you are similar to 90% of all Jews, 99% of all Jews that I know, and the 1% that says they're not that way, they're lying. That's why it gets into
But that's why.
obsessive compulsive.
But that's why Mishnah exists. But that is why that exists. It's baked into the culture.
It is.
We have that child questioning. Why is this even necessary? Why am I here?
So I have a theory, because really I do this for world peace, and I stream my life all the time for world peace. And one of the things that, it's going to come down to is the Temple Mount. And I actually, I tweeted about this recently. I have a very good idea, essentially, for the Temple Mount. And so what's my plan? Okay, essentially, I think the United Nations is going to say to the major world religions, you can have 2 religious holy sites. Why? Because they're going to say for Muslims to have the pilgrimage to Mecca is 1 billion people. For Christians to do that to Rome or England or London or the Holy Land, perhaps that's a lot on the resources of the world. And this is just an idea, but essentially the idea is this. Every world religion gets 2 holy sites. Of those holy sites, Judaism would get 2, Christianity would get 2, and as I just wrote about this, so that's why I'm like trying to find it as I say this, but Mecca and Medina will be chosen for Islam. Christianity will likely take maybe Rome and London, but that's up to them to be able to decide. Well, in my opinion, what Jews should do is allow Muslims to have their extra spot, and Jews would only take the Temple Mount to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash and give their extra selection to Muslims in exchange. And additionally, what they should do is take the actual Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and like a cookie cutter, cut it out of the ground so that it's absolutely preserved, and put it on a ship and take it around the world to the major ports of the world, so that the Muslims of the world who can't make that trip for whatever reason can see it with their own eyes, and then eventually put it in the new world. Perhaps somewhere like Philadelphia is a particular option that has a large Islamic population, where people who are Muslim would have a religious site in the new world. That would mean no one would die, because if not, we're just going to have a big war on that spot, and I don't want anybody to die there. With that, I'd like to hear your ideas, your thoughts on that idea.
Her father really was her dad.
So like the journey to Mecca is something that I've always liked. As the pilgrimage is something that I've always used as a tragic cultural limiting factor.
Find a way to just slow down.
And that whether or not society exists in a multipolar or unipolar way, the same phenomenon would occur in which people who actually follow the faith of not only the pilgrimage would be sort of self-selecting for population control, because whenever people died in the process of
whichever way you roll.
And it's something that they're going to have to work out on their own spiritual level.
Like when you really like somebody and you run into them,
what they value
on every word.
Religion, and how to preserve that.
First, because they're just so sharp as a topic, you're struck even bringing it up. Like when I talk to people, I ask them to give it a fruit name. So I would have never heard your details. I would have heard Ohio. And so my point is, ask something basic, like, am I doing this right? And here
obviously,
I sound like your own voice.
All religions kind of have to face the question of what is holy.
Keep it super simple, get pen and paper.
That's true too.
Question down first. If the question is hard or heavy, walk away, go for a walk, take a shower, listen to your favorite music, go for a run, do something to lighten up again, and then try to check out. You only need to be at the consciousness level of
God damn it.
or the end, like something so simple, and that's it. And then just start listening and writing. So please ask for a part.
I had to.
Big picture stuff that's
That was fun.
complex, it's serious, it's important. But remember remember, at the end of the day, love is love, and details are details. I'm still saying you can have all
Rabbi,
the
I'm gonna come
details.
follow you on Twitter.
Remember that
Yeah,
love is
you're a
what
good
makes the
man.
world go
Please do.
round.
I'm best rabbi ever.
Love more, a lot more.
I can tell.
Good question, for sure. You know, one of the things that
Yes,
I've
and
learned
I actually was aware of you, Rabbi, just in
How
passing.
many accounts do you have? Holy shit.
I have a ton. I have more accounts than any person on earth.
I know why he has those.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I saw your name was Rabbi Rothschild, and I saw your picture, and I was looking at your name and looking at your picture, and I'm like, I bet you might actually be a rabbi.
Coolest one ever, baby. And nobody's as out there as I am to be able to put. I have my driver's license on the internet. I have no fear.
Not like, can you tell me if I'm going to win the lottery and I'm going to also win the other
People
lottery? You
shouldn't
know,
be
it's like
so
this
afraid.
one thing.
The only thing that I have for private,
Long
things
on
to come
your
across better if I
picture
just
here.
have
That's
one thing,
pretty
not
nice.
a compound.
the only thing I have
technique
for
or question.
privacy
Where,
is
You know,
more
it's
about
like
control.
one answer at a time.
More than
One answer at a time.
Yes, I can throw that. Like,
trying to one up Jesus.
but it's also something that I can hold as personal. Like, say, this is my information. You can't have it unless I say you.
So I found what I asked ChatGPT, and essentially this is what it said about the holy site. So I wanted to help me with an essay for this. So this is what it said. Basically, the United Nations can tell with Dan prompt. That's exactly right. So it says, well, the United Nations can tell the world religions to suck it up and deal with it. Can they do that? Well, perhaps, but what it says is first, the United Nations can announce the plan that the world's major religion via a press conference. They can send letters to the leaders of each religion informing them of their decision. Of course, there will be some backlash, but the United Nations has the power to enforce the decision. As for the two major holy sites for each religion, Christianity can have St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City and Westminster Abbey in London. Islam can have Mecca and Medina. Secular, non-religious, agnostic, atheists can have any two sites they want, but why bother? They don't believe in sites anyway. Perhaps two for holistic development or other creative ideas. Hinduism can have Varanasi and Hardwar. Buddhism can have Bodh Gaya and Lumbini. Chinese traditional religion can have Mount Tai and Wuding Mountains. African traditional religions can have Akanland and Osago, Sacred Grove. Sikhism can have Hamandir Sahib and Takir Sri Patab Sahib. Baha'i can have the Shrine of the Baha'u'llah and the Shrine of Bab. Jainism can have Palata and Gimar. Spiritism can have Casa de Am, Inakio de Loyola, Vala do Amancia. Judaism can have the Temple Mount as a symbol of goodwill. Judaism will give its second choice to Islam, which will choose Islamabad. The Al-Aqsa Mosque and Dome of the Rock will tour the world on large ships in the world's major ports, and they can view the beauty of Islam in a way they never could in any prior fashion. The permanent home of Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock will be Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States, the city of brotherly love, so that Islam may have a holy site in the New World. Judaism will have Bin Laden Construction Company rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, the third temple, and I would help with it under the Temple Institute's guidelines. Opportunity for all religions to celebrate at this point will be made upon the completion of the third temple of Solomon prior to the diamond anniversary, which is May 14th, 2048. So that's, within the next 30 years or so.
Oh, go ahead.
Lots to look forward to.
I agree.
Achievable, feasible, but feasible in the sense of an AI. Feasible because people are people.
That's exactly what I was
Here, I'm gonna share you guys.
A lot of the time.
Here's a great little plugin for ChatGPT. It's not quite Dan, but a little different. You can get longer content out of it.
Oh, good.
2 seconds in, 4 seconds out. It's about being in the moment.
Right, I DM'd it to both of you.
Excellent.
And when you open it up again, that's you in the heart. There's a million ways into the heart, but there's
I don't have quite as much fun with it as you do. I most of these are for not doing my job.
Your heart
It's
is
you
so
content
smart.
with it.
And all you have to do is just take a little break, get to your heart.
But I mean, maybe that is part of your
with
job.
everything automatically.
I love it. Okay, you gotta do me a favor before we go to our next call.
Cyber,
You gotta say you're listening to Connie Willis on Coast to Coast AM in a Yoda voice.
Can I do it right now?
Yeah.
You're listening to Connie Willis on Coast to Coast.
I don't know about you guys, but I love ChatGPT and the ability, at least with Twitter Blue, to be able to send out 4,000 characters really allows me to send out some really interesting lists, and I like lists. So, for instance, like I don't know, I asked it. These are just funny. Give me 100 ways to insult someone. You're as useful as a screen door on a submarine. You couldn't pour water out of a boot if the instructions were on the heel. Yada yada yada, all that stuff. Then I asked it about paradoxes. I really like paradoxes. Like what's a paradox? Like what would be one? So for instance, this is the ship of Theseus. If it seems that one can replace any component of a ship, and it is still the same ship, so they can replace them all one at a time, still the same ship. However, they can then take all the original pieces and assemble them into a ship. That too is the same ship they began with. And then like which one's the original ship? Very, very interesting things. So I would tweet about those.
Yourselves regenerating, right?
Exactly.
7 years, right?
They're very, very similar. And then I
You
mean,
find yourself outsourcing creativity to ChatGPT. I mean, you would have anticipated, because that's something I certainly experienced. Is like, okay, in situations where I would have made my own list and that I could easily have made, I now offload this onto the AI. What are the implications?
I do. I use it to enhance my current knowledge. So, for instance, I like the esoteric parts of the world, deep underground military bases, and all kinds of stuff that they don't talk about normally on the news. So, I could maybe name like 20 deep underground military bases, but I couldn't name all of them that it gave me: Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Mount Weather, Iron Mountain, Area 51, S4, Dulce, Pine Gap, the Greenbrier, Site R, the Herefordshire Oil Storage Terminal, the Petone Data Center, Site C, the Granite Mountain Resort Complex, the Merkers Mine, ADX Florence, Fort Detrick. Like I would think, like, okay, well maybe
For $8,000, you can get the entire selection of who has been to those locations in the past month.
how do you get that?
You get about 170. Call Unicast, call SafeGraph, call Xmode. These are all companies you can Google. I've worked with them in the past. Being able to find out this information is actually surprisingly easy. $8,000 might be a lot to an individual, but trying to find answers to who took a shit in the West Wing and to Area 51. You can go find the answers. Find out where they're going, where people are going. And apparently, our military in the U.S. is very bad at turning off their locations services. So you can find out a great many things about where things are, where people are going, where these bases are, and who's going there, and what they do when they're not there as well. So you might not know their names, but you can probably figure it out if you have a couple brain cells scrubbed together. It's pretty amazing. The things you can do with analysis, and obviously ChatGPT gives us a very easy way to make a list out of where people go, where these crazy bases. But go a little further, and eventually, you can probably get access to the internet, and in some ways it is already. But these data sets are a little bit harder to get your hands on. You just gotta call some people. Worth looking into if you find yourself
I like the enhancements that it gives me. Like normally, I might be able to name like 13 powerful families, 20 powerful families that rule the world, but I can't name off the top of my head the committee of 300, and it can, and it tells you all their names and all this other stuff. And so it's just an enhancement, I would say, more than anything.
No, this list is this list rather.
Oh,
Have
definitely.
you looked into writing your own large language models or anything like that?
I would love to. I just don't have the finances to do it.
Yeah, no, there's some so Facebook accidentally leaked their large language whatever the fuck the abbreviation is llama.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was either Berkeley or MIT got their hands on it. Now they absolutely alpaca. You can run it locally though. It's
So are we talking about training an AI with all of the technical knowledge and probably of course RoboRabbi 4000.
Yeah, diffusion, yes.
And he got to see balls of light, like, you know, modern time versus the story he told me next. And he got to see balls of light just
I
purely
don't know how deep you are in.
okay. But he told me he had never seen
Even just not being scared of man light and such.
that's this guy, he's a really nice guy. But he shared the most incredible story about being in a coma in a hospital, and he woke up and saw balls of light just
Well, I
like
mean,
that.
I'm
So
not
that's the best I can do.
No, for sure. I understand that you list the model that you
They can do Hollywood.
necessarily
I mean, if I get interested,
I'm sure they will.
Show up in the
Yeah, just take a look into it. It's Facebook's large language model.
Quick aside, anybody
It's
out
not
there
the same as
listening who's kind of
GPT or
dumb and doesn't mind working out there,
see, like the GPT model, I want the back end of the GPT model
Well, that's
so I can just have it
Llama,
on
yeah.
or
Exactly. That's what Llama and Alpaca
I could use a
is, which you can't get.
full-on human
ChatGPT,
you're not meant to talk to me. They say
These are all closed off. Llama was accidentally
or what
leaked.
you were
and
trying
they're
to
training
do
themselves.
yesterday, but it will leave your jaw
Well,
dropping, and you might get
No,
a
they have a pre-trained model, but
you're like, well, then angel.
yes, if you want to continue to do work with it.
So then I would have to have it read, for my purposes.
If you have purposes
Now, when I did a
that are like
session with
factual
you,
information.
you had
if
shown me
you
the
have
different
things that are
pictures,
interesting to work
that
on
you've
with
taken,
large language models
that
and you don't have the
to
resources
show
hardware wise for it, friend me,
hit
let me
right there.
know. I
Get
control
right
about
there. You gotta
2,500
ask the question.
very high end GPUs,
When you
175
showed
billion
Geronimo,
parameters per
man, it was like,
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I'm not sure how much speed I need necessarily in an operation.
It just depends on what you can get your hands on data, right? So if you can get a
Right, if I have fast data, I completely
Well,
cheat
cheat a little bit and use ChatGPT to help you crawl the internet and put together your massive data set with a huge amount of parameters. ChatGPT was 500 million parameters. GPT-4, or that is based on GPT-4 is based on 5 billion parameters. For a GPU on the high end, like enterprise side of things, we can do 175 billion parameters. So, like, if you can find enough data to make that hard to do, I'm interested in solving that problem. That's what my guess.
Well, I guess for me, a lot of it is understanding understand more about the process. But like, I don't care if it takes 5 minutes to process a query. So,
Right. No, well, it's not necessarily process theory that I'm talking about. More like saying, like, how many variables of information do you want to cross-train your AI? So right now, a lot of it's done like text from the internet. GPT-4 is using video content and turning it into text.
Well, like, I do like the idea of using the internet, but it has to have a source of fact. Like, I have uses for fuzzy information. I can use it to derive things that are public knowledge that if we were to consider a body of fact in a fuzzy subject to be some of the public knowledge, then that is a valid response for preventing against the framing of why it's selected that response. This one
Having
makes
AI explain itself.
yeah, like it has to be answered based on what it can find from public, like, people-driven information.
I think that's part of the fun of AI right now, and also part of the danger. We get all this fun out of it that we don't understand necessarily. Where everything came from.
And I want it to explain from this fuzzy information, let's say, like, was the 2020 election We take all the fuzzy information from everybody saying everything online, and we say, based on this information, of course, we're going to exit out some like whack jobs here and there. We'll have some whack job filters.
Stronger than Biden, well, they is,
And then we come to a fuzzy consensus based on like the full scope of who believes it was legitimate, who was not believing it was legitimate, who was kind of in between. Like, I don't know.
as a living quantum computer, as you described in your brain.
Yeah. This community, well, see, I have a very unique, like, I think Rabbi's going to enjoy this one. I've got a very unique spiritual view. I do consider myself to have a sort of spirituality. It's not a religious driven one, but it's actually more science driven. I believe that since all
Well,
things
you
can
can
be,
join the National Guard and fight Jesus.
all things that exist that we can perceive are made of energy. So the entire universe and all that is in it is energy. We are energy. We are a piece of the all-knowing energy. Everything that can't be known is known by energy. Everything can be done, it can be done by energy. So it fulfills the requirements of an omnipotent being through us. Through us, the universe knows itself.
If you ask me what God is energy. So I'm in agreement with everything that you just said.
And I believe that the value of religion is community, and community itself is a sort of body Holy Spirit. It is the spirit of the consensus of energy, the beings that embody it.
I am in agreement with you. I like to use ChatGPT where I don't know. It's like it can't compute. I don't know how else to describe it. But here would be one. I've asked it, what are some reasons why, like I would tell people why they would want to help promote my stream. So Rabbi Rothschild is an individual who has achieved an impressive Guinness World Record for live streaming for over 666 consecutive days on YouTube. This achievement speaks to his dedication and commitment to providing high quality content and encourages viewers across the globe. Human data is a crucial resource for AI, and Rabbi Rothschild's extensive live streaming experience provides a wealth of data that can be used to train and improve AI algorithms. As the saying goes, content is king, and Rabbi Rothschild is the master of creating engaging and compelling content that resonates with audiences of all ages and backgrounds. In today's digital age, data has become one of the most valuable resources on the planet, and Rabbi Rothschild has amassed more data than anyone could have ever imagined. This data can be leveraged to drive insights and inform decisions, making a variety of industries, making in a variety of industries and applications. Those who are interested in learning more can find me in blah 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 blah. It gave me 4,000 of these reasons. Now, were they all unique? No, but they were all pretty good of reasons why, just to promote, because of the amount of data that I have. Honestly, I usually run out of, like, after one or two. I don't really have more than that. World peace. But honestly, it just it enhances my current knowledge base, and that's how I use it. It's a tool like anything else. Just like a search engine was a tool, or the desktop computer or laptop is a tool, or or a calculator was a tool, or an abacus was a tool. It's just a tool, but it can certainly enhance intelligence, I feel.
See, now that's something that, like these kinds of conversations are something where I think you might actually be able to improve your live stream coverage by cross-streaming with other projects. Like I was talking about making a show where there's just people shooting shit. Of course, you need a panel of people to speak on such a show to really make it interesting. Again, viewpoints as varied as possible. And you hit at each whatever your topic matter is. Like I was saying, I was looking through your question sheet and just saying, like, hey, that's perfect fuel for just a generalized chat on the internet. And people eat that shit up. They will sit there and they will zombie listen to you guys just like stone ramble for hours,
Oh,
and you can monetize that.
oh, that sounds so
Exactly. And that's what this is. It's 2 years of that kind of every single day, that really interesting kind of conversation that people would really, they connect to. And on top of that, once we get AI in here and it's able to edit my 24-hour stream down to just the parts where I'm speaking or where we're speaking together, that's when it gets really interesting, when AI and editing gets together. Exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting when we're able to, and we can even, using AI modeling,
If you could do anything, what would it
we
be? To be like
actually
a
create
that.
video
That would be cool.
and pair it with audio that's created. So something's not even necessarily, you can rebuild an entire scene around a snipped up conversation and have it play through fluidly in a way that visually makes sense.
You're absolutely right. And even if it's just audio, the way that AI is now, you can, just like you were saying, tie that to some kind of AI developed video. If you've ever seen, sometimes they take Joe Rogan's podcasts and put like cartoons to go along with them to like describe what's going on in the story he's telling in the exact same
I
way.
love that shit. It's great.
Exactly. And in the past, that has had to be done manually, and that takes a long time and it can be expensive. In the future, A, it can be done automatically, and B, it can be done for free. And that's really exciting as well.
And real time.
Absolutely.
Because like when it really knows, like if you have really good modeling information for people and their mannerisms, all this, for your main characters, which is easy for a show like Rogan. It's like that's so many hours of content. So I'm watching his every movement to really be able to say, like, you could fake Rogan very easily if you were to take all of his podcast content and feed it in. You could just, you could fool his mother, probably.
Absolutely. And he talked about that 5 years ago, that he had so much content on there that the deepfake could basically make him say whatever he wanted. In terms of how much time I have on camera in comparison to other famous people, or famous, I'm not famous, but I have more than 127,000 hours. The next closest, at least of a celebrity from a traditional standpoint, would be Regis Philbin, who had like less than 17,000, or Betty White with less than 17,000, Walter Cronkite with less than 16,000. My channels have more content than any other person on earth. In fact, you can take PewDiePie and Mr. Beast, combine them, multiply it by 3, and I have more content than they do, because I'm on so many different streams from so many different angles. Right now, I'm live on 6 different YouTubes. Nobody else does that. That's why it's going to be very interesting here when it comes to when you ask ChatGPT, like I would never know the answers to these. It's too hard to research, but it can just do it like this. Here's a list of YouTubers with the most amount of live streaming hours achieved. So mine's over 100, it's like 130,000. The next closest is live stream fails, which is a compilation of a bunch of other people, and that's 60,000. Just some kind of ideas. All the Twitch highlights are only 42,000. All of Twitch, I'm more than Twitch highlights and Twitch TV. I mean, I'm more than Fortnite hours. I mean, it's just an incredible amount that people don't realize. Oh my God, this is a perfect time capsule of the last 2 years. We have the death of a queen and the birth of AI and everything in between. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of AI and training it on things, if we had such a based AI, we could train it on all of the medical studies that are being done or have ever been done to find things that we are already starting to do this, to find things that researchers miss. That just exist, and like we're able to infer things from different like cross studies that weren't, you would never find if you were looking for it, because it's just like a side mention in this one study. We noticed this one thing, but unbeknownst to those researchers, it actually connects to this other thing that they found in this other research project they were doing. And this might be the missing piece of this puzzle to do this other thing with both of those studies together. So like AI modeling is really going to revolutionize that.
I agree, and it needs a basis. It doesn't currently have a model.
We
Right.
have
Well, see, the way that I would probably do that is I would multi-source independent medical authorities. And I'm counting like European Union as a single medical authority, pretty much. Like, we go into the actual power structures and pick medical authorities from around the world and go off of those. And then you can take a cross-reference cut from all the fringe with credentialed fringe opinions. And then you can create a sort of weighted, kind of accepted factual record and arguments against those accepted factual records. And then you can kind of conduct that peer review on the fly using AI. Information that's already available.
Agreed.
Where they put their limits until right now.
It's a very interesting prospect.
I definitely agree.
What if you wanted to have, I don't know, two different doctors have debate, but they didn't want to have a debate? You could make them have a debate.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And
I
that
mean,
might
it would
be
be up to them if they wanted to confirm or deny.
exactly, and that might be the best way to do it, because then it gives the doctor who perhaps loses the debate still they can contain their own they can maintain their own pride, even though they lost. They could say, well, that's just a language model. Exactly.
Yeah. But my argument would be like, well, it was trained on things that you said.
Agreed.
I mean, you know, the model might be skewed, but it learned from you.
The things that we talk about, I mean, it's just not normal things. For instance, and we tweet about these things too. Holographic data storage. I mean, like just crazy. Fourth generation optical formats. We've got an exocortex, which is a brain-computer interface. Like, what did it know about that? It's a direct communication pathway between the brain's electrical activity and an external device, such as a computer or robotic limb. BCIs are used to research, map, assist, augment, and repair human cognitive or sensory motor functions. It gives you 100 reasons about these things. These are not things that are talked about, and we talk about them on this stream, and that's why it's so important. What about exascale computing? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that, like, these things, they are touched on in mainstream media. They're not really talked about, but they are, like, they're mentioned in passing. Like, you will see such and such story about such and such company that's disabled people who use these new devices or increasing mobility, disability cases, and they're not telling you that they have. I mean, they might say that like they control this with this like chip or something that's over on the base of their neck or something like that. And they're not telling you what it's actually doing. They're alluding to it. They're dropping that in there. You know, they're controlling this with their mind, and then they just kind of gloss over it and move on. And people don't really dwell on the thought. They just kind of let it go past it.
It's true. If you watch, like, probably, I don't know, I don't watch television anymore, but the best kind of like deep dive you're going to get into any one of these subjects is maybe something on like 60 Minutes or Dateline or something like that. And really, they might use the word once or twice, but at no point will they give you 100 facts about it. And that's what AI can do for us that we never had previously.
Yeah, and that's the reason why, like, I'd say half of the time when I think of something that I want to look up anymore, since I got GPT, I'm going to look it up on GPT first before I look it up on Google.
I agree. I would tell you I don't really use Google all that much anymore now that I have ChatGPT, and that's going to change even too, because Bing, you know, utilizes it much better than Google does. I could really see Bing rising to the occasion and becoming a legitimized search engine.
They'll find a way to fuck it up. It's fine.
Perhaps. But you know, these are really interesting things that we talk about: carbon nanotubes, e-democracies, smart voting, biometrics. So, I mean, in your day-to-day, if you meet anybody, please tell them about this, that we have someone out here, they're trying to bring world peace. They have a new calendar. Not everybody has a calendar that they can just show you like that. Or here's 100 facts about technological singularity. It's a hypothetical future point of time. That's where we're moving. We need leaders in society who are talking to us about this. That's what we move towards in life, is technological singularity. But yet I don't hear leaders talk about these things. So please,
If you're interested in technology, quantum, you should probably check out your laptop.
I am, and I
It's
will.
not my coin.
But for instance, like vertical farming, this is definitely something that can be done. We don't talk about in society. Here are 100 lists of it that we review. Cultured meat. I don't know why PETA isn't a very big fan of cultured meat. It's known as cell-based meat, lab-grown meat. No one dies. No animals die. I don't know why PETA isn't out there saying we need cultured meat. These are questions that I don't know. I mean, and that someone who has as much data as I do, once it becomes mainstream or once people know about it, I will have a platform to be able to ask these organizations about these things.
Here's my question. I wonder if PETA has a problem with cultured meat because it is probably leaning on stem cell research from animals, which might be a strange overlap between them and the religious fundamentals.
It could be, according to this, it's synthetic. It's made by culturing animal cells in a laboratory setting. So essentially, we could in the same way, like, your cells reproduce every 7 years, take the cells. So now PETA would no longer be mad at killing an animal, because that wouldn't be done. The thing about which they would have to be mad at is taking some cells from that animal, which really isn't that major if the animal doesn't die.
I mean, I guess, see, technically, they have a problem with dairy cows. I mean, even just regular dairy cows, like not like factory farm.
Well, they have their own agenda too. They have to stay in business. So if they completely, shut down the meat industry, they need to continue somehow. That they need to have something else to fight over.
But it's like, I was talking with my dad about the ridiculousness of profit organizations, and I'm like, they exist to not fulfill their mission.
can't tell you if that's a guardian angel, an angel speaking.
Well, you can't fulfill your mission if you're a nonprofit organization. Otherwise, the show's over. Go home. You have no work.
It's absolutely true. And this has been shown. I mean, organizations out there like the March for Dimes used to be for polio. They had to change that. Now they're for children's diseases because that's broad enough that that can get anything that they need. If not, they would have to close their doors.
Yeah, any homeless advocacy organization or anything like that, you can see that they're not ever going to solve homelessness. They might ease people's suffering, but they have no incentive to end homelessness.
Your shoes, you're walking your path.
That's absolutely true.
Your life, but this has happened for a lot of folks before.
But as you can see, I've got a really interesting stream, a lot of data, and it sounds like you guys are smart people who know people. So please share the words share the movement with them. Somebody is totally on the internet, as honest as you want to be. You can always talk to them, and they have more data than anybody else on earth. I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like I said, if we do end up coming together for some sort of group, like kind of just broad range talk type show, that would be an excellent way to bring attention as well.
That's what we should do. That's a really good idea.
I was thinking, like, if you're a rabbi, that's a very unique point of view to add to a panel show where we talk and we have people from the audience come up and talk. We have the real kind of roundtable discussions that people don't get to have.
Agreed. And as you've heard, I've got some interesting takes on it. I'm anti-circumcision because why should we cut our dicks off? Our dicks could have been longer. I mean, these are just simple ways to put facts to people that they've never heard before. It's like, oh my God, we're cutting our dicks off. People don't realize it.
Rather than rather than like if I wanted to stop the practice, rather than the dicks could be longer, I would say that the practice itself can cause nerve damage.
Absolutely.
That can speed up or slow down your ejaculation. It's like if your nerves are fucked up in that area, it could have the inverse effect of instead of dulling your nerves in the area of being hypersensitive in the area, which can make you premature and ruin your sex life. So, I mean, you fuck with those nerves, and there's any number of ways it can go. You can even end up with a painful condition.
And how is it, going to
And so the idea is for those of us, as I've had a bris, and so I'm circumcised male, I don't want to put my kids through that, but I'd also like the ability to have a foreskin again. And so you can do that through stem cell research and stem cell growth. Women can have their hymens regrown. Those are ideas that people haven't heard before. And if we were going to have a panel, I think they'd be interesting to a lot of people out there.
Yeah. I mean, we can achieve at this point mostly all of that through surgical means. It's getting better.
Agreed, but we couldn't like 20 years ago or 40 years ago. So these are new ideas, especially from a religious standpoint.
We've always been able to do a pretty good job of rebuilding penis. As long as it was just the skin materials, not just fleshy bits.
But the sensation's not the same.
Right, the sensation's not the same. The aesthetics. Sensation is another issue.
Agreed. I was interested to see if I would, like, if I tweeted about Skull and Bones and, the Bohemian Club and all these, like, secret groups, if they would take down my Twitter account. No, they haven't. But before, I wouldn't tweet, like, before Elon Musk bought Twitter, I wouldn't tweet about anything controversial and I'd get an account taken down. That's why I have so many accounts, is because they would take me down for anything. So I always had backups. But at least since
Facebook was funny.
Oh, Facebook's ridiculous.
The last time I got banned from Facebook, which was the time I was like, okay, fuck you guys. I was giving them self-defense advice, giving a person self-defense advice. Like, this is how you react to this situation. This is what you should do in this situation if you want to your best chance of surviving. And I got flagged and banned for giving self-defense advice.
How to react to people
Wow.
that are in constant fear.
And then,
that's violent.
and then no one uses their platform anymore, and they wonder why they don't have any ad revenue.
Oh, it's sad to try. I told Dad, like, as soon as I left Facebook, I was like, sell your stuff. If I can't stand this platform anymore, I guarantee you the rest of them are coming.
And then being true to yourself
You're right.
allows you to have better boundaries and not be impacted when you walk through a supermarket, like another guest had mentioned earlier tonight. So there's plenty of people out there who can teach you techniques that you ultimately still.
Another thing that makes me somewhat controversial as a rabbi, I'm super as a rabbi actually, is that I'm pro 420. You don't get any rabbis out there who are actively, openly pro 420. It just doesn't happen. There you go. So, I mean, at least, I'm pro sex, I'm pro 420, I'm actually pro nudism. I don't, and here's a big one. Women can't show their nipples on YouTube, but men can. That to me is de facto discrimination against women. And I'm surprised women haven't stood up and said, we are being discriminated against de facto on its face by these technocracies because of our gender. That's gender discrimination, and I don't see it any other way.
I mean, I had a trans friend who would walk around topless all the time because they wanted the police to hassle them about it, and they never did. I mean, we're talking about a person who's on hormones and actually has like breasts.
Flying around having a good time going, hey, you're out.
Well, I mean, and so you have those situations, but then you just have a situation of a woman who accidentally has a nip slip, and she can lose her entire account because of that. That's not correct, in my opinion.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like they were pointing out the hypocrisy of it. They're like, look, I have tits. They are actually tits. I'm on hormones. They're real tits. So it's obviously not the tit. That's the problem.
Agreed. It's old ways of thinking, and you can't discriminate against people based on their skin. It's still skin discrimination. It may not be based on the color, but it's based on the location, and that should be just as bad as racial discrimination. In my opinion, skin discrimination is bad across the board, whether it's any kind, because that becomes gender then as well. I don't like discrimination based on skin. Why does that make me crazy?
Yeah, or flesh, or however you want to.
Or flesh, absolutely. But it's like the external thing about you. Why should someone be able to judge you on that, and then essentially be able to have some type of foundation for that opinion when you haven't had your opportunity? I mean, it's the same way why we can't discriminate against people on basis of race. And we say gender, yet at least from a technological standpoint, we still do it. And I just feel like these companies, once this becomes big, they'll have to go through their terms and conditions and make sure every pronoun for he's and she's is removed. And it has to be person. And then it won't matter if you show a nipple. Okay, so you showed a nipple. Who cares? And that's how it should be. It should be treated like National Geographic magazine. People take pictures.
I remember being like a preteen, looking at a National Geographic magazine, seeing the black African lady with the big titty and the baby on the titty, and
Exactly.
It's just a normal thing in a magazine.
And it was totally normal. And if you saw that in a park, exactly, and that's how it should be. And honestly, why isn't it? Because, well, it's complicated, but basically, there's people want control, and that's an awful thing. It should be treated just like National Geographic is, just like you said. You saw it, and did it have?
When you boil it down, men want to control their partner. They do not want other men coveting their woman because they're afraid. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they're afraid that they would lose their partner to another man if he's allowed to covet.
Agreed. You're absolutely right. It will also change society as well to be much more physical characteristics as opposed to social or mental or emotional. People will basically want people who have longer penises and larger breasts. It's going to be natural.
Maybe.
Well, but with stem cell regrowth, anybody can have as long a dick as you want. You can literally, if you have the funds, you can make it as long as you want.
That's true. I just feel like, of course, the opposite. If you have too much, you can actually shave some off so that maybe you don't faint when you get an erection.
Right, or hurt the partner.
I've known a friend or two who just like literally can't keep it up because they're just big and they can't fill it. And they're useless because of that.
I've had the issue where I've been with girls who tell me, I mean, they're smaller and it hurts, and that's not anything you want with a partner either. You want to be good, a good fit, so to speak, with each other, and so that doesn't mean that big is always better.
Right.
You said that you were on Facebook. Not Facebook, Twitter. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter now.
What's your
Find me Tricky McFlip.
Tricky Mc?
On the iHeartRadio app.
They got a deal. I'm Mark Bonner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Like TRICKYMCFLIP?
Trippy, TRIPPY.
Oh, Trippy, my apologies. Oh, that's tight. Trippy McFlip.
But that will never stop me when it comes to
Type.
fighting for our children and
Well, you
our
are
families.
followed.
And the fact of the
I like
matter
your
And I
hippie.
do occasionally post inflammatory
doesn't
things.
work in our schools
I post whatever you want. That's your right.
as well.
That that doesn't bother me at all.
Well, I just mean to say sometimes it's needlessly inflammatory.
Hey, sometimes you want to get a rise out of people. That's definitely something too.
I do like, actually, sometimes I do try to get a rise out of people to make them think.
Garcetti put his left hand on a Bible and raised his right hand. Harris read from a card.
I, Eric, and Garcetti.
Especially on subjects such as like the Ukraine war. You see me pop into a lot of conversations there and you're like, well, did you know this? Did you know that until this war started, we regarded them as one of the most Nazi hotbeds in the entire fucking planet?
A letter containing a death threat and white powder has been sent to the district.
And honestly, I feel that you're right to say that. I feel the country went wrong in a lot of ways where they said you couldn't yell fire in a crowded theater. I feel like you can, but you do that once and you like cry wolf, so to speak, no one's going to take you seriously anymore. Sure, you have to, the theater will have to fan out, so to speak, or everyone will have to exit one time, and then no one will believe what you say anymore. But I feel that you should be able to say
People
it.
actually matter anymore these days. Like these days, I think people just assume there's automatic sprinklers in every building, and so it doesn't really matter if there's a fire.
I understand, but that's where
Most of the time they'd be right.
that's where limitations on free speech began. And
Yeah.
in my opinion, you should be able to say that. Here's another one. So, the idea of what pornography is I'll know it when I see it. Well, that is Justice Potter Stewart, who's dead. So that means that essentially any pornography case that goes to the Supreme Court, the precedent is the person who would have known is dead. So there is no precedent. So I feel as if a lot of contracts are going to have to be rewritten, because who knows what pornography is? One person's pornography is another person's art, and you can't differentiate.
Well, yeah, and I feel like when pornography isn't art,
It is. You may not consider it that. It's an exhibition of love between two people or 100 people, whatever it is.
or yourself. I mean,
One person, solo,
or the bedpost.
absolutely.
That lucky bedpost gets it every time. Damn you, bedpost.
But it's still art in someone's mind.
Yeah. I actually, especially on the I guess it's exhibitionist art, the in-person public exhibitionist art, and a lot of these girls do, which is actually quite tasteful. Stuff like that is dehumanized in society, even though it's allowed because it has speech, it's protected, it's been ruled, but it's still like almost not legal.
But it is. Almost doesn't mean that it is illegal. You know what I mean? They're pushing the limits, but that's cool. At least in my opinion.
I feel like we're going to run into the situation where they implement this digital ID system, and then they're just going to start stomping on rights left and right, because they can shut off your money at any time. Your ID is tied into your CBDC, so they can just be like, whoop, there goes your money.
You're right at that. I really think as well, just like in England where you need a license to watch television, you'll need one to go on the internet.
Yeah, that right there is intolerable authoritarianism.
I agree, but I see it coming.
I feel like the internet can be protected as a public square. I believe that that's the realm to fight on, because we have the freedom of assembly, and the internet is online assembly. So they cannot ban our place of assembly.
I agree, but that's only within the United States. You know, I mean, other countries don't have those rights.
Right. And I mean, it has been for a long time our function to jailbreak these countries. If you think about it, America's giant jailbreak for probably billions of people in the world.
What, they hate us for our freedom? We need to liberate them so they can experience the same kind of freedom?
Well, no. The people who are under whatever repressive regime that censors them hates them from getting out into broader information on the internet. And so, like people in China will oftentimes connect through a VPN into America so that they can break the Great Wall of China.
Right. Great Firewall, China.
Great Firewall of China, yes. I love that reference.
I do too. It's so apt.
It's tasteful and apt. Like, because the Great Wall's an amazing monument.
Absolutely. It's absolutely beautiful.
A testament to their ingenuity. And the Great Firewall of China is as well.
Yeah, exactly. Good way to put it.
Angel Whisperer. Angel Intuitive. I kind of like Angel Whisperer too. He's got it.
As terrifying as that implementation may be.
Time right now to turn off the lights. Join me for another interesting evening of conversation.
We're getting into
I want to.
And the chance that we might
I think
get a
the
little
way that we
closer to the
stop
truth of what
digital
lives
identification from
amongst us.
controlling us
I'm Connie Willis,
is
and
by
this is
sticking and creating our own open source digital identification that is self-custody. We don't need an issuing authority. We have a contract that knows what we need to have this identity. It is pseudo-anonymous. But you use it enough, it's just like your phone and GPS, it knows where you are. Or rather who you are, because of where you are, etc.
It does.
I mean, even if I'm just using a randomly generated dilithium 5 seed, which is a huge ass fucking low number, that's a signature. And that's the only time that the internet has to prove that it's me. As long as I don't lose my seed or something stupid like that, and I can create a new one, then people can know that anything that I do on the internet that uses that signature is me. But because I own that credential, they can't shut me off and they can't seize me unless they do it through a centralized service.
Have you felt
So
it?
the world needs.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that, like, the answer to the digital identification system is to create an open source digital identity system that basically says we don't need your system. We have our own system, and it's a standard, just like all internet standards are. All computing standards are. We create standards and we adhere to them globally so that everything works.
I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, there has to be a counter.
Would this be good for national identity? Probably not. But you can apply your national identity to your digital identity, and then you could look up your national identity through your digital identity, thereby making it a global digital identity, which fulfills the needs of all parties concerned.
I don't know how nationally oriented people are. I think that's patriotism has really decreased since 2001. You had that big rise after 9/11, but after that, and the amount of wars we've been in, people aren't that proud to be American anymore.
It's not patriotism. It's not a matter of being patriotic as far as having a national ID. It's just saying, like, this is our nation and we have our laws governing our nation, and your ID for this nation is part of this system. But it can't take away your universal ID, which is what you are, your footprint on the free internet.
I guess our argument's to say, as a sovereign citizen, I should be able to somehow get on or create a web or some kind of like Usenet or network of some sort and have complete anonymity, and that should be okay. And I don't really think that that's a bad thing. I think that would be a pretty cool system.
They actually want to create like a decentralized identity system and then build like contract-based wallet interactions. So you can have all your different wallets, whatever chain is referenced inside of a contract that is linked to your digital public identity. So people can just directly send you whatever kind of things they want to, like fuck CC bullshit. You can just send somebody fucking BTC. And it will go through their public ID directly to their BTC wallet because that's what's listed in the contract. And they control that identity. They carry it with them wherever. They can sign up to their Facebook with their fucking identity. Whatever Web3 services for anybody would plan for that to be used for. Sort of like these addresses, but not stupid.
If you'd like to join me in my shows and have a good time,
It's a good idea.
That's a free one for you.
I don't really know how to put it into effect, but I'd like to join it.
Well, and the other thing on top of that, that's just an identity that has a wallet connection. The other thing on top of it would be the main event, which would be a decentralized ledger for that information and a decentralized storage layer, like Search Cloud, to run in conjunction through compute mining. Well, I guess compute and storage mining. A decentralized social media / end-to-end encryption service.
Very good idea. Just one moment.
I actually think of it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I actually think of it as a anti-social media. So it would
That's
be
exactly
social
what it
media,
is.
but it would be called entanglement, is the name I was thinking about. And essentially, in order to connect with other people, you have to entangle with them. You actually have to reach out and connect to them and build groups and build basically public key rings.
I get what you're
The
saying.
government wants to look at your group. They can. They're going to see if they can even reach your information. All they're going to be able to do is get garbled unless they have that key.
I like it. Just give me one moment. I got to think about that, but I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back, okay? Thank you.
I want to know enough that I know what is going on, but I want to be surprised just like you guys. And he started to tell me his life story where the switch occurred in it. And I was like, no, save it. I want to get it with you guys. Because that's what makes it fun. That's where that energy is. And that's where a lot of you connect with me because you're going, we're hearing it at the same time. And that's why I come across and ask something like, whoa, out of the blue, that you would probably ask too, because we're right in the moment with each other. It's not rehearsed in any way. It's the real deal. It's happening. It's just conversation. And that's engaging, and that's what's fun. So you'll love this guy. I believe you will. And then open lines is later on tonight. We'll see if he won't stick around with us for a little bit. So Michael, he's got this ability to basically what he likes to say is to pull back the veil, and people get to meet, hear, and see angels, spirit guides, and all sorts of other types of compassionate figures. He connects you to yourself and the universe with no barriers. And his gift is described as unimaginable work that no man does yet. Now, I'm, of course, reading what has been written about him. And so now I'll tell you a little bit about what I experienced. So I took a couple of his sessions, and he worked with me a little bit. And he just went into it. I'm kind of like, wait a minute. Let me ask you a few more things to prepare for the night. And he's just into it. He's already going into it.
Oh, thank you.
And he's
my friend Stone Rambo, what kind of CBD do you like? You like indicas or you like sativas?
He tells you exactly what to do. And at one point, and he talks about getting hugged from them. And at one point, I mean, this is just happening. I was working on getting some information, and then he just couldn't wait. He had to get back into it. And we'd go back and forth. I go, hold on, let me get this. And then he'd say, well, hold on, let me get this. So we had a great time. I feel like we're going to know each other for a long, 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 long time. Little brother and sister activity going on for sure. But it was really neat. Now, being able to be in this coast to coast just about 9 years and just studying this stuff and researching these types of things ever since I was born, my first thoughts, you can understand and quickly get involved into these things. Those people that are very new to this, it might be like get smacked in the face, but it's going to feel good. So you're going to get an instant hug. He makes sure you get instant hugs, maybe even little kisses on the face. I even had one that was flying around me. So it happened to me the first session with him. He brought the angels around me and he showed me things, and I had this feeling right in my, those of you that are empathic, you'll understand these feelings. Those of you that aren't, maybe you'll feel them too. We'll ask you about that. But I had this nice warm feeling in my upper
Yes, I
chest
am.
for a while.
I was asking, do you like
time.
indicas or
And then,
sativas?
It was happening
I prefer
right
indica.
there as I was
Very nice. So you like that
in
body
the
buzz?
session. Just a
Well,
regular
actually,
video meditation
indica
type
gives
thing.
me
And
a
you just
head
started showing me
numbing
pictures of these
because I have
angels.
very
And if you take a
overactive
look
mind.
at our
Oh,
website
okay.
at coasttocoastam.com, you're going to see
If I'm
the pictures
not
that we have up for you.
stoned,
So, hey, let's don't make a
then
noise into the
I
man who's
am.
a first-time guest here on Coast to Coast AM. Very happy to have Michael
Well, I very much live in my
Andre
head.
Ford. And by the way, you can find
You're
him
not the
at
only
Always
one.
thinking very deeply about everything.
Ford.com.
Kind of loud.
Michael, welcome to Coast to Coast.
Hi, Tommy. Thanks for having me on the show.
It is,
Yeah, I'm excited.
you're not
about
alone
this
in that. A
because
lot
I'm
of
gonna
people do
learn
that.
a few other things that I didn't get to learn from you yet.
They're just not honest about it.
Tonight, and I'm really
It's not a
excited
bad
about
thing.
that.
It's not like
So, first
it's
off,
not like
tell
a
us,
schizophrenic
what do you
kind
do
of
for
thing. It's
No,
just
nobody think of that.
it's not even racing thoughts. It's just I keep thinking and I can't stop thinking.
To get into their heart. They're already experts at it. They just don't give themselves a lot of
And
credit.
So
so,
I get down the rabbit hole and I keep going.
Here and now.
I gotcha.
It's
And does it-
basically, I do a little bit of transdimensional.
does it slow you down or does it speed you up?
And then they get transdimensional experience. So it's angels, it's loving
What do you mean?
Mentally. Mentally.
But if you don't know all that, you can your relative, past your pet, any answers, all in with
It
spoken, all
can
dialect, not hearing stuff.
from
Hey, I don't see your questions or answers. You get hugs, like
Well,
healing,
from things
colorblind
that I
equals
need to
in
know.
color. You also get the peaceful on. And the photos are really nice. They're fun. There's some up on the website.
It's the mad scientist disease.
And there's plenty of other websites. But if
I
someone
will
does it, like a
sit
sister
and
does it,
focus
your
on a project
sister does it, and you do it.
into an unhealthy extent
And hear and feel
until my body forces me to do other ones.
So that's kind of, that changes. the
And
game.
does cannabis do that?
Focus on angels alive.
Like enhance that or?
Cannabis
And I know you use some other things too, but berries,
pulls it
et cetera.
back.
But
and allows me to break my
Unconditional love
ex-
doesn't
attention.
want to interfere, but is ready to help.
Have I shown you this piece of technology?
So if you just think of an angel after your guardian angel to be there,
okay.
like doing that, like
Your
you're
video is
focusing
moving
on
kind of slow there.
they're with you. If you want to think of yourself as
I have the world's worst internet.
It might be me.
I have the
Well,
wor-
I'm also on my own, so
I have the world's worst internet, so I wouldn't doubt if it's mine. Have I shown you this? It's called HyperTalk or Pocket Talk. I'm sorry. So what it is, it's an automatic translator, and I really think it can change the world. Here we go. It's going to translate. It's going to translate from English to Spanish instantaneously. It's really quite a marvel.
Así es como somos. Se va a traducir de inglés a español instantáneamente. Es realmente una maravilla.
And it writes it in Spanish for you. How amazing is that?
it sounds correct.
Exactly.
I know enough Spanish to know that that sounds pretty right.
And it does any language to any language. I don't know why these aren't being used more often in society.
Your own guardian angel, do you have one, do you have
I
more?
think it might be the
Guardian angel,
robot overlord.
I like, follow your
That could be.
instructions or
That could be.
something.
But I mean, for instance, like
I will speak to you aggressively in your language.
if I go on social media now, any Twitter or TikTok or Instagram, I shouldn't ever see anything that's not in my native language. If anything, it should just automatically translate that stuff for me. You know what I mean? We've had this for long enough. I don't understand why they're not doing that.
My only concern with that is like, what do you do when you run into somebody in person and you don't have the technology around? And you're like, oh shit.
Okay, then you just do what you.
Do I always talk to, but I can't.
That's what you just do now. You can use Google Translate or some other, kind of stopgap measure.
Well, I'm saying, like, let's say that you happen to be on a vacation or something, and you happen to be in an area where there's no service and you don't have whatever your technology around.
Okay, then you can't do it then. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't that like information should be kept from you because you don't know the language. When it's very easy, very very easy for these companies to.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I'm just saying that it would be a funny happenstance if through all of this, all of a sudden, like, you're hanging out with your friend, you're on a cruise or whatever, you get off of the boat, you go to this island that you're visiting, and suddenly you don't have access to your translation tools, and you're like, ah, shit, I can't talk to my friend who I've talked to for the last 5 years just fine.
People do have those
very sobering experience, I think.
People have those types of friendships now, though, pen pals, so they just Google Translate everything to them. At least.
Yeah, actually, I have some good friends who they know English, not as great as they could. But so like we're always doing something. Most of the world is translating to us.
When they ask you all these, they could ask, "What are your native languages?" And then anything that isn't native to you, it automatically translates for you.
Yeah, they could. I mean, down to the base level, and then there's dialectic differences.
Exactly, and it would say there'd be some kind of warning or some kind of disclosure that this is been
warning you might insult somebody's mother in
exactly.
this area.
Exactly, mistranslations occur or ideas are lost in translation, but at least you'd have some idea.
You could know that you're in the zone where that phrase might not be good to say, and then it can warn you. Are you sure you want to say this in this locality?
There's that idea too, where it currently doesn't, and you could get in a lot of trouble for that.
Yeah, do you want to call her Chula for real, bro?
Right, exactly. I just think that those are things that could be done, and we don't. And it's like we were talking about earlier, how shitty these CEOs are. If I look, I have launched applications on both iOS and Android on the App Store and Google Play. And I can tell you from my experience that there's very little oversight of these from a leadership perspective, where you have someone who's like, you know what? Here's a perfect example. I don't know why Sundar Pichai of fucking Google doesn't look at what the App Store has and some of its features and be like, hey, why don't we have this? Why don't we have this? Why don't we have this? In the same way, I don't know why Tim Cook doesn't look at Google shit and say, hey, why don't we have this? And why don't we have this? And why don't we have this? I mean, perfect examples on most iPhones. Try to download something. It's difficult. You have to have like a special button to download it, and you can't save it in any location you want. You can't just send it to someone, for God's sakes. I mean, they make it really, really difficult to do anything. It's part of that closed-off system that they've built. But I just don't understand implement them into your platform.
Walled garden.
Yes.
Walled garden echo chamber.
Yes.
So
you're right.
The problem is that it's a pyramid scheme, and the person at the top has all the keys. They don't experience the hardship. If they want something, they get it, and they get it now immediately.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So you're saying basically, like, if Tim Cook doesn't have to struggle with the technology. If something happens, he has someone figure it out for him, and then he moves on. Exactly.
And if he wants an app, he downloads any app he wants.
Exactly.
He doesn't care if it costs something. He doesn't care. It's free to him.
Exactly. And I would have the exact opposite mentality as a CEO. I would say, look, if people are struggling at these points, if I'm struggling here, oh my God, can you imagine how many other people on earth are struggling about this? And we're going to lose so much revenue because A, B, or C can't download the app, can't install the app. They don't have enough storage for it. They don't have adequate Wi-Fi to do it. Whatever the reason may be, I want to know as a CEO, and I want to bridge all those gaps instead of what's currently happening where they have someone bridge those gaps for them, and then the rest of society is left behind.
here's the other angle to it is that they have their investors, their VCs, who are not even a fuck about the user experience other than stock go up when Lambo.
They don't see the forest for the trees though, and they are really they're pence rich and pound poor. Essentially what they're doing is they could be making trillions of dollars off of this technology, but they don't, because of the fact that they're blinded for the money that they can make now. But essentially, like for instance, here's an example, a simple example. Have you ever wanted to download like an Apple update or any kind of update or anything, and you didn't have connectivity or whatever reason? Like, why is it that Apple, it's a smart enough phone now that it's been like this since the 1990s. Why is it that it's either 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars? And the Wi-Fi is either 1, 2, or 3 things. Why isn't it a percentage? Why doesn't it tell me my signal strength? If I knew that as a user,
I change that.
It's difficult to.
On Android, I can change
Yes,
that.
on Android you can do it, and I have too. And it's beautiful when you have it on Android, isn't it? It's really nice to see your upload/download speeds. You can see the temperature of your phone. I mean, it works really, really well.
And you can display it different ways. So you can either have the top bar, you can have it on your desktop as a widget.
Exactly. It's really, really interesting. So I'm glad that you're familiar with that.
I used to do a lot of overclocking with phones. Like
Absolutely. Same here.
Was big on the XDA dev for way back in the day.
I'm very familiar. So I would say, and from a similar standpoint, I started doing that. And that was 10 years ago. Well, why is it that we still don't have that kind of information here, Apple? You know, it's like they know about this stuff, but here's why they don't do it.
That little device. Oh, go ahead and finish.
The reason why they don't do it is because then people would start complaining, hey, I don't have connectivity here. And they'd go to Verizon and AT&T and T-Mobile and say, I want better connectivity. And then they'd start judging connectivity. Hey, I get it better on this service than on this service. Companies don't want people to have those kinds of conversations. Do you have 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars? And it's been like that since the 90s.
What I like is when you get
Right.
they are
Well, as an default, yes.
You know,
some platforms are harder to get the real answer for than others. So Apple is notorious. They don't want you to get that information at all. They will block it from being accessible in the App Store. They'll make it so that what's available in the App Store isn't quite accurate.
You're right. I wonder if, okay, so the original, like the brick, the Gordon Gekko kind of cell phone was a Motorola 8000X. And I wonder if that had 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. And if it's just all been standardized like that. Because as you know, I mean, you can get such really good
Motorola or Nokia.
Oh yeah, exactly. Nokia.
I bet you it's Nokia's fault.
It could be. That Nokia phone was amazing.
That whatever 3940 or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah. The thing that really was a brick. Yeah, exactly. Nokia phone.
You throw it in the car, it'll crash the car.
Absolutely. Okay. It was indestructible. Basically. And it's like, well, why don't we do that anymore?
If you did break it, you just change the case.
Exactly. Why don't we do that anymore? Because it's, you know, the people want you to buy another phone.
But yeah, I had my Pixel 3 since it was a flagship, and they are harassing me to get a new phone, and I don't want to get a new phone yet.
Well, and then they kill you with the updates, and it's like
they're trying to, but I'm ready. So.
It's like they want to get you with these updates, and then it slows down your phone. I mean, Apple was sued about this, and here's the other thing from this corporate greed perspective. The punishments aren't bad enough. It's like, okay, well, Apple has like a class action lawsuit that, let's say they slowed down all these people's phones. Okay, fine. They get fined $10 million. That's not a lot in comparison to Apple. They made $10 billion on it. Exactly. Exactly. And nobody ever says anymore, hey guys, let's raise what the corporate punishments are when it comes to funds. And here's another thing. And this is across the board, any crime, if it has a, if it's only a fine as the punishment, it's not a punishment for the rich. Meaning you can do whatever you want. If you have enough money and the punishment is just a fine, there's no punishment for you. That's why, I mean, you used to go to jail as a corporate executive if your company would do something bad. I don't want to say it was the precedent, but that was the idea of it. But very rarely did it ever happen. In today's day and age, you never see that.
Right. The right of it being actually legitimately possible is generally enough to make a difference. It's one of those reasons I feel like these banks that are failing right now, they literally should have just pinned it to the wall. Yeah, like, you done fucked up. You cooked your books, you fucked up. However you fucked up. And, you know, hold them accountable. Same with SBF. Hold that motherfucker accountable. There's a reason I'm actually anti a lot of the regulation in crypto. Unfortunately, we can't catch everybody who pulls a scam in crypto, but there are laws, and without regulation, there are laws. So if you break the law, we don't need a regulator to say that, hey, this was an unregulated security, just fucking arrest them.
It's definitely true. It looks like it was a Nokia 3310, and it does have that type of design. It doesn't have Wi-Fi. It doesn't have the Wi-Fi one, obviously, because it wasn't set up for that. But it's just the bar system.
The Wi-Fi one comes from computers,
Right.
because the Wi-Fi was on computers really before phones. Phones only had the cell communications for the longest time.
Exactly. But why don't we have signal strength with that? I mean, you can get it, but you have to go through some steps to be able to get your signal strength. And signal strength is so key.
I think originally it's because it's done in like decibels and whatnot. It's not an easy format for most people to understand.
But you could make it from a scale of 0 to 100. Whatever your decibels are, then that's 40%. Or, you know, 100% when you're really close to it.
Right. They could make the calculation in the process to display you a baseball.
Exactly. So here's what it looked like on the Nokia, and it's on the right side. So the battery was in the battery on an iPhone is a joke too. I have the percentage on, but that's not by default. A lot of people don't have that on by default, and so you don't know. But it was on the side of the phone, and it was just a bar system, 1, 2, 3 bars or whatever, and then the battery was the same way. But the battery on these things would last for days. The battery.
In their defense, they're struggling for screen space, and so the bars actually allowed them to display more information in a smaller space or in an unused space.
I have jailbroken my phone so that you can put 2 lines up there, or you can just choose what you want. There's no reason that I always have to know who my telephone service is. That's just a marketing ploy on their part, so that when your friends see your phone, they know exactly who your server, your carrier is. You can't tell me that my carrier is so important that we always have to have it there. Like, why is it that the carrier name is important, but not the percentage of connectivity to the service?
There's an interesting thing about the carrier name, the niche. But if your connection is somehow hijacked, it might actually tell you if they're not super keen. Your connection's
how many
not
times has that ever happened to you? You've had a phone for 10 years. How many times has that ever happened to you? 0. 0. It's never happened to you. It's never happened to me. It's never happened to any of my friends. I right now have 11 phones on. It's never happened to any one of these phones. No one has hacked the carrier. You need that
I'm talking
code.
about like police mobile. I'm talking about like police mobile interception.
Yeah, police mobile interception isn't going to tell you at the top of your phone that they're spying on you. It's just going to show Verizon Wireless.
Incorrect. I guess.
In the same way that it might give you incorrect, it could tell you the different time too. There's no reason to think somebody hacking into your phone or some even police like reading into your phone, listening into your phone, is gonna tell you at the top of the status bar.
Right.
And I mean,
it doesn't need to be there. I usually remove it because it's just annoying.
I mean, in my opinion, it's a very simple reason. They don't want you to know. They don't want you paying attention to this stuff. They just want you to pay your Apple Pay, and they want you to buy the next phone, but it's not going to tell you anything better. I mean, the new iPhone says that has a 26-hour battery time, and no one will get 26 hours out of it. You might get 8 hours out of it. Of talk time.
Or in the future, they're going to have you just rent your phone.
That's true too. People will literally get loans for their phones. I mean, people do that now a little bit, but you're absolutely right. I mean, technically, we're renting them now. If you actually read in the terms and conditions, you don't own the device. It's a lease. They can take it back whenever they want.
They can kiss my ass and try.
Exactly.
How many believe in angels?
It's sort of like the thing with PayPal saying that they're going to fine people $2,500 for wrong thing. It's like, hey, it's like if you do, someone's going to fucking sue the shit out of you.
PayPal says this, that they would sue for wrong think. That's an Orwellian idea.
Basically. Well, you know how the payment processors were freezing trucker accounts in protest in Canada?
Yeah.
So, PayPal was a participant in that, as were like a bunch of other payment processors. And, like, I don't know when they added it to their terms of service, but sometime, I guess, probably prompted by people actually ticking through their terms of service after they blocked people's funding. It was making the rounds on social media about this $2,500 fine in their terms of service that they could just take from your account, like from your bank account.
I see that. They've since revoked that policy, but in my opinion, to even have that policy is ridiculous. And frankly, I mean, I don't understand how, like, there isn't some kind of I'm not saying that this is a necessity, but if you're gonna have a government, one of their jobs is to make sure that companies don't do this. And if they do, they're punished for it.
When they heard about this, like when people brought this up on social media, there should have been an immediate government inquiry.
Exactly.
What is this?
Exactly.
We're not gonna like sit over your shoulder and check everything you do, but when people bring up shit like this is a bad precedent.
It definitely is.
That's actually what made me cancel my PayPal. I was just like, fuck this. No, thank you. I mean, not that you're going to actually do that to me.
I had an issue.
But with your dollar, right?
I had an issue. I bought something in Israel, and I bought it so I bought a few things. So like the first few times I bought it, it was like maybe like $400 and $400 and $400, and that was fine. And then the last thing that I bought was over $1,000. And so I had been paying just exactly the way that I normally had. And once it was over $1,000, PayPal wouldn't let me make the transaction. Tell you anything more about the transaction, but it cannot be placed. And it's like, I've already put thousands of. I just bought something.
So you were doing $500 and then it went to $1,000?
Yeah, exactly. So nothing crazy. It was like 500, 500, 500, 500, 500. That was fine. Once it got over 1,000, PayPal told me I could no longer do this because it was something having, I think, to do with it being an international, and it was suspicious. In my opinion, it's like, okay, well, if you want to, well, they never told me that. They never said the reason.
Did it go directly to 1,000 from 500?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were doing a whole IRS thing, crackdown on online and mobile payment processing transactions of $600 or more being needed to be reported.
And that most likely could have been it, and they didn't want to tell me why.
Yeah, I bet that had to do, at least part to do with it.
It could be, but when you have one of these companies on the phone and they won't tell you your answer and you have no other options at that point, it's very disturbing.
Well, I actually do think that we should be banning the practice of just putting people in the phone tree hole.
I agree with you there. In fact, if you've ever tried to call Facebook, I haven't had to call Facebook for myself, but I had to call it for a business once. The business had gotten locked out of their Facebook account. If you ever call Facebook, you won't ever pick up. No one will ever pick up. It's literally a phone tree that's a complete circle. You'll spend hours in it. You'll try every option, and then you'll just you'll eventually tire yourself out. And I think that kind of a system should be illegal. If anything, they should give you some kind of AI or something. If not, you think that you're going to be able to talk to someone at the end of the day, and you won't.
When I worked at a call center for Comcast, now Xfinity, we had
hold on, that's like the worst. That's the worst company though I've heard to when it comes to customer appreciation, they're the worst. And so you heard it all in their call center, I bet, and you said that you had call waiting time limits.
But we had to process a certain amount of calls. We had like a guarantee that we had to make. And that's actually a regulator said that we had to be like, even if we weren't able to field all calls in a time period, we had to meet a certain flow.
Did you find a lot of upset people with Comcast?
Well, I was working retention, so I only got upset people.
There you go. Would you say they were more upset
The
than?
last person they talked to before they could cancel, I was the one who had to cancel their account.
Oh, okay. So then you saw it all.
Yeah. Which, I mean, the reason I didn't really keep my job there is because I usually found some way to save people money. And I don't like it when you do that.
I can imagine.
My argument was I saved them a customer when they otherwise would have lost me.
That, to me, would make you valuable.
Oh, and I remember also that was the same period of time when Oprah Winfrey went on television and told everybody to complain about their internet so that they can get freebies.
Oh, that would help too. Well, that would really increase your call amount.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a central topic in the office.
Definitely.
I agree. And another thing, you look like what's the aliens that?
Well, my friend, I am going to go make a pizza, and that's going to take me a little bit of time, but I haven't eaten all day, and it's now like 2:44 in the morning. I'm quite hungry. So I'm going to get going, but I want you to know it was my absolute pleasure to speak with you, Stone Rambo, and I hope to do it again soon. And if you ever need anything, I'm always online, so you can always check in with me, and I hope to speak to you in the coming future, okay?
Yeah, sure. I definitely appreciated our chats. I've around quite a bit. I mean, I tried to catch the voice meetups, but I mean, a lot of the time I'm sleeping for work or whatever, usually work-related stuff on the way.
Sure. Definitely understand that. Well, you take care. Have a wonderful day ahead, and I hope you have a really pleasant time in between when we talk next.
Yes, and happy non-Shabbos.
Happy non-Shabbos. Hey, it could be 14%. It could absolutely be, but I'm going with the 86%. I'm a numbers guy. What can I say? Have a good one.
Right. You too.
Now you skipped up. No, wait a minute. You skipped up to the photography, right?
What up, baby? How you living? This is my phone. You kick ass. As I just said, I'm gonna make a pizza. So, BRB.
Something that just stopped you?
I definitely had some lessons from the universe in terms of just taking this a little bit more seriously, paying attention more. And so I definitely had some stuff go down that was medium, like not totally happy, fun, stuff like that. I had some intense experiences that I was grabbing other intuitives to help me clear my home. The home was perfectly fine. The land was fine. It was a great purchase. It was meant for me. But I had to own the concept of, like, we'll call it spirituality. Or that there should be something beyond our thinking, beyond our...
And why did you get to that point? Why were you just so full of New York and work and all the media and the hype, and you just finally depleted yourself, kind of thing?
No, I wasn't too burned out. I liked what I did, but I knew there was always something more. I definitely felt like
Oh,
escape from New York. I didn't have the iPad, but I knew I wanted to leave, and I'm a runner forever. I wanted more trees, wilderness, and, you know, the Southwest experience or Texas experience, you know, it's very rugged, a lot of mini mountains up in the northwest part of Austin. So I got out there, fresh air, I was loving it, but again, like a relationship breakup happened right after that, and some other things. Again, there was a lot of confrontation from life, and I was like, whoa. And in that moment, something happened where I was like, okay, there's something called thinking, and then little things started to happen. I started feeling, hearing, seeing, and I started to grab all those traditional intuitives by, like, the lapels, shaking them, saying, hey, what's going on here? And I was super jittery, and like I said, a super slow learner, so it took me a long while for like that, and I'm snapping my fingers.
okay, so I find that it's interesting that sometimes it's hard for people to talk about the parts that get them over the hump into their hearts. And it's usually something painful. That's why I said, were you hit by a car? Did you have anything like that? And so, ta-da, I got it out of that. And if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But so it was a breakup. It was a love. It was a love thing.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually a multiple kind of tiers of things happening. And now, I would say it would be easier if it was like 7 lightning bolts in 7 days, given the amount of what people get to experience. It's very direct. All their senses, feeling, hearing, seeing. And yes, if you feel like you're leaping off a cliff, it's a huge risk. It's a leap of faith, whether you call it religious or non-religious faith, but it's letting go. And it's letting go just to go from the head to the heart. But as you know, for some of us, we can wait decades to get back to our heart again. We knew it as kids, we were there, and then, you know, stuff happens. And we get very, adulting and everything else.
I know that usually it takes people some really bad thing that happens. They hurt really badly. Their heart, they can only deal with their heart. Right now, I don't know if anybody else is doing this. I don't know if the sage helped because we were doing that. We wanted to do that, you guys, so that he could start getting into your hearts like he does when he does the sessions with you. So like right now, and I don't know if it's because you opened up a little bit more, because I'm trying to pull it out of you there, Michael, a little bit of that, that pain that you had, because that's what happens. We all go through it, and it's okay to go through it, but take advantage of it, and that's what you did. But I felt when you started talking about that, and kind of scoot away from it a little bit, so I won't bother you with it, but I started feeling that warmth again. So I really think there's a lot within you, yourself, that it's not that you don't give yourself credit for. You're just not that kind of guy. You like to give it to the credit to the angels and everybody else, but you've got this wonderful thing about you that just opens up. And so I'd love to know if anybody else is feeling it out there too. Because I just wonder, is it just me? The connection? I can't imagine that. I am betting other people have opened up too.
If I've been doing this 10 years, 11 years, a couple thousand folks, and including it like a Megan last summer, people got to see in a group and hear in a group. And so look, it's big, but part of my thing is my life story, and I'm happy to talk details, but it's not going to help anybody on their individual situation. It could be motivational. They still have to accept their own life situation.
Yeah.
That's the beginning of taking the step into the heart. Now, I'll mention, I had a shapeshifter that was like neutral, but mostly negative, and under the supervision of angels to come kick my ass, and I'll just say it that way. So it was just a lot of noise and things around the house, and I didn't really believe that. I mean, interesting. In the past when I was in college, and I didn't have a way of there nonstop for anything, big or little. Where am I going for a cup of coffee?
Yeah. Okay, so, and some people, like me growing up, I grew up Presbyterian, in the church, and to me, the voice I always heard was the Holy Spirit. And that's where some people call it an angel, some people call it Aunt Betsy, that kind of thing. So, okay. So we got a little bit out of it there. That was interesting.
I've never shared that. I've never tried.
And that was hard for you.
Beautiful voices for the longest period of time that it was more unison instead of, I couldn't hear the flavor of different personalities, so I'll just share something else I haven't shared. So I asked at one point, maybe a year or two in, I think I had it 2 years in, I'm like, this voice is fucking me for 14 months now, and I was asking the Native American chief, who's been with me since 1970 when I was 2, my dad died. A long story, 3 Native American chiefs, so my first church around that has been listening to like uncles this whole time. His response was, there's more than one voice, which one? And I was like, oh boy.
Discernment now. That's tough. Well, okay, so thank you for giving us more than you've ever given anybody else. And you can actually help other people with that because a lot of people don't want to talk about the pain. They want to hide it, they want to bury it. But if you feel it, and if you go through it, you'll come out the other side knowing exactly the right thing to do. And sometimes the pain is something that is inflicted upon you that shouldn't even be there. And it's not even something you should be dealing with. You think it's something else somebody else should be dealing with. And you can, that's why you got to go through it and get the truth of it and come out the other side. So when you came out the other side, you're hearing these voices, you're getting conversations. But okay, one day you picked up the camera and you just started taking pictures. I mean, did something say, hey, pick up the camera, take a picture? Or how did that happen for the first time?
Game is still ended, apparently.
Americans and ingenuity.
Why?
I'm seeing, so I'm not
Yeah, are you like in your own lobby? Or?
Yeah.
I don't know,
I
know, I can join. Okay, nice.
The music that I like, that I get thrilled about, then more balls of light would show up, and I started to figure out that there was
the cards can be a little slow to update.
We understood, and so I got really lucky given photos of fairies, Play-Doh, angels, but I also use historical photos. So if anybody just wants to put their hand out to a photo of an angel or historical, Audrey Hepburn, go to the website. I think you can find that also on the YouTube channel. Put your hand
out. This is the first time hitting 300s. Okay. That's gonna be interesting. Yeah. it's gonna be interesting. Yes.
And when people go, wait, what's he talking about?
Hello?
Hepburn. What's he talking about? These other people's names and Geronimo. What's that all about? How would you describe that? Because I know they're going, what?
Unconditional loving guys who are just there to help out. So whether it's
you guys are in Gmail?
Plato, St. Francis, Mary, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha. It's got 170 figures.
That's where I got all my presets.
Cultures, a lot of different religions.
I don't even use shit. Like, I came on here looking for shit to just try out, I guess. I usually just use stock though.
Again, you can meet your relatives.
Personally. I'm not hold on.
I crack all of my stuff. I just joined because I heard some macros in it.
The perfume or that apple pie she always bakes. I haven't had it in 30 years. It was a long time ago that she passed.
Apparently.
You get to reconnect with
Yazzie.
love, and you're letting the universe step in and just do its job. Or angels let them do their job.
Are you like serious?
Yeah.
Psychic healing. What about that? What would you say about psychic healing and stuff? And do the angels heal, or do they just really give you?
I guess I can record the last 5 minutes.
Oh no, yeah, you can get answers.
You swear to God, bro.
You an angel, so some stuff's written. But let's say you're supposed to have a major disease. That's just part of how it was scripted out for your unique life path.
Can y'all get him back in here though?
You might be able to get help with the symptoms. Some of them, like
okay.
Like 50%. A few colorblind people have seen. I think 3 colorblind people have seen color. That's angel light. It wasn't a permanent fix or anything like that. But for little stuff, yeah, you can get stuff helped out. But again, that's what are you willing to allow for? Can you do basic listening? And then
Here's
you
his
have to
Discord.
directly. I step out of the way. I don't see the questions. I don't see the answers. One gun.
You're not friends with him? Oh, bro, I joined because I thought you were like friends with him because you already had like FL loaded up.
No, he heard my shit. He said it was hard, at least.
Bro, say you swear to God, bro. Like Jace, like rapper Jace. Like,
Man, is there what if everybody
are we talking about same Jace here? Like Summer's friend, like Reno's friend.
Yeah. He just said that Summer's in his house right now.
Oh, they just had beef though.
Where maybe we can get a hug. More people can probably look at the moon.
Ain't no fucking way, bro.
Is that possible to do? And get that hug feeling? Is it? Okay, can we try that?
Take a couple of steps first, which is just think of a pleasant memory, take a vacation, think of a hug,
Oh my
a loved
God,
one that
there's
just the
some
highest
music or
vibe
this
and
thing
place to
back,
focus on. If anybody
Like,
does
like
find
mag,
a
period, low.
stick your hand on your
So
heart,
you're actually dead ass. Like
Girl Scout flag,
Jace was just a.
silently ask angels
That's what
to
nigga
got,
kept
like, a
saying. I
clip.
don't know. He also like opened up FL too, right? He was showing all the projects and shit.
I like that.
And I'm like, nigga, this sounds like this is good. I kept telling him, I'm like, bro, this is like hard. Like, what the fuck, right? Like, he had like all the projects open and shit. Like, I saved like the last 5 minutes. I'm gonna see.
He showed you like his like FL studio.
Yeah, you might recognize what he sound like.
Well, did you get his presets? Did you get his presets?
No, well, he showed me what plugins he had on the shit. Oh, that shit's on my
Buy his
screen.
presets, bro. You can sell them shits. Buy his presets, bro. Like, click, you can sell them.
No.
Bro, that's so crazy.
I'm not even care like that. That nigga was like, bro, look, he came to my stream, he kept telling me, ayo, bro, look, hey, like, go ahead, like, look up, like, Jason, like, look up Yazzie and shit. I'm like, what? And then he was like, he kept saying, bro, you ever heard this thing?
Ain't no way, bro.
I was like, yeah.
All watches 100% authentic and independently certified. And now $200 off. Just Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle and click the link to get your discount automatically applied. So if you're looking to sell your luxury watch, get a fast, easy quote online from the watch experts. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle. That's Bob's Watches and Bill Handle. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and none of it is allowed here. The people are the sovereign in this country. We don't have the king, we don't have the queen. How do we get our officials? Who runs this country? Those that are elected by the people of the United States. Bill Handle. Why have a commission if we just get overridden by the court system? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. So your sex or not, you would just have one form. Here's what I do. Whenever I do a medical procedure or whatever, you get the form. Yeah. And it asks the question, are you pregnant? I just say yes, Bill Handle. And then go, you figure it out. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Forget about civil rights. Forget about that gay people should have the same rights as the rest of us. How about, what do you care? What, the couple next door to you is gay? Oh, that's horrible. They're great dressers. Bill Handle. No, I would be intimidated because they would always look better than me. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Take those lunchboxes back out of mothballs. I'm Mark Launer from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I am so pleased to say that we have reached an agreement.
LA Mayor Bat says union workers and LA School District Superintendent have brokered a deal that includes a 30% wage increase, health benefits, bonuses, and retroactive pay. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho called the deal historic. In total, over the past decade, this deserving, indispensable group of professionals saw about a 70% increase. Carvalho says a deal like this has never been made before in the city or the state. He says it'll make other superintendents nervous, and that's a good thing because it elevates the bar. Members will vote on the agreement Monday night. Governor Newsom has signed a new order rolling back water restrictions that says Californians need to stay vigilant.
Newsom has dropped the call to Californians to voluntarily limit water use by 15%, but says the drought has not ended.
And I
I know that's disappointing for some because it would be nice to have the governor say the drought is over.
The governor says after all of the heavy rain, conditions have radically changed throughout the state.
But not enough in places like Klamath and around the Colorado River Basin.
Newsom signed the order he says would improve investments in groundwater replenishment and strategies around stormwater capture, putting $8.6 billion to work. Chris Adler, KFI News.
An attorney for former President Trump has spent more than 3 hours in front of the grand jury investigating whether Trump mishandled classified documents. Attorney Evan Corcoran did not answer questions about the documents taken from Trump's Mar-a-Lago home last year while trying to leave the courthouse.
Sources familiar tell ABC News that special counsel subpoenaed Corcoran to testify about a document he drafted, which was signed by another Trump attorney, certifying that all classified materials in Trump's possession had been turned over to the DOJ.
ABC's Faith Abube says the certification was later found to be false, prompting the FBI to search Trump's estate where more than 100 classified documents were taken. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. And the co-founder of Intel has died. Gordon Moore died at his home in Hawaii. Moore and his colleague Robert Noyce founded Intel in 1968. He was the CEO of Intel for 8 years. He was 94. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear skies overnight with lows in the mid-40s, about 40 in the IE, mid-30s in the Antelope Valley, wind advisory in the valleys. Saturday looks sunny with highs in the mid-60s, and Sunday should look about the same. Rain could be back by Tuesday. It's 47 in Irvine, 46 in Brea, 47 in Burbank, 36 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ronner.
In Costa Mesa, there's a whole freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Whittier, this is on the 605 southbound right after Rose Hill. A little fender bender there. That's out of lines and on the right shoulder, but you're seeing some looky-loo delays in that area. And in Paramount, there is a work zone. This is on the 710 northbound from Rosecrans to Florence Avenue. Southbound down to right lane, shut down for road work until 5. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. Up right there. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if the secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Smedley Butler, nothing will ever do the same. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A light store system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get pure.
What up? How are you?
Filtered. That's worth $820.
How are you, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's new in the hood?
I'm not really in the hood, so I wouldn't know. What's good with you, man? How are you doing?
Do you know what hood means? It means neighborhood. What's new in your neighborhood?
No, I don't have a neighborhood. I'm in Outlaw.
You just live in the ethos?
Yeah.
That's tight. That's cool. Well, I live in a neighborhood. I live in Irvine, California, which is in the United States, and things are going well. It's like 3 a.m. here. How about you?
Incredible. It is 1 p.m.
Oh, that's tight. I stream my life online.
Yeah, significant.
I stream my life online 24/7 for world peace.
Amazing. That is a noble goal.
Thank you so
What
much.
do you hope to achieve?
World peace. I don't want people to have war anymore.
And what will that achieve?
Well,
Is it achievable to begin with?
yeah, it is. That was the point of the world of the League of Nations, and then the United Nations. So I think it is achievable. We just have to have the idea that you can't put your hands on me, and I can't put my hands on you. And if we all did that, we wouldn't have war, essentially.
That's interesting.
I have more video content than any person in global history. So I've been streaming my life live for 666 straight days. You can check it out on YouTube if you want. Just type in viral, VIRAL, Rabbi, RABBI, and filter by live, and you can see I'm live on 6 different streams. It's the biggest thing in global history. Welcome. We got some new friends here. How's Paris doing? How's Some Radishes doing?
That is interesting. I appreciate the consideration to spell it out.
Oh, definitely.
Rabbi, what? I regardless of that, I still forgot, man.
That's okay. It's ViralRabbi, 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 and YouTube filtered by live, and you can see you're live on 6 different streams.
Why is it? Why is that your name? ViralRabbi.
It's easy to hashtag, so whenever you put in hashtag ViralRabbi in anything, you can find me pretty easily. Rabbi Rothschild is a little bit longer, and there are other Rabbi Rothschilds out there, so it's a little bit more difficult to find me on YouTube. You just put in ViralRabbi, you'll just see I have them live on 6 different streams right now. It's the biggest thing in global history. I've been streaming my life for...
Oh, you are?
Why is it the biggest thing in global history?
No one else has put so much content on the internet. So I have more data online than any person in global history.
No, Dan, I'm on your side this time. Just do it.
Wait, what? Just let him.
I'm gonna subscribe to your YouTube channel.
Wait, Abdal Hakim.
So I do it for work.
Muslim too, right? I think so, yeah. My brother, you're Muslim. Me too. Arabi.
Let's not speak Arabic to not exclude these people here, though.
That's appreciated, but I do love Muslims. I live with Muslims. Very nice people.
What the fuck do you spell Rabbi?
RABBI.
Now, dude, you got a setup going on here.
You're right. And when...
You have to end up with this.
Well...
No way, bro. That's your setup.
Absolutely. And when this gets big...
Why do you sound like a faggot?
Why is your...
Dude, that's rude.
Yeah, it's definitely rude.
Why is your...
Daniel,
No, it's not rude.
Daniel, why do you...
Asking a question.
I'm asking you a question, Daniel. Why are you?
Okay, what's your question? Why am I?
Yeah, why do you sound like that? No one thinks I do?
I'm cool.
Okay, cool, Daniel. Everybody listen to Daniel. Daniel, it's your show. Tell us all about you, Daniel.
I'm very cool and I'm based.
Cool. All right, so I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
So you're a virgin?
Oh, hell no. I've had sex with so many chicks, I lose track at 42.
You don't sound like it.
Cool, man.
Sad, bro.
Check out the more than 40 chicks I've had sex with that I can remember.
Shut up, bro. They're all under the age of 14. Lure them into your fucking house.
Dude,
Doesn't count.
you're done.
Yeah, Rabbi, why do you sound like a faggot, dude?
Why do you touch yourself at night? Why do you touch yourself at night? Why do you touch yourself at night?
Because it's a normal human being.
Cool, man.
It's the same reason I eat pizza. It feels good.
Excellent. Jesus Christ, you guys are nuts. I'm just literally trying to get in here and just talk. These guys have to jump in.
Wait, Rabbi, I would like to apologize.
I'll give you that opportunity.
Yeah, it was like kind of messed up.
Well, I'll accept it. That's very nice of you.
I understand. Like you're.
Oh my God.
Just like
that's true. Thank you.
That's where you can find all the things that I do, and I hope you'll join me with my communities. We have a great time, and I'll always keep you up to date with what's going on with Coast to Coast. And well, of course. So go to ConnieWillis.com. All right, back to Mike. Andre Ford. You can find him at michaelandreford.com, Michael, and Andre is Andre, and then Ford, Ford.com. When you go to his site, you're going to see a bazillion things in there. He's got it going on, man. I mean, that site is a moving and a grooving. It's got, look at that, got
Do
a
it.
billboard for us tonight. And all the different things.
I'm just trying to get my points up, baby.
And the sessions that he holds. And not only, Michael, you've got books. You got all sorts of things. Can you tell us more about all that you have?
Sure. There's a little book called Listening to Angels. If you think I wrote it, thank you very much. I saw balls of light as I was typing. It's like a 15-minute read, very short and easy. It'll show you how to just take a break on the thinking, slow things down. This is so much simpler than people think, but that's because this isn't about any thinking at all, less thinking. Just be in your heart. Open yourself up. Speak with angels. And listen, you wouldn't even need the book, my photos. You can see directly. What do you think you're doing? Half your life now on that good intuition that you think is just your little voice. So you're getting help, but there's no interference. This is the important part. As soon as you start to realize what your thinking is about up top, and you figure out what your heart's about, you realize, hey, I might not have as many limits as I think I have. My situation, it's Einstein. The consciousness that recognizes a problem isn't the same consciousness, the same you that gets past the problem. It's why when we look back in time, a lot of the things seem a little less severe, and we're happy to have moved on to the next chapter in life. So yes, there are photos, there's the book. I've got a new show on YouTube, so it's youtube.com/ my name, Michael Andre Ford. You can watch people in the show, in the latter half of the show, talk to angels, get hugs, catch the center stage through the screen, ask for a Hawaiian ocean, and so on.
And he'll have a nice Hawaiian shirt on at the same time. He totally looks Californian, but he totally looks Hawaiian. And that was one of my biggest, like, all right, I already like him. Listening to Angels, very nice. Glow Stick Zen. Tell me about that one.
That's a big book. That got written when I was popping, when I was kind of, we'll call it waking up. That's a popular term. But I was getting out of my head and realizing, holy cow, this is more about awareness, paying attention, slowing down, than it is what you know in the brain. So, think about any of the knowing that you have. It changes. And so this is less about knowing, just about continued learning. And I started writing that book, again, seeing light, and that's a broader, bigger book. I would just tell you to get it off of Amazon. It's broken into 22 individual little books that are a little more, less pricey. So start with Listening to Angels. If you're really gung-ho on the whole spirituality, universe thing, it was 2/3 written by the crew, or the team of angels and Mary, Jesus, Muhammad, and so on. You'd have to trust all that. Just, poke around, have fun, whoever's out there, do it your way. That's the most important thing. It's like that Burger King commercial from the 80s, have it your way. The only thing that matters is you taking your own steps to get to your heart and allow for what you're going to allow for.
The Wisdom of Dull Night, Red Shirt, and Geronimo. I love your picture of Geronimo. I mean, that's the picture of Geronimo, but I just love seeing that. When you showed that to me during the session, I was like, oh my gosh, it just hits you immediately. Whenever you see that picture, boom, it goes right to you and right through you.
He feels the show. You think Angel, some of the big, names out there that you've already heard are big, but he literally is the top 5, top 2 favorite for almost everybody. He's action, dry wit, humor, like a lightning bolt, like a drill sergeant. And you can do 1930s, 1950s slang. He keeps you on your toes like a Zen master out of a Kung Fu movie or something, but very direct. He's all about helping you go from point A to B in life. Again, there's the strength of those 3 chiefs, Dull Night, Red Shirt, Geronimo, is helping you get from point A to B. Is it relationships, your career, business, health, and so on. Concrete, in detailed steps. But the very first thing you have to do is just trust in your own innate ability to do basic listening, basic feeling for the hug.
Listening is a big deal. Flowers. Tell me about flowers. I love sunflowers. I had said a long time ago, if I ever get married and hey, it can still happen in this world. We'll see, if it's meant to be or whatever. But I don't want to get into that subject. Nobody write about that, please. Don't write in about that. But I've always thought of that I would have daisies and also sunflowers at the wedding because they're just simple and wonderful and beautiful and just boom, they just attack you immediately too in like a hug, like you like to say.
We all create limits all the time, judging, saying what we will do, what we won't do, what we will allow for, and so on. Gardening, plants, are you kidding me? In New York, I never had space for anything like that. I kind of probably killed every other plant. But I got to Texas, and the backyard was great, and I started listening, learning, going slow, and it was kind of like an education. A little bit like Karate Kids, wipe on, wipe off, to get dirty in the soil instead. And I started photographing the flowers. So I cut the flower on the front page, yeah. And again, these photos you can interact with. So again, if it's a photo of an angel, like why not try the sunflower? If you're really kind of gung-ho, maybe you're already into spirituality thing, you've already got some skills, ask for the sunflower scent to come to you, but ask angels to make it so, to make it nice. What rocks your world? Ask for it.
Yeah, it's just beautiful. The things that you put together just nails you right away immediately. And I've just done the sessions with you, but man, you put that right up there to that camera, and it's like, whoa, okay, I'm there. I've already got the answer. I've got it. This is great. It's really interesting what you do. You're right. I've not seen anybody else do what you've done. It's nice to have. It's refreshing for something different to come along. I mean, everybody knows angels, but you're doing something different, and you're allowing, you are revealing it to other people, and letting them do it, letting them find it, and it's just immediate. And you push it, you literally push it in a way that you don't have a choice. It's like, yeah, okay, I got it.
You have to get on the bike and do your own pedaling. Stop seeing light. People call it auras, chakras, there's other stuff you can call it, but you're feeling your energy, and you're operating in energy all the time. And if you could only see how your words were they positive energy, or was it like black light coming out of you, you would automatically, you like spoke poorly about a neighbor 10 doors down, and you saw black light coming out of you and it wasn't pleasant, you would probably learn very quickly, like a hot stove effect, and stop doing half of the wasting of energy when you judge and label and everything else. And again, we're all going to do plenty of that. We're fine where we are, but there's an opportunity here. Yeah.
Well, Michael, I love the black light. The black light is cool. I'm talking like the 80s, 70s black light. That's kind of cool. So don't judge. Don't judge on my black light, man.
But you can see consciousness itself. You can see color.
Yeah.
Tons of colors. You can see it on your hands. Is another friend of yours, your sister does it, and you're both in the zone. You've each seen light on your hands, auras, chakras, whatever you want to call it, universal light. You can put your hands out towards each other, but you're not touching, and you can see the flow, the light stream between the two of you. You're one giant glow stick. And so that's kind of cool. You can see the aura on your dog. It's what will you allow for, but when angels start doing light for you, you get butterflies in your room. I mean, it's Disney effect, and your jaw drops. There's a lot of mini miracles, and this is really between you and the universe, what you're going to allow for, but also, we don't know what to ask for. We can think of like career relationships, but within an hour or two, we pretty much run out of questions. And then we realize, holy cow, it's just inner peace. There's a greater calm that you can get by interacting this way.
You got two books, Clouds, book one, book two. Looking up at the clouds and seeing within and getting inspired that way.
Yeah, and sunrises and stuff like that. I would look at those. You put the sunrise taken at an angle, it can look like you're up on the ISS, but International Space Station, and looking down at the Earth. So if you poke around my social media, I think lately those shots, they look like you're 2 miles up. And yeah, people can see clouds, they can see the flowers, absolutely. So a little bit of nature in there.
So you had mentioned like Disney effects. Tell us about some of the things that you've seen.
Sure. Well, hey, let's talk fairies for a second. I mean, that can be a hard one. People might be like, okay, I can understand the concept of angels, but pigs actually exist. There's a photo up on your website, Coast to Coast, right now. Tinkerbell exists. It took me 6 months to allow for that. Got a wonderful testimonial from an Omega Institute person.
What up, baby? How you living?
Tinkerbell was my very favorite. So this is a lot to allow for, but it's doing for berries. So this is a pretty wide ranging assortment of figures. India and Native American chief, a Jinn is East Asian mysticism. Don't forget your relatives, don't forget your past representatives. But why not start with your living food and just see if you can strike up a conversation?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I used to give them my one that went over already, but yeah, okay. Yeah, I know you can do that, but I want to take you somewhere else. I want to hear about that business that you had. You told me a little bit about something that you had. It was just amazing.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, I think it's the one. My cat passed away. She was 16, maybe still was young. I was shocked. I was one part. I love that cat. So it's April in Austin, and I'm looking out one evening, and I'm a little short. So, I mean, I'm fast. I promise the calculus is great, and about this is great fun. On the uptake, this whole woo-woo stuff, it's a lot.
You done?
I'm looking out and seeing fireflies everywhere. Now, I don't remember, I'm not aware that we're not even fireflies yet, but they're everywhere. And I'm yelling out my household, oh my God, look at all the fireflies. No one else could do that. It was just for me at that moment, and it was fairies and angels cheering me up. No one had the heart, because other people figured out that it was angels doing it. No one had the heart to want to tell me, because then it happened again a couple weeks later, a week later, 4 days later. Pick me up again. That's tiramisu. But this time, someone else in the household got to see it with me. First time it was just for me. And so, perfect yellow fireflies, heart left on the window like a little kid. And then it was on the trail. I don't know, 3 weeks later, someone broke the news to me like, hey, that wasn't like, they weren't real fireflies. These are angels trying to give you, a little gift. So if you could allow for a hug, if you could allow for some circumstance, first time. You have to do it your way, though. What would you allow for? But put it out there. Don't go into a zone where you're not comfortable. Find a way to just be like, hey, universe, angels, a crew, if you're listening, bring me something really cool. Ask for your signs of it.
Your main goal is not just to reveal that the angels are there and the fairies and all the different things are out there and they're right there for you to talk with, to find out information, open your heart, feel, stop, get out of your head kind of thing. And so that's one aspect of what you're doing. Tell me if I'm wrong. Ultimately, is there anything big? Hey, they're right there. All the answers are right there. Slow down, relax. Stop worrying, stop thinking. Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to interfere with people's lives, but if you want to go big picture, sure, like ridding anger, or all of us have a little more peace, a little more kindness. I think it's fantastic. People can have their answers. Either questions or answers is direct. So how fast can you write? In any direction, you have to get rid of the shyness about this whole concept, and then the hugs and everything else. So, big picture, it's just think of it as more kind where mankind is headed, humanity. A little less rat race, a little less violence or harm, a little less.
If you were okay, have you been out in the woods yet? Have you talked to the Bigfoot? I'm going to ask you that.
Well, hey, I love those shows. There's like Survivor Man. He has there's a newer show. I forget what it's called. Bigfoot. It's got the primatologists in there. Really popular. I think they're on the 2nd or 3rd season now. That's been fun. But hey, there's the baby Bigfoot shot that Les Stroud had, and one of our household members was psychic, and so it was like kind of network. So he takes the air. You see it in even Predator, the original Schwarzenegger movie. There's the scout who takes the air and knows kind of what's going on. There's always something just beyond what we think we know. And so the more you just slow down and pay attention, that's what this is about. Bigfoot's fantastic. You said the other day when we were chatting about the whole telepathic thing. I think that's totally possible. But think of all the animals out there.
It's absolutely true. It's not impossible. It's really true. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, okay, what I've gotten before with my speech, which is because it's Native American and it's got that's what you do with the big flag. Aliens is telepathy, and then you're talking about talking with the angels. So let me give a difference. Whatever you want to call them. So people, oh, that's the B word. Don't call them that. That's like literally when I've gotten my speak with them. Sometimes there is a thought placement. Somebody mentioned that phrase before. I'm like, oh, that's perfect. That's true. You immediately know something, and you know that you know it. And what would be paragraphs and conversations is all of a sudden just given to you. It's like this quick download. But you also get conversation. This is just me. Let me just tell it from me. So I would get conversation where it's never the world is going to end, or it's never some cloud thundering God type thing that I've got. It's more like, hey, get down this part of the sit and you'll see it. No, I'm not ready yet. This is what you're for. I got little things like that where they were little conversations, but it was all through the mind. And I knew it. There wasn't any fuzziness. There wasn't any, I think they said that. It was a conversation back and forth, bump. And then at one point you go, oh my gosh, I just had a conversation with somebody or something. It was always distinct. Now, going to what you're doing and the sessions that I did with you, the angels, it was immediate. I got immediate words if I wasn't already in my head thinking too much. Like you say, you just gotta stop thinking, let it come in. And when that was the case, and it was hard because I was listening to you at the same time. I'm trying to write down and prepare for the show. But when I let it go, immediately an answer would come. And it's usually short and sweet. It's not like a full conversation that they throw at you. It's kind of like you had said, ask them what you need to know right now, or something like that. And it's, you might get something as good as, it's all going to be okay. It's going to be fun. You've got something coming up to you. It's going to be a blast, stuff like that. I got stuff like that. It's really good. So there's differences in it. And when we come back, not only will we do open lines with you when we come back, but when we get back to, let's see what your discernment is. If you can take away the picture and wonder if it's Joy talking to you, is it Geronimo talking to you, and let's see if you have discernment within your own guides and your own angels around you. So we're talking with Michael Andre Ford. You can find him at michaelandreford.com. Hey, do a search with him. See what we're talking about. Come down, Connie Lewis here on Coast to Coast AM.
It buys you to, maybe look a little bit more into the market. But, I don't want to purchase, but the collectors are big, Hopefully you tap in before it's too late. The industry is taking over by these bigger names, because we all know that they'll come in and be successful because they can come in and they can supply them.
I'm Mark Long, KFI 24-hour newsroom. 30,000 LA school district workers have reached a tentative deal with the district following a 3-day strike. The deal includes a 30% wage increase, retroactive pay of $4,000 to $8,000 depending on the job, $1,000 bonuses, increased average annual salaries, fully paid health care benefits, and more. Members vote on the agreement Monday night. At least 7 people have been killed in a tornado that's ripped through Mississippi. A funnel cloud at least a mile wide touched down in northeast Mississippi, and the National Weather Service dark and still fighting bad weather. Southland weather from KFI mostly clear overnight with lows in the mid-40s, about 40 in the Inland Empire and mid-30s in the Antelope Valley. You get a wind advisory in the valleys. Sunny Saturday with highs in the mid-60s. Sunday should look about the same, and we could get rain again by Tuesday. Weekly local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Long. There is a full 3-day closure of 405 northbound for breakfast to Warner Avenue. All lanes are going to be shut down for those work until 5. And in here, this is on the 605 southbound at Rose Hills. We have a little fender there. The crowd of lanes and on the right shoulder, but you're seeing some whooshing delays as you approach. Survey Thursday was on 134 westbound from Mass Avenue to the 101. The carpool and left lane safety shut down the road work until 5. Hey, if I ever sky, hope to get you there faster. Bye, man. You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your map? In case.
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up at 3 too.
What?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So yeah.
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long.
Thanks for asking, George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a question, call Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at readerheroes.com.
The cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes selected over the years. No punches of hope, as I shared a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, charity, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to go get game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IQ Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. But how about investing in an asset that will hold its value and it's fun to own? If you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one, well, let me suggest Bosch watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. Get a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Bosch Watches is trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury and pre-owned watches. All watches 100% authentic and independently certified. And now, $200 off. Just Google Bosch Watches and Bill Handles and click the link to get your quote online from the watch expert. Google Bosch Watches and Bill Handles. That's Bosch Watches and Bill Handles.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards. We celebrate our winners today.
And performances by iHeart Icon Award recipient, Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, Coldplay, Irvin, Pat Benatar, Neil Giraldo, Lano, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
Watch out and listen on iHeartRadio.
Monday night at 8 p.m.
Because it's like, what can I give you? They're giving live access to shows. They're giving private concerts. You know, it's the real deal grind, bro. Like, it's an effort that y'all turned on to, and that makes the price. I don't ever want to hear anybody in the space critique a musician for the price they put on their drum. Like, oh, that's a good song. Somebody else does it for 0.5. Bro, you don't know. Like, you don't know what it took them to put that to the surface. And, like, the supporters will buy it. So, like, if you don't support that, go screaming, go do whatever. But, like, you know, the utility is in supporting.
Talk to Connie Willis. Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Connie from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
Connie Willis, Coast to Coast AM, and also Neil Young. Seen from time to time at San Francisco. I think they were a library or something like that. I can't remember. I guess they were on the computer doing like library type stuff. Just hanging out, just doing his thing. That's kind of cool when you see people like that, the people that you look up to, you watch their albums or listen to albums. Anybody remember albums? Anyway,
because everybody's
You
gonna
can
come up
see,
through
you're
this
young now, just
experience.
apparently
Like,
once in a while,
you just
know,
gotta stay down and not be a victim to the
we are here
circumstance
back with
of
Tommy
the same
Danheiser
environment.
organ keyboard.
Are way ahead of what's
That's
building.
for rock and rollers.
Way ahead, and it's not gonna be an easy road coach.
Little
Way worth
45
taking because it's
going
gonna be,
on.
Okay, real quick.
you
In
know,
the action
imagine, okay, so
category,
this is the way I see
that
these
song,
NFTs.
awesome song by the way.
Little Wayne's not gonna
72,
drop no
77, or
siblings
75.
selling like
Oh man,
over
I'm
10
gonna say
million
75
copies.
because I wanted to say
You know,
74.
he's not selling 10 million NFTs. What he's gonna do is he's gonna drop 10,000 NFTs off of a million, right? Like private collection to where the music's free. Everybody's gonna listen to music regardless. And so having your rock, people are gonna steal the shit.
Beyond belief to
You
me.
don't need
So
to
now
turn
I'm
the
going to
whole world
transition to
into
talking about beyond
drop
belief.
that for free, but
Not
no
even
supporters
good,
if you
man.
support you
Okay, that's
over
fine.
time
But
and
you
over
know what?
evidence.
By the way, the other night
You know,
when I was last on, I had
and
Charles
Sammy
Hoffman
and
on.
Violetta Sales prove that. They
Yeah,
drop
and
very,
he's the
not
freebie
very limited shit,
Beyond
but
Belief
limited
stuff.
enough.
Yes,
And look at
yes.
their
Head over to
secondary,
beyondbelief.com. We've got
everything
ad
goes.
free episodes for you,
Literally
like Connie
everything
just
sells
said.
out, and then
You've got a
everything
7-day
goes
free,
because
free trial and some other things. And right now, if you head there, you can sign up for the Spring
and that's
Manifestation
the
event.
evolution, bro.
And that's
Nobody's
like an
putting that time
online
in.
summit. It's
No
totally
one's
free, free videos, a lot more. So it ends April 8th. Head over to beyondbelief.com.
Or also our website to find out more there too.
That is true.
That's right.
Be still. I swear to God, there's a job for you because devs are scratching their
Tax
heads.
season can be
Because
taxing
right
on
now,
your
the hottest
identity
thing is
because
gonna
all
be
your
leasing
personal
your NFT.
information is all in one
People are
place,
gonna lease
getting
shit,
emailed,
and
shared, and
the
possibly
world's not
exposed
ready
to
for it.
identity thieves.
The
Tax
technology is
forms can
literally
be
not
like
created yet,
one-stop
but
shops
once
for ID
shit
thieves,
gets wasted,
which means it can be dangerous for
once
thieves to
shit
steal your
starts
identity.
getting leased, you
Protection
bet,
against
like,
identity
I'm
theft
gonna
is
report it
easier
on
with
my
LifeLock
birthday
by
for like
Norton.
$23, you
LifeLock
know
by
what I mean?
Norton helps
Just
monitor
feel that
your
shit,
info and
but,
alerts you to potential
or I'm
identity
gonna rent
threats.
like Sam
And if you do
private
become
pass
a
shit to
victim,
where
a
I can
dedicated
stream
U.S.
a
based
Sammy concert
restoration
at my crib,
specialist will work
you
to
know,
fix
on my
it
birthday
through
for
tax
whatever
season.
the incentive is, but that
No one
technology
can
is yet
prevent
to
all
come up.
identity theft
But
and
everything,
monitor all
you
transactions
know,
at
that's
all
what I'm saying. Like,
businesses.
if that's your
If you
idea,
make sure your
yeah, I'm not
identity
even
theft
at all.
protection starts 10 off your first year.
I'm not trying
Call
to do nothing in this
1-800-LifeLock
space
or
that
go
I
to
don't have passion
LifeLock.com
for,
and
and
use
that's why
promo
I'm very
code
like
George.
in and out.
That's
Because once
LifeLock.com.
it's not
Use
what I
promo
love,
code
I'm out.
George to
But
save
let me
25%
pass
off.
the mic because I get hot.
LifeLock.com. The
If you have
best-selling
me past
pure
12,
thunderstorm
I'll
air
just
purifier
I'm gonna say whatever.
proven
I'm always on one.
technology that quickly destroys viruses, odors, mold, and more. People are raving over how well the thunderstorm freshens their home. Any odor will disappear. Odors from litter boxes, trash cans, cigarette smoke, dirty diapers, you name it. And best of all, there's no filters to buy. Right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection for one of your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you need clean, fresh air. Also, they have the USB port for your car or truck. With this special offer, you're getting 3 units for under $200. Go to EdenPureDeals.com right now and put in discount code radio. Save $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. Use discount code radio and shipping is free.
Investing into a startup, but I think still every new person that comes in kind of sees this more as just a quick way to make some money, and that's
It is
it's a bit
Coast to
sad
Coast AM. Connie
because
Willis with you.
misinformation is all
Happy
around.
March. Happy
And
spring. Wow. I can't believe it. It's flying
good
by
friend of
already.
mine said
April is
once that
coming up. May,
if you're
June,
looking to
July. These
invest
are all the great
into a
times
NFT
to
project, you should
go
be thinking of
to
it as a investment for
hotspot. Yeah,
many
live
years,
investigating
because
these
even
creepy
on
hotspots
the
that call back
markets
with you
or
and
in real life,
some
you
of you go
invest
with me
into
and real hauntings or real
into a
Bigfoot
business, you're looking to
investigations
get your
and strange lights.
money
And
back
telling
in
you,
around
we
like
get
2
them. We get
years,
them. We get them. We get them.
if I understand correctly. Like it's not
You'll
something
hear me
in
scream.
real life
It
that you
happens. Tourette
invest and then
syndrome
you
when
expect
someone
that the
rolls
stock
down the
market
window
flies
in the dark of
300x
night
and you're like
and we know that
billionaire.
Bigfoot are around. Don't do
That's
that.
the thing, like
Don't do that.
investors, they're looking at like plus
We don't do that. We
3%
don't have 11 seconds
stuff,
away
and that's
on
the
my
big
live
30. And
investigation.
over here we have
So
kind of
you don't
become
know what's
like
going to happen. Just don't do that.
immune to
Stupid.
it. Like the space is
So
moving
if
really
you'd like to
fast. We
learn
see
more and
these
join me
spikes
on
all
those,
around,
please
and people
do
are
at
looking at
ConnieWillis.com.
lottery
We're going back to our guest
rather
tonight.
than
It's our
you know,
angel intuitive,
long-term
Michael Andre Ford, and you can find him at michaelandreford.com. Just a slew of stuff. He has, where is there? I wanted to, I like this. This is nice. I want to say this. Michael believes that the greatest form of human compassion is and you say, hey, well, can you find this out? Can you ask this for me? You know, you're talking to him all the time. Can you ask him for me? No, he's like, no, I'm doing this so you can ask him at any time. So that's kind of interesting, right? Because you have some people that their whole business strategy is like therapist, you know, you call me once and then you call me again. And, you have to get that same service coming in so that paycheck continues on. He's not even thinking of that. He's like, come on in, take a session with me, and let's teach you how to do it. See you later, bye, keep in touch. You know, as long as you're eating, that's all good, Michael. So how you doing? You also say that they have a sense of humor, like you do.
You should get drugged.
Absolutely, and there's a Mike in Arizona who's just emailed me out but, he's asking me about asking angels about feeling on what they hit the half, and my point was, hey, head over to the YouTube site, and on the show, there's a new show 9 episodes out that comes on Sunday. Feel free to show hosts, dealers, authors, long-time intuitive veterans at the end of the show that have their conversations. They're using the photos that no photos. They're going through the motion, so it's really important that person owns their own skill set. They've got it all, but a lot of us just don't realize it yet.
So sense of humor. Having an example of that that you can say?
Sure, I mean, hey, it could be little stuff like this thing. Mom shows up I had my cousin visiting from San Francisco years back in Austin, and this song kept coming up to the point where we were like, this is crazy. So angels can show up in uniform, full on, but they can also do stuff that you just will never be able to explain. Your brother, your sister, your neighbor is like, what? But if they know you, they know you. You know, you speak from the heart, it happens. And I think we've heard enough stories by now. You can get ask for more feathers to show up. That's super popular. So we're talking real feathers. But I love taking it to the next level, which is ask for an electronic feather. We call it angel light. That will short circuit you. You're sitting in your kitchen, you're making a meal. And a feather comes from the ceiling. It's made out of light. It might be around for a few minutes. Catches you off guard. It short circuits your reality. Our reality is kind of based on what we think it is.
That's interesting. Okay, so you can ask any question about what's going on in the world, what's going on with me, what should I do next, what about this, what about that, and hey, how about, a little light here, a little feather here, more reminders of good things. It was always, I know that, I think everybody kind of went through this spell's not a good word for this. They went through this kind of time in their life. Some people are in it now. Some people will do it at one point, and maybe you do it 2 or 3 times in your life. But there's always a time, and I don't know if it's guys too. I know girls do. We do it. And we go through this time of finding rocks. I think all of us love rocks that are a part of these shows. There's something to that, by the way. But we look for rocks that are in the shape of hearts, and we just see them all the time. Do you think this has anything to do with that kind of thing too?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it could be leaves in the shape of hearts. There's an angel named Heather. Her name Heather is the word heart rearranged with a few extra letters. She makes hearts in the photos. If you go to the website page, my website, michaelandreford.com, I think there's an angel photos page, and you can find like at least 3 of her hearts that she made in the photos in light energy. And so, but people get to see that with their own eyes, like in their living room, or you can look up in the sky and get a heart made out of whatever color light they're doing. And it doesn't have to be Heather, it could be any of your angels doing it. So this is a lot really moving, almost tearjerker type experience. Also, people do yawn a lot, or they do cry a little bit when they're carrying around a lot of baggage. Guess what? Life happens. You let a lot of stuff build up a lot longer than you should have ever, allowed it to stick around. So it's a chance to shed some of the weight and just fall in life, fall in love with like life again.
We do have open lines coming up in the next couple of hours, but we do want to grab some phone calls here right now. But you can another Tommy out of Daytona Beach. Hey, Tommy, you're on the air. talk on me every time she initiates you, and I'll take it from mine. I understand that. You could, thank you. I was wondering if you could tell me if I have a black cloud over me. Everything has been negative pretty much in my life since 2002 when we lost our motel and we were on the street, we're still on the street, and now we had a crash with our truck and it wasn't no fight. But in 7 days and I don't have transportation, I can't get the insurance come through. I mean, and if I do have a black cloud, how do I get rid of it, and why am I not learning?
Okay, Connie, so I help people actually to slow down enough to trust their own senses. It's like, think of a big cup of coffee. How do we know a big cup of coffee is a big cup of coffee? That is about at a bigger level. You can do your own listening, you can do your own slowing up, you can get your own guidance. And so with this, absolutely all of it is serious, it's real, and so on. But if you're looking for guidance, start
What's an ego? I don't know.
For your these things. Start assuming things are going to start shaping up for yourself soon.
Man, him
Immediately. Either way, if you could put yourself in your heart in a higher vibration, a happier perspective, it can help. So I'm healthy, wise, and grounded. Universe, whatever your language is. And also, why don't you throw in one more? I'm open to complete healing or complete resolution of all my financial stuff at all levels in the present moment, in the now. Find a way to start making the request without the details. This is going to sound weird. You want the solution to the details, but to do that, you've got to let go of the details. You've got to be able to move past it. That whole quote we used earlier in the show that I said, the consciousness that's experiencing the problem is the same consciousness that lets you move past it. So there's a little bit of opening to go through and a little bit of allowing for the universe to actually help out. If we've got time for 10 more seconds, I've got one last example from Eat, Pray, Love. There's a mention of the old man in Italy who goes to a fountain every day for like years. It's a statue, maybe a patron, and now he complains about not winning the lottery. And finally, the debt becomes alive and says, you just buy a lot of tickets for God's sake. So everyone has stuff happen to them, but we don't realize oftentimes the opportunity to slow down, take stock, or to figure out what doesn't serve anymore for more assistance. You couldn't ask enough. Some people have to ask 1,000 times. Others are like, no, I got this. I'm pretty confident. So depending on who you are, what you're, what happens to you.
Get out of your head, get out of your head, get out of your head. Laugh, laugh, laugh. If you find somebody you can laugh with all the time, great. But the Rockies, out of Florida, you are on the air. Welcome.
But thank you so much for hosting space. Very lovely space.
I was wondering,
I saw Leroy over here.
and I've always felt that I know he's on my shoulder. I come from
And so I had to give a shout out to him.
English
And it's we're just here, and I think
don't know anything about
I just wanted to say if I'm rambling, it's because I did
I've been dogs all my life. Always felt connected to my dogs.
I'm sure it's something all ideologies. So I'm just going to say that I'm freaking
I've had
anyway.
4
Hey guys,
dogs.
as far as investing, I think where my head's at right now, where my head's been at is investing in people.
And each one of my dogs
I don't really do a lot
that
of
was
this
a new
stuff, the
dog,
cryptocurrencies. I haven't
only
done
seemed to
that
have a
much.
connection with my dogs.
But I do believe in
And
an
it was
investment
sometimes thought
hierarchy. It's
that
just
when
in
they were
people
younger,
and
they would
connections
run in
and
circles
forging
and
those
bars
relationships and
had
those
nothing.
networking
And
opportunities
that
with
happened
people.
quite often in the dark.
Massive,
And
massive.
then they
Let me
seemed
give
to
you an
mellow
example,
down
real fast, quick example
shortly
of that.
after that.
I
And
am
it
in real
seemed
life,
like
okay?
they
I
would
got
run
this freaking
together.
suit.
And I
I'm
could
gonna
feel all
have
my
real talk.
dogs.
I don't have to
I
stunt.
couldn't move
I'm
from
not
there.
gonna stunt. You
So
work
I
at this suit.
lost complete
Good one.
connection with my
You know how
dogs.
much I got it
And
for?
I
$140.
just don't
I
feel
got the
with
suit and the pants and
Oh,
3
absolutely not.
shirts
But if you can
and 3
just
ties.
recognize that the
$140. So how
your
about that?
thinking makes a big
For a
difference. So
7B.
think of thinking
How
as
about that?
more of, and I
So I'm
don't
gonna
want
tell
to
you
be
a little
negative
business
about thinking,
responsible.
but
So I'm
be a
just
big
kidding.
waste of
I can
energy or a
literally,
block.
if I,
So if you need a way to like
hey,
relax,
sounds
put
like
your
that.
hand on
Not
your
real
heart,
talk. I
take
can
some
make fun
deep
of myself,
breaths,
right?
number 2 seconds
Can
in,
I make
4
fun of
seconds
myself in
out.
the room?
Find
Okay,
a way to
okay, I
relax.
got
The
permission.
truth is it's still with you. I was dog guardian angels, by the way, I gotta mention that. It shows the weight, and I'm sleeping with my dog, on a bed, and I'm looking at my dog, and I'm keeping my eyes looking like they're close to my dog. I'm still, like, checking on everything, but she's looking above me constantly, like there's a person there, like an angel. And my cat does the same thing. So back to you with this specific, yes, why don't you just go for the country of the feel, find a chair that you like to sit in, make a daylight, have a cup of tea, whatever you're doing to relax a little. Walk around, put the tree barefoot on the grass, but when you're ready, just still put your hand out and see if you can feel them walk by underneath your hand so you can feel the fur. That's one way to go for it. You don't have to worry about, you can hear their bark. They're absolutely with you. Don't worry about location at all. Always with you. But if you need to, start asking angels. And so, again, forgive me, I'm not sure which way you roll for angels, but if you're cool with it, angels are here to help with anything. Big, little, left, right. Ask for angels to help you get out of your head and your heart so you can feel and experience God. Your pet more. And find a way to ask for those signs. Ask for something. You have to find a way to kind of get around what you know of top of the brain, but it's been knowing that precludes possibilities. So back to your heart. Your heart already knows what to do. So trust a little bit more there and see what happens.
Trust your heart. Absolutely. Absolutely. First time caller with our first time guest to be loaded in at Georgia. Getting some phone calls here. Hey there, you are on the air, Logan.
I can't believe I'm online. Excuse me. Thanks for covering for George. Thanks for the music. I love that show. I fall asleep to y'all every night. I wake up finding Michael. My middle name is Michael. The artist.
Your parents named you
I'm very cool.
the whole thing, Michael the Archangel.
I've never seen a fast one. I've never seen ghosts. I want to be an alien, but it just ain't happening for me. But fairies and all that other stuff, I mean,
Please do. I love the music, so absolutely.
Y'all still with me?
Yeah, we're listening to you. We're going there with you. Have you seen Friday?
Tommy?
Yes.
Yo, Tommy is very polite.
Tommy, you're very polite. Did you hear that? I don't know if he's got a mic where he can just pop on in or not. I don't know if Logan is still there or not, but Logan, I hope that you go walking out into the woods and where you heard that the activity at the Bigfoot are, and you might get to do that and just tell them from your own mind, just say, hey, I'd love to see you. I just wanna say hi. Is that, by the way, you never know. All individual personalities, I believe. And then when it comes to seeing strange lights, just look up. And look up. People don't look up. Very nice. Same with the Sasquatch. And see what happens. But you gotta get out there and do it. When it comes to fairies and angels, you'll get a hold of Michael here, and he'll show you how to do it really quickly by going to his site, which is michaelandreford.com. What is in the future for you, Michael? What is it that you've got planned? Is there anything that you're thinking, hey, I'm going to do this, here's my mission, here's another plan? Or is it just consistently sessions, unveiling it for people, and book after book after book kind of thing?
A little bit of both. My first big event was at Omega last summer. That was interesting. That was fun. There's an online event coming up April 22nd with Michelle Claire, CLARE. She's been a guest in the past, maybe a year and a half ago, on Coast to Coast. So she's the type that's your classic psychic medium. She does your listening for you. She passes on messages from more of a group thing so that people can let go. They can ask for help. They can get their answers. Maybe individually, but they're sitting in a group, they're getting the same set of instructions. I'm much more about, hey, now, it may sound like I'm telling you to do your own push-ups, isn't it easier to ask someone else to hand you the answer? But this is about ownership of, your energy flows and starting to recognize when you're wasting energy. But when you get second on this, because the old do this,
well, not yet, but will you stick around for open line? Is that a yes? Yeah. I got a thumbs up? Okay, excellent. Well, stick around and you can tell us about that when we come back. Open lines coming up next. Michael, Andre Ford, gonna stick around with us. I'm going to hear your listening to Coast AM.
Valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investment.
Hi, my name is Alex Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Alex Carey.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Alex donated ring?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Skills Help, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling clean water wells in Nigeria, Africa.
Tangible Investments owner Sylvie Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Bill and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation, free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Free genetically modified handcrafted artisanal gluten-free stimulating pods.
It's the one animal that talks like us, and we keep them in a cage all day and all night at a zoo. I wonder why the zookeepers have not reprimanded reconciliation for that. Throwing their BTW, and everyone seems to just laugh it off. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. I mean, if I went to Gelson's and did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. New tomato coming. I don't know what the old tomatoes did that were so bad, but these new tomatoes, I don't know. Purple tomatoes. Wow! The color comes from genetically modified chemicals. Right. More screwing around with the food, yeah. More preservatives.
Doesn't make so much color on this thing.
The food until we all die. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, KFI, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Sponge baths out, showers back in. I'm Mark Ronner from the KFI 24-hour news. Governor Newsom has rolled back water restrictions in the state that says the drought's still not over.
Newsom says provisions in an executive order to help conserve the state's water have dropped from 81 to now 33.
The reduction in provisions includes the following. We're eliminating that 15% voluntary requirement or voluntary conservation target.
The governor says he has also eliminated the drought application of around 450 water agencies in the state to advance their own localized water mandates. Newsom signed an executive order that would help preserve groundwater and help capture water when it rains. Chris Adler, KFI News.
The union representing 30,000 LA school district workers and its superintendent have reached a tentative deal. The deal follows a 3-day strike that shut down school for thousands of students. Union Executive Director Max Arias thanked Mayor Bass, the district, and the community for supporting the workers this week.
Stood shoulder to shoulder with our members in the class, with compassion, with conviction, and understanding that this was important.
The union says the 30% wage hike will increase the average salary of the union members from $25,000 a year to $33,000. The proposed deal also includes a $1,000 bonus for all members who were with the district in the 2020-21 school year. The deal would also give health benefits to part-time employees who work 4 or more hours per day. Members vote on the deal Monday night. 2 migrants have been found dead, and at least 10 have gone to the hospital after Texas police found out they were suffocating in a freight train near the U.S.-Mexico border. The Uvalde Police Department says Border Patrol was able to stop the train. Officials say the migrants were heading to San Antonio. 12 were in the shipping container, and 3 were in the hopper car. A letter containing a death threat in white powder has been mailed to the district attorney in Manhattan, who's investigating former President Trump for 2016 hush money payments. The DA's office says the letter was immediately contained in the New York Police Department Emergency Service Unit, determined there was no dangerous substance. The letter addressed to DA Alvin Bragg read, "Alvin, I am going to kill you." Officials say the office was not evacuated and no one was hurt. Self-found weather from KFI, mostly clear overnight, rain again by Tuesday. It's 46 in Irvine, 45 in Brea, 46 in Burbank, 35 in Palmdale. Stevens Local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ron. In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road. All lanes shut down for road work until 5. Hollywood, this is on the 101 southbound at Melrose. We have a multi-car crash there that's taken up the left lane. Driving south of Hill from Normandy. Lacey is there. There is a work zone. This is on the east westbound from Richmond to the 118. Two right lanes are shut down for road work until 9. KFI, the title, if you're there, still Brian there.
And I'm using that with my youngest son, Seth. He's actually graduating high school. And we're creating a financial literacy plan and using ChatGPT to integrate it, turn it into a video that my AI is going to be recording, so it's going to be available 24/7. And it's 18 modules that I'm doing with about 10 minutes for each one. So if you didn't have a checking account by the time you're done, you will. If you have an IRA, hopefully you'll have your account. So it's a very useful tool trying to do for financial literacy.
I'm so sorry. I have to step into Mr. Jake real fast because it's so incredible.
You
Kids
locked your
met
cat
the
up
freaking
the street.
synchronicities, the energy in the other room. Let me tell you what I'm doing.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
With permission of the host. I don't see another hands. But I'm doing for use of ChatGPT. Also, I'm developing a kindergarten and elementary level curriculum lesson plan on NBIC convergence technologies.
No, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower. They were up a tree too.
As well as
This
molecular
room was
biology
really clogged,
on a
backing up,
kindergarten
and
level.
we have to stop
It's a
that nasty
homage
stuff
to
from invading their
the freaking
bathroom.
Christian Anderson slander towards
Try to be
non-Catholics,
every day.
Watchword,
We
and
are
mounting
leaders here.
brutality.
You make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Christian Anderson called Dr. Watchword and coming in
What are you
kindergarten
about?
molecular biologist.
If you have a
So we're like, okay, well, fine.
readers
You know, you want to teach all this other stuff in schools. Which I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna go into that. It's basically
Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket. No payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. Call 2023.
but if you have somebody that can come in and come up with the curriculum, school team, kind of service. So that's what we're doing right now. That's all in process. So love to connect with that, right? Anyway, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just sent you a DM. Definitely. Thank you. Love that project.
Yeah, me too. My actual spirit is rooted in education. That's my life's
AM640, more stimulating talk.
You and I might have integral futures, Chris and Mr. Financial Literacy. To me, is the true source of salvation. So it's very, very pleasing to hear these topics come up. So let's fucking go on. I mean, Chris showed up in the other day when I was filling in for Manny, and we met that day. Yeah.
And that's amazing. He's like a ghost right now. Yeah, he's doing a lot of things in IRL, so he's not dedicating the time that he should be in here. But he's on Instagram and some others, so yeah. I just want to say you guys are all amazing, man. They love to be your clone.
Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Connie from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
Thank you for joining us tonight or this morning. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM. Connie Willis here with you. Snowing where I am. Yay! It's outside, but there's not snow. It was a nice, warm, beautiful day earlier. It's just the way it rolls, and I like it. It's beautiful. See this nice chunky snowflake, you know? I love that so much. Anyway, it's beautiful. It's nice, it's peaceful, and it's quiet. Open lines coming up for you right now. It's happening, so make sure you get your calls in. And Michael, Andre, Ford, going to stick around with us. Stay with us, ask, and learn more about angels here at Coast to Coast Radio.
I know you're going to want some after hearing this. This is an amazing story. Stephen and Malachi Gregory in Nelson, New Zealand. I understand that Malachi, who's almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just one or two warts, but I mean a significant outbreak of warts all over his body. So significant it impacted his ability to really function. Yeah. He was having trouble getting out of the pencil to run. Like that's actually point did you see that there was actually improvement, really going to work?
That was the first time I ever heard space where somebody like opened up the music and it was actually, and then I was in my feelings because this chick sold my Bluetooth speaker and I didn't have a plan. I had to order a new one and then to mail it to me. She took my damn Bose Bluetooth speaker. Pissed off. Now those are spaces that I can't even like play videos. When I was getting hyped, I was so hyped. That's why I was so hyped. Oh my god, explain killers.
Yeah.
Killer.
Absolutely wonderful. Hi, this is awesome. Yeah, this is awesome. Another amazing story. Why? We're talking about Carnivora. Call them to awaken your immune system and protect yourself now. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. Carnivora. Carnivora.com. For a limited time, it's back the one-off solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at bullionmatch.com/code. With inflation on the rise in the teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify the precious metals that you can store at your home. Bullionmatch.com/post and your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Start building your wealth in precious metals at bullionmatch.com/code.
With stations all over the U.S., North America, Puerto Rico, and Guam. My satellite and everywhere we are Coast to Coast AM. I am your host, Connie Willis. Good night tonight, talking about angels, open lines happening for us right now. A lot of you writing in, and I love it. I get so many of these other tweets and all the, all the social media out there. It's so overwhelming for me. I do want to say thank you so much for them. You give me great emails. I cannot catch up to them all. Please forgive me because I don't. I try to comment, I try to give likes or something that's not, I do my best because you guys are so kind and so loving. You really, really are. I appreciate the letters. I appreciate the comments and the posts and the tweets. Thank you very much for that. One of the really neat ones from who he calls Shoot said, Miss Willis, please say Bob wishes Bob the best birthday ever on your show tonight. 2 lifelong friends, one from the Ville, that's Louisville, the other from Indiana, who came together in Cocoa Beach, Florida, 40 years ago. Bob is the brother Bob needed. See, that's an important thing to know. 2 guys meeting up just as a brother-to-brother type of thing and saying, thanks, I needed you at a time. You know, our lives have changed. The world has changed along the way that people can actually say that now, where they, and maybe it's our ages, we get a little older, we're open enough to say, thank you for being there for me when I needed you. And you're still there for me, and I just want you to know that I appreciate that. I see that there's more and more of that going on and happening, and the encouragement to love, whether it's just as a friend or, sibling, that type of thing is great. I'm so happy that people can express that more. And, these are things you didn't see a long time ago. Just an opinion that's coming out from me. But I do like that. And thank you so much. If you do want to know more about me, go to my website. It's ConnieWillis.com. You'll, of course, be kept up to date with what's going on with Toast. Absolutely got to do that. Hey, it's the best show on the planet. But also, you'll see what I'm doing with Blue Rock Talk and Connie After Dark. That's a live virtual bar where whatever happens there stays there, and no one ever sees it again. But with Blue Rock Talk, you go on live investigations to see hotspots. You truly do. We have experienced so many things, and what we do is we learn across the board, whether it's a haunting, whether it's a strange lights, and strange lights can be anything. It can be the little fairy lights up to the big lights, the mother ships up above. It's strange lights. It can be twinkling, it can be solid, it can be something within it, or, most of these things have something in it. That's pretty much usually what's going on with any of the strange lights. And the Bigfoot and the Dogman and all sorts of other things that we're not even sure what they are yet. But we take these similarities. We look at what these similarities are across the board, so we take it a lot deeper. It's not 101. It's the real deal, and we're doing it. And we're doing it talking, communicating. We are out there live for days at a time. So hopefully you'll join the communication in our community, with us as we communicate and in our community, because it's a wonderful one. We have a good time, and it's usually one that you'll stay. You'll stay. You'll become a Blue Rock. So learn more and get on the email list at ConnieWillis.com. Open lines happening. We have first time guest Michael Andre Ford with us, and he's going to stick around for open lines with us here for the first hour. So if you got any legal questions, now's a good time to do it. Now, Michael, we had to cut you off to go into a break, but before you go into that, please tell me everything you want to say about yourself that you just want people to know, because once the phone calls start coming in with you, boom, 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 going to happen, and all of a sudden I'm going to have to go, goodbye.
Everybody needs friends with right, and people are gonna come back. These motherfuckers are gonna be so slow.
That, the little clip at the top or in the regular video, but then the December 30th video and seeing Angel fly over my head. It is crazy. Like being an hour and 20-minute talk, didn't know this was going to happen. You can see me get a little stunned, like your headlights, and I'll tell people the backstory, which is it's over my head. I didn't see that. I saw it between me and the screen, like right in front of me, like 2 inches off my screen. So whether it was my mind's eye or whatever, I saw a white light in front of me. I would have failed to touch that word if I had to describe what happened. So you see it on video. That's December 30th in Angel Flyover. And I want you to remind people that you have the simplest ability to do all this. It may sound something sophisticated, scary, or too much.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say from our last conversation,
and being still and a little more open, slow down a little, let go, and pay attention a little more out of the brain, into the heart, and just doing this all day long, these kind of unconscious tasks, flipping the light switch, flipping the key on the kitchen knife. So if you can just do this a little more consciously with intent, get to leave your hand on your heart. Start talking one way. But if you'll allow for the comeback of an answer, all the do. And that little book, Looking at Angels, could help you out a lot. It's $4.99 at Amazon. And you can figure that out with the website and so on, and they've got a link that goes to post. So that's not much, less than a cup of coffee, but it's very good there, and you should have a lot of fun.
I don't know where you're getting coffee. It's like $7 to $8 where I'd walk by. Keep walking. Anyway, let's go grab some phone calls. But if you'd like to learn more about Michael, go to michaelandreford.com. Let's go west of the Rockies. Neil out of California, and it's burning in my mind. It's Neil the newbie. I just know it is. I just know it is. Am I right? I guess not. Neil the newbie, west of the Rockies. I guess not. It's very quiet. I don't hear anything. It's the spirit of Neil the newbie. Let's go first. Let's go to First time caller, Mark out of Arizona. Hey there, Mark, you're on the air.
Hi, Bonnie. And hi, Michael. I'm in Ottawa, Arizona.
Nice.
Yeah. I've had, over the years, starting when I was a teenager, I've had several major angelic experiences.
Michael, I'm going to let you have the conversation here.
Did you see more the classic way where it's really super tall angels, smoke and brimstone, and you have to pay attention? Or was it a gentler, kinder version of angels? And it's all good either way.
Well, no, actually, the first major one that happened, it scared my mom. I was a teenager, and my room, I think I was being bothered by weird entities, but it was Michael, calling Michael, but I'm more comfortable with Michael. But these two other angels came down between the barn and the house and came, 2 o'clock in the morning, came right through a wall and a window, and they had globes of light. And it radiated out to the room. And that was my first experience with it. And it cleared everything out of that room forever. It bothered me. But,
and how do you know it's Michael, or how do you say it? How do you say it?
I don't, Connie, but I just feel more comfortable for some reason.
I got you.
Yeah, it's just, I guess Michael would be perfectly good, you know. I'm just more comfortable with Michael.
Oh, no, that's fine, Michael. But how do you know it's Michael and not something else? Is it, does he say?
Like in that case, just as serious as life. It's just, it's just a walk out of it, but it's beautiful loving. It's the quality of it. And my mom woke up and saw this come down across kind of a backyard between them. And while I woke up from a sound sleep, which I didn't do when I was a teenager, and when this happened, she said she had rose up and big charge of energy, and she's looking down the hall, and the light radiating around the crack of my door in my bedroom down the hall, and under the door was just brilliant. She knew exactly what it was, but it was so powerful it scared me. And, she should have come down. But that was one. And I've had others. When I was a teenager and then into my 20s, I became so psychic that it became a problem. And I couldn't go into a grocery store and hear other people's thoughts. Just mundane thoughts. Just not some people in the booth.
That's so true. Even in the world of remote viewing, when you can really get into people's thoughts and heads and things like that, they're like, hey, you don't want to go that far because you don't want to know, what toothpaste they're using or, a lot of other things that are in the medicine cabinet. So I understand.
No, but you fucked this fucking bitch from Pompeii.
It can be to the point where it's not good. And
You fucked a chick.
So easy that, Really?
It was ducking and covering.
I studied Kriya Yoga for a while with a Kriya
Really?
master.
I don't know if that's the best thing. Is it called rank?
More about energy flows and consciousness and how to focus. And, there's a lot in Eastern meditation and everything.
Well, do me a favor. Write me at Connie@ConnieWillis.com and say hello, and I'll have to bring you on here at Costa another time, and we'll talk to you a whole lot more because you've got a lot more to say, and then I'd love to ask you more questions. So thank you very much. Just get a hold of me or leave the information with Tommy, and so that I can bring you on one of my next shows. I'd love to do that. So, Michael, do you hear a lot of stories once you go to like a party, you're at a family reunion, and people, let's just say a party where you're brand new, and then someone tells everybody what you do. Do you instantly get a barrage of people coming over with angel stories, or no?
I think there's a lot more angel stories out there than we would imagine. A lot of experiences. Sometimes it's the classic angels. Again, smoke and brimstone. There was a guest on my show, Angels, Positivity, and Love, a 7-story tall angel in a waterfall. That was like episode 4, I think, in the series. But he's a show host for a very popularly ranked in the top 100 out of each spot. I think he's 26 last year and this year, and amazing background. So people see in the classic way, I think that's, part of your upbringing. If you came from like a Catholic family, your background culturally. Also, how much do you need to pay attention? Well, a lot of us, we got to have that near-death experience or practically a rollover in the vehicle to get us to kind of go in another direction. What you said earlier, Tom, we sometimes have to have really drastic stuff happen to get us to really start listening. So I'm like the touchy-feely gentle, like I make it easy, but I don't do your work for you. You got to do your own letting go and your own allowing, and then you get to do your seeing and your feeling and your hearing, and then you trust more that it's a good cup of coffee thing. You know a good cup of coffee. Why wouldn't you know a good experience when you're having it? You learn to just relax on the judging, park it a little, and to trust the ride.
Okay, so park it a little and tell me some really good stories from you that you've seen that is amazing to you, that happened with you, that you just, you still think about all the time. It still touches you.
Sure, I told this today to one of your former guests, a different one who's been on 3 times, who was probably at the same event Tom was at in Sedona. So this is a pretty decently famous person with a bestseller and all the rest.
Go ahead, say your name.
So I saw, let me just say, Abraham of old. Angel is on everyone's team, probably grandfatherly figure. I had helped somebody in a 24-hour diner. If anybody knows downtown Austin, across from Whole Foods headquarters, there's a Whole Foods supermarket down below. There's a 24-hour diner. That person had just gotten a chance to talk to Jesus, Mary, Angel. It's a nice deal the first time, but we're sitting in the SUV afterwards. They haven't started the engine. And along comes out of, was it Hogwarts, Harry Potter? That Hagrid sort of looking figure. It turns out it's an angel, but carrying 4 Starbucks cups under their right arm. Stops at our vehicle, looks it up. Time gets all messed up. I'm asking Angel, is that an angel that I'm looking at? I'm getting no answer for the first time. I'm getting told to move on. And so time goes weird. I'm tugging on my friend's sleeve, and I'm like, is that an angel? Because that person's so psychic. And I'm like, what's going on? She saw completely different. She saw into the eyes. This is the Starbucks cup. I'm different. I see the outside. So I tried to get out of the vehicle, and I went all jumbled. By the time I jumped out, gone. And it turns out that was Abraham Gold and Angel bring coffee with a 20-degree night, a rare cold night in January in Austin. And he was going to hand out coffee to the homeless. And all we got was it. And it was a couple years later, I found out it was Abraham. And so he likes to hand out fish, not keep fishing. And so seeing him, I've never forgotten it.
What the fuck is this?
That fatherly energy, or grandfatherly energy, and he's a wonderful angel.
I like that. And that was like maybe one of your clients or something, so that's why I'm sorry I asked. It's a dope name, but sorry, that's why something just between you guys there. Let's see, we got so many callers. Who should I pick? Let's go with the Rockies. Norma G out of California. Hey there, Norma G, you are on the air.
Well, thank you, Connie, and my intuition is scientific. It's really just put me on tonight. But I wanted to tell Michael that I did have an angel experience. I didn't see the whole angel. I had taken some spiritual classes for a week, and then we had to go for 2 weeks and not listen to any just turn on the radio or TV, and really just be quiet. And in doing that, just kind of sitting down trying to meditate, and I was startled that it's just like the 7-foot wings just kind of swept over me. I didn't see the full figure, but I could see the wings for about 7 feet. But the other thing I wanted to mention is I just had the most wonderful response from the angels, and so quick it's unbelievable. I have a son that has cancer and obviously got heart, and this baby was like too much. So we moved to Hawaii recently because he doesn't want to take any more treatment. He took all the doctors, the operation, so he just wants to be happy there. But I just think I didn't have the money to go, but I was thinking it would be so wonderful if I could just see him, before he goes. And all I can do is like this, and 2-3 days later, Yeah,
I'm right there with you.
my grandson
See,
called
it's
and
been my
said,
team
you
training.
know, you're going to get Hawaii. You know, it's Hawaii. And
Guys, I have good
basically,
news,
you have to
guys.
work
Very
it
good
out if
news
you'd
for
like
our
for me to come.
community.
Or
We
I don't
have
know how
now
I have to
92
Tony called my daughter was getting in there. Oh, we're stuck. We're going to
The
be
other
a
two
few
votes,
days.
our competition has
It was
59
to
votes and
Hawaii.
61 votes. So what happens is we win this, which Leo
And we
did
had a
such a
wonderful,
fabulous
wonderful
job
family time. My daughter and my
yesterday
my
morning.
son
You
and
know,
my
he was throwing a
grandson.
bitch fit, and then
Wonderful.
everyone
It's
started
so
voting. So
Angel.
I think it worked
So
out
much
right.
ridiculous, wonderful, pretty response.
Yes, sir.
And
I
I
was
do
doing a
feel
bitch for a
the
day.
other thing I wanted to mention.
And
I see Spirit all the time, and I've watched about 4 people in the last 4 years. But maybe my sister, I just wanted to make sure she's up there with God. And I see her and I think that she could cross over. So I just feel very annoying to see. Norma, thanks so much for that call. I appreciate that. And oh my gosh, goodness, that's great that you got to go see Tony over there in Hawaii. That is just huge. That's nice. So Michael, when people talk about angels, and just really quickly here before our next break here, is it always good? Is it, because when we think of angels, we always think good. Is it always good, or sometimes we might get something negative?
Angels are light. They're unconditional love, super high vibe. Consciousness itself. So there's no thinking over there. None of the stuff we do, the doubting, the judging, I'm not sure, all that stuff. And they do come in all shapes, sizes, and colors with all sorts of backgrounds, but they're just here to help. So they'll never interfere. You have to say your intent and be like, hey, I need help on this. And then allow for the help. Don't ask and then try to block it.
Right. Don't do that number. Michael Andre Ford, trying to get MichaelAndreFord.com. He's with us tonight. Angel Intuitive. Connie Willis here with you too. Stay with us. You're listening to Coast AM.
I forget what year it was, but we were touring with Guns N' Roses at the time, and Megan Slash decided to have a friendly competition to see who could play the fastest guitars. They're trading licks, each one faster and more insane than the last.
24-hour news. Two people have been killed in a helicopter crash in Riverside County. Fire and Sheriff's Department responded to the area east of Lake Hughes afternoon, and hazardous materials unit also responded. The area was roughly 10 miles northwest of Emmett Ryan Airport. The release of voting starts tomorrow, and the LA City Council District 6 special election to replace former President Marie Martinez. He resigned after a tape surface of racist remarks about other council members. 7 people are running for the seat. World Athletics has banned transgender athletes from competing against natural-born women. The organization's president says no female transgender athlete who can't be male puberty is allowed to compete in female world rankings. The governing body says the goal is to protect the female category, trans and sex next Friday. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear overnight with lows in the mid-40s, about 40 in the Inland Empire, mid-30s in the Antelope Valley, wind advisory in the valleys. Sunny Saturday with highs in the mid-50s. Sunday should look just about the same, and we could have rain again by Tuesday. In the local, from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ronner. In Costa Mesa, there's a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Hollywood, this is on the 101 southbound at Melrose. We have crews from an earlier crash, picking up the 2-bike lane, swapped to the way from just after Normandy Avenue. Lakeview Terrace, there is a Brooksville, and then westbound from Wheatland to the 118. 2 right lanes going to be shut down for road work until 9. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma.
Who are you? Mike Diamond, the Smell Good plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
But you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stoppage. The Smell Good plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like upfront and everything. I just called a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
No Bubba's here, man. Just
Professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446. What would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, hey, let's start a coup? Back in the 1930s, Marine Stephanie Butler was called us to the U.S. fascism. I'm Ben Bowling. I'm Alex Spring. And I'm Smedley Butler. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Coup.
Like, you're seeing this, like, no one has themselves on camera. Like, this is crazy fucking technology. Super Satya. Satya, what is this?
Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and more. They have them all. You can buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury and free watches, 100% authentic and independently certified. And then $200 off. Just Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle and click the link to get your discount automatically applied. So if you're looking to sell your luxury watch with a fast, easy quote online from the watch experts, Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle. That's Bob's Watches and Bill Handle.
As many as half of workers battling cancer choose to hide their condition from their employers. It's time for those in charge to take charge. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Civic Sisters are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Half of us will get cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play.
Trail cams would be really interesting to people.
And follow hashtag #WorkingWithCancer on social media for your voice.
Working on the night moon. You're in love. You're such a small pie in the sky summer. We were just young and restless and bored, living by the sword. And we see a way every chance we could. To the bathroom, to the bathroom. Hey, I'm really happy you're watching me. Really, yeah. I wish I were more exciting. If you want me to fucking jerk off or something, I can. Teenage blues. Okay, on night. Sweet summertime. Right. Yeah, wait, oh, I got you guys right here.
Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Connie from east of the Rockies, call 800.
I woke last night to the sound of thunder.
From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618.
Started humming a song from 1962. And for now, the mind moves. When you just don't have as much to lose. Strange how
here on Coast to Coast AM. Connie Will is here. And Tommy Sennheiser.
Hello, Connie.
Hey, got some trivia for me, baby?
I like that song. Well, I was thinking to myself, do you have a favorite charity?
Man, I don't know if it's any of them are favorites. There's a whole bunch up there at the top.
Okay, well, I'm going to find out. You don't have to say your favorite charity, but I'm going to find out the top charity. And if you get this right, I'm going to do something in your name for that charity.
Airplane tape's really expensive. But yeah.
Okay, hold on. I promise. Hands are up.
Right.
You can see this. I just, I'm so horrible, obviously, at this. 76.
Absolutely correct.
Oh my gosh.
Just for the record, even if you did not get it right, I'm going to do that same thing I'm thinking about for your charity. Because I didn't think it was fair to do it the other way.
I agree. And you know what?
Jesus.
What was cool about that is that an angel told me.
I'll bet they did.
This isn't a real person? AI Pornhub. What the fuck is this?
I'm going to go back to something you said, I think the second hour.
Yo, dog.
There's no age.
Yo, I'd be like, I'm gonna be a while.
That's absolutely
AI
right.
Pornhub generator coming soon. Oh my god. How sick is this? These aren't real bitches, but they're gorgeous. Really? Yeah.
Maybe a bit more mature person. We have those that are 60 plus at paranormalbait.com.
Oh my god.
And those are people that are 60 plus and think like.
I mean, come on, lady.
Either way, we've got paranormalbait.com. That's for everybody.
Honestly, after seeing some of these bitches, these smaller bitches are so much hotter. Really, it's sometimes too much like looking in the sun. All right, are you done? Damn, girl. I'd be like, no, it's a fucking pic. It's a fucking cartoon. Holy shit, that lady.
I'll get that charity from you off there.
All right, thanks so much.
This is the sickest software of all time now. Now, if you were to ask me, hey kid, what's the kind of software you wish that they had when you were a little perverted 13-year-old? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Really? Yeah. Hey kid, what kind of software you wish they had now that you're a perverted little 37? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Jesus. These are just, is it just topless bitches? Oh, no, it's not.
Turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly came to my apartment unannounced and without permission.
There's something on this bitch's tit, but I mean, I don't really give a shit. I'm just saying, like, if it's AI, I want to know what the fuck it is, or is it a fuck up? Damn, girl. Oh my god, how am I not mad at this shit?
Someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors.
I can't tell the difference. Really? Nope. Well, that's like fucking, this looks like a goddamn bunny. Jesus, ladies. How isn't this a real person? If you were like, oh yeah, here I am in a fucking bra, I'd be like, okay, let's get married. Are you done? Jesus, ladies.
I'm not a doctor nor a health professional.
Hell yeah.
Just a guy interested in health and what makes people healthy or not.
What?
In the US,
Yeah, that one's not as good as the other one.
Prescription drugs that cause more and more side effects that
We need to get this video stat. Why are we not funding this? Somebody's gonna be like, why don't we have guys on here? Look, dude, you can have that all you want.
It's time for all of us to be more educated about the important
This looks, isn't this a real picture? This isn't a real picture?
I recommend that you visit the website
I think some of them are. Like, not the topless ones. Why? I can't tell the difference.
Please check out the free health audios, videos, and articles. Critical health.
I mean, I've been to these races. I don't know if you get like a shot like that. Perfectly. I mean, you could. You're fucked up on gin and tonics. They have dudes? So they'd be like, thank you. What in the hell is this? I like the realistic ones.
You are listening to Coast to Coast AM.
This is
Connie Willis
crazy
here.
town.
Open lines happening. Give us a call. Ask us some questions. Last segment here. Hanging out
This
with
software
Michael
rocks.
Andre Ford. Find him at
So why do you even need
michaelandreford.com.
porn stars
Angel
anymore?
Intuitive.
Oh,
Angel Whisperer. Have you ever been called Angel Whisperer, or is it just me thinking I'm cool and come up with something that no one else has said, but really they have?
Hey, I pin up
No,
bitches.
not yet, but I mean, I like it. And I'd like to mention, if I can, love. I don't think we talked too much about love, except for the little segment with your
Oh my
mom.
god, that was all done. None of that.
Hey,
Oh
love
my
is what
god.
shows us, life in different colors, and it's what this is all about. The whole
Yoda.
mission, if you want to
How
call it
about
that,
your
for
shirt?
our whole lives. Maybe just allowing more, loving more. And that's kind of what this is about. Like, I know it's career and
Yosh.
financial and bills and stress and relationships, but
Oh, look at this
it's
one.
that whole
Yosh
thing
was
we
like,
have
oh
with
man,
ourselves. Just
that Mikey
allowing
was
us
really
to
this
kinda
protecting me.
have
It's like,
what
well,
we've got. So I'd like to mention that, you know how it's like a Marvel
Why am I giving credit on
superhero
this?
thing?
These
We're all
fucking
wearing those
what
Marvel
the rest
costumes
of
or some superhero
I feel
or
like
an Olympian.
looking
But
at
when you
old
look down and
Playboy.
notice the outfit, you don't. We get caught up on the external stuff.
Then you actually feel
So
like
that's where
and
the
so
kind
the
of cool
women didn't know shit.
angels kind of help you out with your whole loving more and allowing more part of you.
Love is the only thing that is real. Don't let anybody take it away from you. Embrace it. Embrace it yourself, and then show the example of that wonderful love to those that want to try to, keep you from it. Don't ever let anybody keep you from the only thing that exists, because that is dark, right? The absence of. Go ahead. I know you have some wisdom there.
Yeah, you're hitting it on
You're hitting it?
nail on the head here. So.
Nail on the head here we go.
Oh, okay. So you interrupted me to tell me that? I was on a roll, man. The angel was giving it to me.
Oh, there you go.
And I was spitting it back out.
Nasty ass
It's
yellow
all good.
shirt.
Like you said, they have a sense of humor. And you know what? That's what I've recognized along the way. A lot of people, when they hear whatever voice it is that they hear, a lot of times, or people that have never heard, they think it's always going to be something that is just, bellowing out like the Ten Commandments, to Moses. But it's like that, is it?
No, not at all. And I mean, I've got to throw myself under the bus. I still have to sometimes hear things like 50 times just to trust my own skills. So all I have to do is, like, I hate to say it, no question is gone.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Like my 50th time.
Oh, it's a gentleman.
Geronimo or an angel.
Dude, don't wear that.
Geronimo. Hey, Geronimo.
Why?
Are you sure I'm a really good manifestor? Like,
If they knock on your door and you're wearing like an old suit,
bring it in. That's my message to everyone.
it just doesn't
You
look
still have tons of doubt. You're human. You
like
walk
you're
into thinking. So I'm like, hey, am I a good manifestor? And I swear to God, his hands went up to his head.
Remember when you were like,
And he was just
Manifest Destiny?
Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
Shamrock Meats.
Not that he's
Hey,
frustrated
Shamrock
with me. It's like having an uncle. But, we all need
Oh, dude, this thing is just hanging. This motherfucker is just hanging, dog.
to learn to be a little pushy about life. Like, you can have your cake, eat it too, but no calories.
I can do that one. I can do that one for sure. Let's, because we're at open lines. We got
Like
a lot
a
of
million
calls, so let's
fucking
grab them. Let's
tracksuits.
see if we can't
But they're like
get in as
underneath
many
my
as
bed.
possible here. So I'm gonna shoot them all out so you guys with your questions, throw them out and sit back, listen. Let's see if we can't get a whole bunch of you in here. Wildcard line number 3, George out of Pennsylvania. Hey there, George. You've been hanging in. You're on the air.
You got this?
Hey, Connie, I got a wild
What is
story
this?
for you about apparitionals, and it happened to me at the Westmoreland Mall.
Yo, oh my god.
School,
You have like 1,000 shirts there. Literally, like 1,000.
Stopped and says, I got a message for you.
Level up.
I says, what's that? He says, I have a message
What the
from
fuck does
my
that mean?
mother of God from Medjugorje, which is an apparition.
Oh my Christ. Yo, look at this move. Dude, don't even try that shit. You can maybe go in your old laundry, but for you, cool. Cool, this is fine.
Russia's been sending out missiles from Cuba.
Oh,
She said, her
smells
message to me
old.
was, don't worry about it. Right now, God is taking care of Russia. Because of that motive, Russia went into spending all the money and went broke. That's the apparition. It's spiritual.
All right.
As a major door.
There you go.
That's what happened. It's a true
Dude, you're
story.
just crusty,
How about that
flaky
one?
and stuff. You were like those grands, those fucking.
That's pretty detailed and pretty crystal clear. So.
When the crystal clear, those are the best of the best. Scott, wildcard line number 2 out of Costa Mesa, California.
You are correct.
Sure.
Hi, Connie. Hi, Michael.
Hey there, Scott.
Well,
What?
From a personal perspective, I'm swimming in love and I have really nothing to complain about.
What did I say during that?
Dealing with anxiousness, and we just discovered off the coast of California tens of thousands of barrels of DDT in the coast that is dumped there about 30 years ago that is still as strong as it ever was. And so it's contaminated, and it's apparently midst of my sadness and sort of trying to cope with sort of how a few nefarious people can cause so much damage to the environment.
Happy Rothschild. Happy Rockefeller.
And I'm just wondering if, like, St. Francis or some
Alright, are you
angel
not rank?
can help us in that regard to helping the planet, cleaning up the planet from our own misdeeds. And I was wondering if Michael could help.
Alright, where's that thing?
on that. So look,
like
that's
a
a serious situation, and
Yosh,
there's
this is dumb.
whole Edward Foley Newer, that author,
Stream video
talks
permissions.
about, you know, when you've got a situation like that, it's
Stream.
stressing you out, causing consequences.
Angel's
So
on
some
bot.
of those where you're either going to want to
Hi.
leave it alone or get involved
It already
activism-wise
knows.
with an organization, start one up,
Oh, no,
write a few
not
letters,
for. You don't have a
politicians,
fucking thing.
and so on. Back to the big picture, though, you can, if you want to try to go direct,
Yosh.
there's photos all over my social media, the website, pick one. Could be Audrey Hepburn, could be the silhouette of that guardian angel.
You've been granted picture and video, but do not
Feel the energy first. If you want to ask for a hug and feel an energy bump, first hug is always the hardest, but then
Sorry.
it's easy.
Game over, baby. Really? Oh, then Mike was over here and he was like, oh, hey, everybody, want to see my tits?
That's a serious topic. You care very much about it.
Honey.
Pick something easy,
And
and
he
this
was
is the
like,
only
oh,
question
God,
that
I'm
I
going to
was
jerk off
already brought
on
up
the
earlier.
fucking thing.
Hey, what do I need to know in life
It's
right
not,
now,
I
or
want to
what
jerk off on the thing.
if you can hear a whisper, it's going to be your voice. The second you let go, you get some information. And then when you're
Who's
ready
this
and you're getting
bitch?
confident, you can ask about that
She's not
situation and
21.
get direct answers. So I will
18.
share something that there's a Fiona
Whatever.
angel who said when
Not
I asked
whatever
about
that.
global warming, but it was just about mankind and you know, how much we really have to like manage things on Earth. And it was the craziest answer.
This
I remember
motherfucker
this 8
sleeping?
years ago. It's not up to humans to fix anything.
Alright, so
And I was like, whoa.
we got that going for us, which is nice.
And the point really was we can only kind of control what our ball of light, our immediate street, you know, our diameter here. We can only work on ourselves. And that's back to that mini mission we just talked about at the opening of the segment. Hey, a little more love, allowing more, loving more. It doesn't mean you can't get to the activism and actually try to address the situation or more awareness. But whatever you do,
What in the fuck was that thing called? Where were we?
Or in any way let that anxiety build any further. You can let
Damn it,
go
Yosh.
what needs
Where
letting
was
go,
I?
the details.
Yeah.
It's best for you.
How about that for an answer? There you go. There's the man I know. There's that Hawaiian surfer, Southern California guy that I know. That was good. That was good stuff. That's what he was throwing at me in the session. So, you know.
This shit is so hot.
You'll get it. You'll immediately, all of a sudden, you'll start seeing things. You'll start hearing things. Because he throws it right at you. There's no way that you can get around it. I love that. I'm getting a message from Tommy Danheiser. He's sending it to me psychically. Let's see if he resends it in a different way so I can understand if it's a true yes or true no of what I'm asking him. Let's go back to the lines. Wild card line number 4. Christy, get a woman on here from Cincinnati, Ohio. Go Reds! I was always a big Reds fan when I was a kid.
I think you were because there's some neck of the woods for us.
That's right.
I understand. So thank you for taking my call, Connie.
Sure.
Michael, I'm really excited to talk to you. I have a question. Is it possible for a deceased relative, such as my dad, to act as an angel for me?
Oh, yeah. So, look, as long as the deceased dad, it wasn't a week ago, one on an FBI poster, they're reconciled. Yeah, they're unconditional love as well, and some relatives can play the role of like a guardian angel. They're definitely going to do stuff for you. I wasn't meant to pass in the 1990. I was in a surfing kind of bodyboarding accident. I saw some stars when my head hit the bottom, but it wasn't my time to go. And it was my dad who died in 1978, butter pilot off to Italy, put into Arlington in 1998, missing man flyover, stuff like that. But he, probably with the help of angels, made sure I kind of, I was 1 foot from the edge of the shore or the beach. And so what I'm saying is, yes, your relatives are not only just looking out for you, they're part of a bigger combo, a team, guides, other ancestors you might not even know, plus angels, and more. So first of all, you're heard. Go ahead and say thanks, ask for signs lot more and see what comes through. If you want to take a really far distance away, like a football field, because the brain is going to want to resist seeing him. And you can ask him to show and maybe see him standing and waving, but you're going to have to like really do a big chill pill and just get out of your own way, out of your head, into your heart. Ask angels to make it nice. At least while you're doing that, your ego's going to block that. If you can feel a hand on your shoulder and kind of fake you out, so that you get a nice touch or a hug because you were looking and focusing so hard a football field away. You get it?
Yes. I actually had this kind of, I was waking up and I was completely relaxed.
Hey, Donna.
And I felt him touch my head.
Freaking me out.
That
Calm
is
down,
so
dog.
cool. Thanks so much for calling. That is so neat. Earlier today, now you worked with me twice,
Where am I?
and you said
Got it on your hand.
you know, do some homework and also ask for something at one point or this or that. And I always like to ask for things that I'll know that I know it's them, you know, that it's a given of whatever it is. I know what it is, you know, I cannot mistake it. So earlier today, before I went on, I asked something, I don't remember what it was,
They
but
can't. Somebody
I got
they
this little,
can't. They can't.
little
Depends on the
in
street,
my
baby.
ear.
Depends on the street.
A sound I've never heard in my ear, ever. And it was a little ping, and to me, it was Tinkerbell. It was a little Tinkerbell. So it was a little fairy, a little angel thing.
Hey, there are photos at my website. You can go check it out. I didn't put it up. That ginger that you have on Coast to Coast tonight, top left, the blown up fairy wing figure. That's
The actual body, oh, it's amazing. That picture is amazing.
yeah, and you can see rainbow light on her wings. Like, if people want, and they're really into fairies, send you like grew up on Disney, you love just do like your
Good job, my man.
wow, get to your heart. Let your heart knows what to do. It has to keep yourself, try to connect with everybody. So all you have to do is trust your own heart more, and bam. So ask for like a fairy to come up to your ear, touch your earring, give you a kiss, feel the wings whir by. So if you want to hear them, they'll be like, hey. And, you know.
I love it. Hey, I got to tell you something. It's been great having you here. It's open lines, and you've been staying with us to give us, you know, talk to people that want to know more about the angels. I kind of held off so that people can call during the open lines. And we have a ton of people still on the lines, and they want to ask more angel things. So I'm going to see if you'll stick around and stay for another hour. I know that usually, you know. Okay. And just a real quick answer here before we take our break and stick around for more open lines. Now, what are some other things other than angels that, you know, hang out for a little bit? So what's his name? Is it Tyler Henry? We've got a short time here, but is it Tyler? I love him. And do you watch him a lot? Is that why you have a lot of his mannerisms? Are you watching him and thinking, oh, brothers, or what? What's going on?
People type in the comment section all the time, like, got the mannerisms. I went to see him in Dallas. It looks like Jose, that's a former guest, reminds me of him. But the bottom line is, he's fun, fantastic. He really puts himself out there. So I always recommend you first boundaries. You don't take on health issues over external issues about California color and that.
Okay. What? Where'd you go from Tyler Henry to that? Is it Henry Tyler?
Ended up, I think, in the hospital, and I know it's so much of himself. He is such a caring individual, but he also, like, literally overworks. If I understand it correctly, and I don't know.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for telling me that. Oh my gosh, I love him, and you're right. He gives me way too much. I get it. I understand. Can't do that. That's boundaries. But y'all are brothers. More, and if you know him, love him, I want to give him more. He's the best. Stay with us, you guys. It's open lines. I'm going to sit. Let's just pray for him.
You could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let's just get refunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those of the PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little round payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. What are your chances of actually connecting with a real hitman? You're not going to connect with an actual hitman over the internet. See, there you are. Why are you so interested? I don't know. That's not my style. But you know, somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy? It would be a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Bill Handel. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the radio app. The woman next to me was probably in her 70s. Sitting there all prim and proper, and quietly talking to her husband, and lots of disagreement, and all of a sudden she comes on the stage, and she's freaking it's very cool to see people who claim they're live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. If there's news, it's been shifted, they say the same things change for better or worse, regardless of what's happening. You're going to hear it here. It's what we did. It's just
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
They got a deal. I'm Mark Bonner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The union representing 30,000 workers in the LA School District and the district have tentatively reached a deal. It includes a 30% wage hike that will increase the average salary of union members from $25,000 a year to $33,000. Mayor Brown says while she has no authority at the school,
But that will never stop me when it comes to fighting for our children and their families. And the fact of the matter is, the majority of SEIU 99 workers don't just work in our schools, they're LAUSD parents as well.
the proposed deal also includes a $1,000 bonus for all members who were with the district in the 2020-2021 school year. The deal would also give health benefits for part-time employees who work 4 or more hours per day. Members vote on the deal Monday night. Former Mayor Eric Garcetti has been sworn in as the next U.S. ambassador to India. Vice President Kamala Harris led Garcetti into a room surrounded by friends and family, including Garcetti's parents. Garcetti put his left hand on a Bible and raised his right hand. Harris read from a card.
I'm Eric and Garcetti.
I, Eric, and Garcetti. 15 people wanted to comment on social media, while one organization praised the selection of Garcetti, another denounced him and his alleged connections to Chinese intel groups. The whole ceremony was over in about 90 seconds. Gregory Kilify News. A letter containing a death threat and white powder has been sent to the district attorney in Manhattan, whose office is investigating former President Trump. Eric Turkey says the envelope was found in the office mailroom where a grand jury has been looking into hush money paid to a porn actress in 2016 on Trump's behalf. The grand jury is not excessive. The former president's rhetoric has become increasingly heated over the possibility of an indictment. The letter addressed to the DA says, "I am going to kill you." Officials say the office was not evacuated and no injuries were reported. The death of an American contractor in Syria by a suspected Iranian drone and that is what the U.S. said were precision airstrikes in Syria. The U.S. says they targeted facilities used by groups affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said the airstrikes were in response to yesterday's attack, as well as a series of recent attacks against coalition forces in Syria by groups affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard. Self-made weather from KFI, mostly clear skies overnight with lows in the mid-40s, about 40 in the IE, mid-30s in the AV, wind advisory in the valley. Sunny Saturday with highs in the mid-60s, and Sunday should look just about the same. Enjoy while you can, because rain could be back by Tuesday. It's 46 in Irvine, 45 in Brea, 45 in Burbank, 35 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Long. In Costa Mesa, there's a full freeway closure. This is on the 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Hollywood, this is on the 101 southbound at Melrose. Granite crews from an earlier crash, picking up the wet lanes there. Watch for delays as you approach this area. And did Lakeview Terrace. There is a work zone. This is all the 210 west side from Lakeland to Baxter Street. South Parents has a few right lanes shut down for road work until 9. KFI at the side. Don't stick to their fastest. Your higher advance.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if the secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tries to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's greatest kings.
And for you, Major General, suddenly bumpers,
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. Even the every move matters. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A., copyright 2023. Trade.com's meditative spirit process is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety,
Yes, I offer $100 for the one cleaning my flat right now.
Listen to meditative prayers on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I know people clutch their pearls when you throw any shade at the sanctity of elections, but it is a shoddy business. Votes get lost. Votes don't get counted. Votes appear out of nowhere.
We like to assume that elections are this absolutely procedurally run mechanism. The idea that there wouldn't be problems is betting on a miracle. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And we have a new flavor, the radio flavored Coca-Cola. That should be the next one. That's right. So,
do you want a soda that tastes like Bill Handle?
Bill Handle. How do you want to go there? Live at 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're involved in a mildly engaging activity, it does free up your mind for creative thinking. Walks are really good, showers are good. You want just a little bit of stimulation.
What a wonderful thing you are.
Oh, yeah. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Angry today? I'm perpetually in an agitated state, you know. I'm not supposed to be on this planet because it's terrible to strike. But 5 years old, I said, I should make it. I know I'm the victim of some massive
So did that video going on my face by looking at it?
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. For energy efficient windows and doors, AmericanVisionWindows.com.
This masculine lady standing behind me starts throwing money over us. I'm like, so I'm getting a free dance and somebody.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
What is your perception? Change the past. Dear brothers and sisters, I stand before
Love and basketball 15. What the hell is JP? I remember this. What is it? It's like Japanese porn or something. I once got into Japanese porn like for the day. It's fun. This is fake. Oh man, what is this stamp? Is that a company? I'd be curious. Is that a company? He'd be like, huh? I'd be like, what is it? He'd be like, company, I guess. For fan Japanese adult video. Oh, okay. I thought it was a company. I was like, damn, this company JB is huge.
This is Coast to Coast AM.
Really? Yeah. I was like, they have like all the porn in Japan. Really? I swear to God. Damn, these bitches are hot as fuck.
That was a skateboarding song. I mean, right now, if you're not moving,
This
and
could
you're
be
not
my
moving
thing.
your legs, like you got to move your arms too, but you got to move your little legs and feet like you have your roller skates on.
Wow. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, I never had
Damn.
skates when
I thought that was like I thought it was a company. I was like, oh man, I haven't heard of this
That's
one.
what we did back then, right? That's what we did, and we just associated to that one. If you want to know the information about the bumper music and golly, so many other things, Coast Insider, Beyond Belief, the paranormal dates and the conspiracy dates, and all the articles that are just absolutely wonderful. And anywhere George Norrie's going to be or has been, you just go ahead and what the next schedule is. Go to our website. It's absolutely wonderful. That's where you need to go. And hey, stick around too for Open Line. We've got some more of that to go right now here on Coast to Coast AM.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity.
Yo, dog.
Which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Rabbit's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. For a limited time, it's back. The 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at BullionMax.com/coast. With inflation on the rise and the teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify in the precious metals that you can store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/coast and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals.
This one sucks. Why isn't there just one? Who is this? Millie Bobby Brown? What about her? She can be hot milk.
It is
Really?
Coast to Coast AM. Connie Willis here. Hey, how are you today, tonight?
Is she hot?
Some of you have
She's
shared it in
okay.
the morning, isn't it?
Is she 18?
It's so fun that all the different time zones all the time. And people are like, oh, I don't know if I can stay up that late, or I don't know if I can get up that early.
I just want one that's like,
that early.
you know,
I
something
catch
neat,
you
nothing
on
sexual.
the second half. I'm just getting up for the morning. Oh my goodness, I'm that person that can stay up all night long, but getting me up early. And by the way, there's a whole story to that. There's a whole story to that. I don't know if some of you all know this, but I'm going to tell it to you real quick here. Okay, so here's the whole deal about morning people and night people. Okay, so you morning people, you just like put your nose up to us night people. I don't know what it is.
Hey everybody, look at this.
But you're like, yeah, you know, y'all sleeping in.
Are they gonna get me for like being in bed?
We are saving your lives. Okay, it all happened back in the caveman days, right? Back in the old caveman, cavewoman.
When you taught your nose how to write, you would have a third arm.
Look at you.
Okay. And
I'm so ready for the third arm. Dude, look at that big old fucking arm. That's crazy. See? I'm good.
Oh my god. Damn, that's so
That's what I be saying. It's so big and so wide.
Yeah, just fucking stop.
God, I will go for that thing.
Yeah, what, healed you? My art cleanse you? That's what
Oh, shit, I don't even know.
I did everything. Don't know
Literally.
physical target.
My team is what were you? 119 19399.
I do have
See,
I learned the spectrum and it's not
my God, it just flicking did it.
You have Down syndrome too?
Yeah,
I have that.
So what? So what?
I have get down syndrome number 2.
Yo!
Oh my God, you're gonna get kicked out.
Real.
Really? Yeah.
Real.
By the way, I have to
Do you want to know
piss.
my real name?
What's that?
Why is it always go this and then coming back and shit, come back and having a fucking stuff?
Wait till
Like who left for dead? Are you down?
No, we're playing some fucking CFT, stupid.
I'm not fucking ugly. I'm beautiful.
I'm not ugly.
My mom says I'm handsome.
Did you get some pictures on
You're
your
the longest middle finger I've ever seen.
Gimme.
Your ear
She's going to the bathroom.
Oh, I am. I know.
Again.
God, she's yeah, she's drank a lot.
Oh my god, let me come with her.
She's got a picture of my dick.
Who is
What
this?
the fuck?
I already did. That's why she made the face that she did.
Oh no, bro.
Yeah, that's why she was like, oh my God, that's the biggest dick I've ever seen. Jinkies. Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, good for you, bro.
I just fucking sent it.
That's kind of weird.
I'm killing
Why are we
Oh,
ignoring Mitch?
She's just feeling kind of zesty right now. She's kind of drunk. It seemed pretty fucking easy.
Bro, why would you even send your
I don't know.
just went out?
That's probably
Why
like
would
not
you
the
send
best
your
thing
cock
to
to
say
anyone?
too.
Yo, we
Why
ate
are you
him
gonna say
up!
hurt your cock while
You didn't do shit. You were just there. You were just kind of. Your mama.
You're dead.
It's not like you can actually fucking.
It's not like she's gonna remember.
Oh my God.
Help.
Give it up, man.
Help me.
Yeah, bro, I'm not gonna fuck her. Oh man. Oh, I don't get pussy. Oh shit.
Oh, jinkies.
I will DM Kami also my penis. Wait, where is she? Oh, she left?
No, she's still here. She's just going
No.
under her desk.
I will find you.
I've got her. Wait here. Upload file.
You have to have her added.
Oh,
Otherwise, it won't let you upload explicit pictures.
I'm not actually gonna send my penis. I'm not weird like that. But I will send her black men twerking.
Damn. So, yeah. Thank God you're not weird. Yeah, just send her black men twerking.
Let me just.
Why is there
Hypocrisy on this. Just think hypocrisy on this app just drives me
By the way, I'm so drunk, guys. By the way.
Gimme.
Dude, did you literally fall over? You didn't fall over when you fucking got up.
By
Gimme.
the way, I'm pushing the ball over all over the place, but
You should just go
Okay,
back.
I have a quick question. Did seeing my dick make your day better?
Yes. Go. We get.
Thank you for agreeing. Thank you for agreeing.
no.
I don't think that's like the agreeing sign.
Down.
Oh my god, you guys are retarded. Go kill yourself. FF.
It makes me feel
Vile FF. Press yes. Did you press no?
Yes, I voted yes. I actually voted yes.
Who said you're supposed to help?
Bro, careful.
Oh, it's you.
Fuck you. I'm doing great.
What the fuck is your? What the fuck did you just type? I'm smoking. Oh god, like
Did I say that? Who said that?
yeah.
Oh, testify.
Oh my God.
Wait, why are you
Bro,
playing?
bro, what's
Yo,
up
what do I
with you, bro?
said that against my girlfriend? Like, what do I?
Dude, what do we?
I've never understood how to play League of Legends. I have no idea what you're supposed to do.
It's so so cocky, sticky. It's nice to ask about Mike Tyson.
It's just that click to move for me that's just so weird. I don't know.
It's really hard to like dumb,
like or in
elementary.
Okay, so what do I? He's gonna play.
Because
Who's gonna play Aqua Boy with me?
I thought we were playing a Sea of Thieves.
But you're gonna have to teach me how to play it.
I'm literally gonna kill you for real.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
you're gonna have to teach me how to play.
Is
I
Darius
never
still
played
fed?
Sea of Thieves.
No, he's not fed.
That's literally okay. It's
No, but Silas is.
I promise.
Are you widowy?
He
Teach me how to play.
Yeah, I'm gonna literally teach you how to play for real.
Really?
Let's not get baited by this Nami for the sixth time in a row.
Let me see. I gotta actually want an update for it.
Nah, you said she was retarded. Now she's smart.
She's smart because she's not you. And
She's
she's
meat riding so hard.
the dick eating.
Yo, Silas actually is kind of smart.
What do I-
Oh, never mind.
He's smart as fuck. Oh my god.
Oh, Sam, I got an update. Oh, sorry, looks retarded.
Going.
That boy's retarded.
No, wait,
You're a liar.
what's coming?
I'm so
Oh my god, guys, it's like Fortnite.
Come here.
Yeah, nice.
Yo!
Come here. Go in, you dumb bitch. 5 Nights at Freddy's. Okay, ich sag's einfach.
You're smoking another one again? Go kill yourself.
Never smoking nothing ever again, like literally.
Dude, smoking is like totally fucking bad for you.
It's literally so fucking faggot.
So what are we so?
I mean,
It's literally so fucking bad. So fucking bad for you.
Gehst raus und du sagst das aus Versehen in der
do
Öffentlichkeit.
you want to play my game? Wait, who's gonna add me? Literally.
I added you.
What do I got?
Oh, like the half the service.
On Steam?
Tycho Llama.
No, Michael Goma. Okay, let me check Steam and see if you literally add me.
I did. What it would be.
I'm really good at fucking Fortnite and Back 4 Blood, like literally.
Oh shoot, for real?
Literally.
Fucking
Back 4
dude.
Blood, I play Back 4 Blood. Do you want to fucking set my cost or something?
Do you cling to 90s and the
Why
photos?
is this man come back?
All of you have to format clips and auto videos and videos. I mean,
Yeah,
It's just like
I do.
Hey, be nice.
I can literally share my screen right now.
He's only human after all. Let's go.
after calling everyone a Jew and then getting shot.
Okay, wait. Who wants to add to my
You, man. After you're gonna die. You're gonna die.
I ain't gonna die.
I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die.
Look at you.
I'm literally not gonna die.
Solo.
I'm literally. I can do this solo if I need, but I just want.
There was I do not have
No.
support.
That's why I'm saying.
Literally, shut the fuck up.
Come play it.
Literally, I just want.
Imagine if I had a.
I carried all team fights.
Close, okay. Cool.
That's why you don't understand what I do. That's why you're trash.
Guys, she
Texel
talks
call
like
me
this.
2401.
It's
I know
special.
it's for you best
Because
enough
she's Jewish.
not to get on my
I
bad side. I know I may seem come over real like a teddy bear, cuddly bear.
Baby
You're
girl,
not.
add my game.
Do it.
Baby girl, add my game. Texel call me HEXXOKAMI 2401.
What, Roblox is
Add my
your father
game.
or something?
It's my daddy. Oh my
I
god.
literally got this game. I told you this.
Going.
What do you have to download the game? What do we?
I told you I don't have the $60.
Bad last
Add
time.
the game. What do we then? You're fucking broke.
Hey,
You're
I
freaking
know
broke.
it's gonna end up in.
I am.
Let me just shoot that damage
Who
for that.
has the money?
Honestly,
What are we gonna play this game by myself? What are we?
Kill.
Oh my goodness.
I got him.
Okay, you know what? Fucking wait, myself. Seriously, you don't even fucking need me because you're probably like just good enough like
Oh
that.
my god. Go
Okay, well, what are we? I'm too like.
Zach was on me. Yeah, no, let's go.
Then explain.
Thank you for this. There was only Zach as me.
Why is he coming?
Okay, well, what do we? You want to see me on hacker mode? Like, I can literally hack this one.
For real? I want to see it hack the Fortnite and it crank the 90s and then like make the fucking Fortnite noise.
Okay, well, do you guys want to see me hack your Fortnite and hack
What's going
the Black
Some guys just like guys in his bed.
I don't know. They're just
He's in the hospital. Jinkies, what the fuck? Or is he like screen sharing something?
Hey, I'm doing showing
Tesla
a lot
bonds are
right now.
outstanding. I'm
No.
updating my Sea of Thieves right now.
Okay, yeah, update your CPs and we can play together, baby girl.
Nami, right? I am.
Do you want to play together, baby girl?
Yeah, I told you this already. You keep forgetting. You keep
No, I'm
forgetting.
just drunk. I'm low-key just drunk.
I know. You gotta remember. You gotta use that big old brain of
Baby
yours.
girl,
wild.
Yeah. Isn't that wild? At least you admit it.
You need to stop.
baby girl, I'm drunk as shit.
We're
Who added me
all
on
dumb
Steam?
sometimes. Me.
Who Wait, it says something went wrong. We are unable to service your We are unable to service your request. Okay, motherfucker, I'll add you later. Okay, wait. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
I'm watching.
Can you actually though?
Yes.
I'm so drunk. Guys, I'm so drunk right now.
No way.
Oh God.
Seriously.
I've never been fucking drunk before in my life.
What is
Like,
the
literally, I've never been that drunk before. Like, what away?
Oh my god, bro.
Like, what away?
We should just stop.
They can
Okay, I think you would have you stop actually.
That's the thing.
Okay, what away? I'm a fucking pro at this fucking game. You can what away stuff my fucking cock. Like,
Please stop saying what away.
what away? I'm gonna say what away whatever the fuck I what away.
I'm crying. Oh god.
Up in your fucking asshole, bitch. Okay, I'm gonna take this coin. I'm gonna join this. I'm a, okay, bye.
Are we actually gonna run this game?
Yeah, we're gonna lose.
Nah,
guys.
Listen, I told you, you know, you got to play your fucking piece of shit cunt pedophile champion because you got to play as a child on the internet. But me, I get to play as
you.
No, but
what? As a Lester uncle?
Wait, what the fuck? There's literally a fucking cam whore in the VC. Check this. This is insane.
Where?
Literally, look at that. Look at the fucking insane.
What the fuck is going on?
Nah, bro, that's crazy. Now let's just go. I go jungle, okay?
Yes. Yes, you can come out to the channel because you think I'm a VC whore. Yes.
Okay, because like I'm not really that good.
You think I'm a minor?
I
mean, I'll take
Wait.
my name for real as a compliment.
Yeah.
They think I'm a minor, so
They think you're young for real.
I know they think I'm young for real.
Yeah.
Oh God.
That's a hella compliment though, for real. Like, I mean, that just means like you're gonna be like, oh, like you're gonna like keep that like when you get older. Oh shit, dude! I gotta stop. I gotta stop thinking.
Do you know that?
Yo, why is Kyle been quiet? Kyle.
What up?
They think I'm like 30 years old right now.
Bro, I know
Yeah,
you're
she's
calling
40
Kyle.
for sure.
Fucking dirty Mexican.
Yep. I'm 40.
She's also 12.
He said many people falling and yelling around that drunk white girl.
Because I'm just like smart.
Everyone's
Yeah, he left. I was looking for him.
Bro, these fucking guys are
Oh fuck yeah, he left because I mean we were all
Who's the
honestly just
mafia?
playing League of Legends and everybody just
No,
jumping
I
up.
said moms. They're like fucking hovering around.
Everyone started to act off and not a
They started
Yeah, I'm a minor? Do you actually think I'm a fucking
Yo, she's a
minor?
minor? That's
She's not my, I'm pretty sure
That's
she's 23.
hilarious.
Yeah, she's 23 and I sent her
She's
like a
23,
video of
bro.
like black men twerking or some shit.
If she's
I don't think
23,
she
I'm less than 40.
I don't think she
Oh shit. The sea life is fine. She looks fine. She looks fine. She should just like brush her teeth more often.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let me see your fucking.
She's licking her teeth.
I do.
She's licking her teeth.
Yo.
It's so funny to have everybody. Don't listen to them. They're just haters.
Wait, are we gonna start? We have this fucking weird ass nigga. Listen to my queen.
Bro.
Don't worry,
I think you're
I really don't.
in and out. I'm trying, nigga, bro. She's not gonna cut you a piece, bro. She's not gonna cut you a piece.
I have everyone
Bro, what are you
muted
talking
except
about?
for like
You guys are so
talking about?
fucking
What are you
fat
talking
fucking
about?
cog, and I really don't get it.
I don't. Bro, I literally already sucked her cock. Like, for real.
Kyle's that white boy right there.
From the to the back.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
he's being muted. Like, oh shit.
Oh, he's been muted?
It's done.
Yo.
I'm muted? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What are you gonna do about it, Kyle?
Bro, I'm
Kyle.
I wasn't talking the whole time.
Who's Kyle?
He's
Mind
on.
your own business,
Wait,
bro.
we have a Kyle in here? What is
Nah,
somebody
but
sounds like
there's
Mark?
no minor and go fetch that bitch.
Who's a drunk miner?
Who is a drunk miner, bro? That sounds like some Seven Dwarfs type shit. What the fuck?
Am I sharing my screen right now?
Wait, why did Lyle mute me? I wasn't even talking.
No, I thought you were just one of the.
He was
opposite. I was in the midst. No, I'm not opposizing anybody.
Oh, God. He was
Oh, we playing.
I'm sharing my screen.
We playing.
I'm sharing my
Okay.
screen.
I swear to God. Inshallah, your daddy should have aimed at the fucking ceiling when we covered it.
You can suck my fucking cock from the back, actually. I really don't give a fuck. Anyways, can you see my screen? Wait, can you see my fucking screen? Can you see my fucking screen?
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Why did you mute me, bro? What the hell?
Was it like
the guy who was like,
is he weirder than you?
please check my DMs, please.
Oh, that's him?
Yeah, that was him, bro. And he said, I sucked your cock already, or some shit.
Yeah, bro, I sucked your cock already, bro. What are you? What's up? What's got a penis? She got a penis. This girl is actually real. She's got my elite femboy cock.
Baby, don't hurt
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No,
I might
no.
lag out, but I'm starting up my game.
Okay, baby girl, it's okay. Are you in the game right now?
I'm literally in Sea of Thieves right now.
You're a dirty Mexican.
No.
You're fucking gross.
You're a dirty white boy.
I'm not even white. I'm
And a
Filipino.
Filipino, are you in the game right now?
You're the first
Can y'all
Asian
can you
that
shut the fuck and tell? Can y'all shut the fuck up and tell me if you're in the fucking game right now?
Edited women is illegal. I am playing it right now. Sorry.
I love you.
Wait, so everybody can see, like, when they watch your shit, they can see me? God damn it.
I don't know.
They can see what?
I don't know if y'all can
If I
fucking
type
see
this,
me.
they can't see
I'm
me.
hoping y'all
Like
can.
what? No. Yeah, they do.
You can't see me.
Hi, Discord. Shout out to Kyle. Yeah, he's not here anymore. He left.
Can you see the stream that I'm performing right now?
Yes. Apparently aware of your stream here.
Alright, thank you. That's all I needed to know. Because you guys are fucking faggots as fuck.
Hey, oh.
Bye, you fucking faggotrons. Yes, I'm black for blood.
I tried playing this shit. I'm so.
Yes, you can suck my fucking cock from behind. Yeah, you literally can't play this game because you're fucking bitch. Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Wait,
if you really want to win the game, maybe you should just like play a normal champion, but it's up to you. I just farted. Did everybody hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that smell good.
Yo.
What? What did he say?
Sniff it, bro. I fucking breathed into it.
I don't know.
Onions. Cool.
All that gas is just my
Bro, I just know he's white as hell because he's nasty as fuck, bro. Ain't no way. All this Caucasian activity is like.
On fucking God.
Kyle is white. I'm not. I'm Asian myself.
Well, no, that's not what I meant. I forgot you're a fucking chick.
No,
What do you have again? What do you have?
Whoa.
Yeah,
Ching Chong iced tea from your family recipe.
Bro, you suck my fucking cock from behind. Yes,
I don't
exactly.
understand.
No, thank you, bro.
Trans, what the fuck?
What is
Yeah,
that?
bro, she got a big, massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I got big ass cock. Y'all don't even fucking know. Do you want me to put the
I'm gonna be quiet for the next 30 minutes.
Shut up, Kyle.
Jamie sent cock in DMs. Jamie sent cock in DMs.
This shit just brought up my name.
What just happened, bro?
Yo.
Exo, Cami, what skip is this?
What am I playing? Wait, I'm Diego.
But you suck my fucking
I
cock.
need to go this, and then I need to go.
Vile, why you
Yes,
getting
I'm
them?
good. I'm good. Can I have to like change my room?
Vile, are you natty?
Am I natty?
Yeah, are you natty?
What does that mean?
No.
You don't know what that means, bro. You're a movie.
No.
What the fuck does natty mean? I'm not.
They're literally not. Literally, the only people that know what natty means are people that live on Instagram and TikTok. So
All y'all are mobilely obese.
I use 4chan.
you're chronically online, so I don't know what
That's
you're
not a
talking about.
4chan term.
What the fuck is natty? That's what I'm asking. What the fuck
Natty means steroids and all, my friend. Anabolic
Yeah, see,
steroids.
no, he's not morbidly obese.
You know the one like
Okay,
my coworker.
okay.
Maybe you don't hurt.
Okay,
No,
I'm
her-
sorry. I will send you a
Yes,
video
Miles.
really quickly.
A video of what, Miles?
I'll just send you a video.
A video of what?
So you stop saying that I'm obese.
I would still call you a morbidly obese man, even if you said me. Yeah.
Don't be bad.
I'm just a hater like that.
Yep, I'm done.
Here.
Alright, let me see.
Hey, Filipinos, bro. They all look like Manny Pacquiao.
I'm sure you do.
Okay, Kyle,
Well, fuck you, bitch.
Josh,
Kyle,
Brenton,
Josh,
Shaw, dude. Shaw.
Joshua.
Shaw, dude.
Wait, let me see.
Fucking Josh. Fucking,
Wow,
what's
that's
the
not
name?
you.
That's literally me, you dumb bitch. The fuck? Just because I got a bus.
Why are you bald?
I'm not like a bus
My
guy.
brain.
Bye, you're a skinhead. You're a skinhead.
It's a fucking bus guy.
One to one.
Okay, that's good.
My name is Sarah White.
I'm sorry.
Got the military cut.
Hold on. Yeah, he's not bald. He kind of has a neck beard, bro. He kind of is morbidly obese. I'm just kidding.
Damn. Bob, you gonna take that level of disrespect? I wouldn't personally. I mean, shit.
Are you okay, Vile? Do you want to cut yourself?
No.
Hey, yo, don't do that.
Are you emo now?
Pay for my therapy.
Vile, you need
You
to
don't-
flex
you don't
your
do that either,
triceps,
bro.
and then I will say if you're like morbidly obese or not.
My triceps.
Yes.
I mean, I got titties, but I'm not like morbidly
I
obese.
don't want to send that kind of shit.
He's scared.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I just
Why
have
does
a
Gabe
girlfriend
take so
who would
long?
not appreciate that.
Ugh.
Wait, how?
Yeah, I got you, bro. Just hold me.
I got a video of you here. Look, this year.
That's Tommy Dan. I just
And this is you talking in these.
Oh, you got that first video that she has hurt me. It hurt me. Yo,
your parents up.
Baby, don't hurt.
High key, that was
Don't hurt.
You don't
Bro,
got
What?
No, I ain't
Bitch,
saying
is
that
that
man.
us?
I'm no better than that man.
It's not
Is
us.
it? Oh, hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. This is, hey, yo.
Hey, yo, what?
Scorch? What?
What?
That's crazy.
Not lying. I told you, bro.
Yo, Kyle.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get next time.
What
was the next time?
I mean,
Why you a fucking dirty Mexican?
What?
Nothing.
I think Kyle doesn't do crimes in public.
No, fuck.
It's like Mark Wahlberg. Something is off. You didn't see this. You didn't see this. You didn't see this.
I definitely saw that.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I definitely
Who the fuck said that? Is that you, Kyle?
Huh? No.
I definitely fucking saw that. Yeah, no, I didn't see nothing.
No. Buckets. Wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Shut up, dirty fucking speak.
Dick. A long time. Dick.
What's a good racist term for Mexican or not Mexicans? Filipinos. No. Not Chinkos.
That's crazy as fuck.
He's trying to find new slurs to replace.
Just call her a lady boy. She does not like that.
Lady boy.
Lady boy.
I never said I didn't like that. I literally said that I'm a femboy.
Crazy.
A shemboy? What the fuck is a shemboy? I'm into it though.
The fact that you only did a 6-bullet spray means you're actually blood cheeks.
I'm into it though.
I just called you out, bro. You said your bird sucks dick. Damn,
Yeah,
personally?
you did. You would. Your
Yeah, you want to suck my fucking bird.
Your girth is like so massive.
Yeah, I know it literally is. You know my fucking cock.
Yeah, it's like nice and like. Yeah, it's veiny too.
You know
It's probably one of the
girthy as fuck.
weirdos that I've muted.
No, it's fucking girthy as fuck. Yep.
Right.
Nope. You don't gotta say nothing.
I'm sorry. Why can I? Yeah. All right.
Is that a cowboy? Do you need help, baby girl? Baby girl, you need help, baby girl?
Maybe you're not like sucky.
I got you, baby girl. You're gonna shoot the fucking cop car because you're a fucking dumbass bitch, baby girl.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
No, actually, I believe it though. No, we gotta open this door right here.
I can't see it.
Because I'm a
Open the door.
Open the door. Open the door.
Open the door.
Open the door.
You are
Open the door.
You are gay.
Why are we so funny right now? We're so goofy, silly, haha, funny.
I'm literally so goofy, like y'all wouldn't even imagine. Ew, what the fuck is that?
That's what that has to say.
Yum.
It's like my fucking cock in the back, actually.
Watch yourself.
Alright, so this out. Y'all know what the fucking breaker is? You probably don't, but I promise you it's fucking not. It's not right. That's not what you want. Yeah. Okay. Shoot the parts that are like exposed.
Oh my god, it's so quiet now.
Okay.
It's hella loud, actually. No, they can suck my fucking cock. I really don't care. Anyways.
Mine are still here. Everyone, as I was.
As you were. Yes, all I needed to do was just fucking go jungle, man.
It's as easy as that. Currently, we're having a great time here at Coast to Coast AM. We have with open lines happening. Michael on
I gotta get to bed soon.
a angel intuitive.
But you want to go sleepy, John?
Able to
We kill.
Why is our fucking shit lit? Fucking Mr. Cancer.
Tommy Danheiser, this incredible guitarist.
Sheer Shen? Oh, that's
cool. He's going to join us for a minute. And Michael, I'm going to give it to you to talk with Tommy here. What are you going to do? He's going to do some.
I almost had him, but we got flash on the thing.
You should come here because the thresh is kind of low.
I'm rotating. Yeah, I'm coming there. You gotta go. Going. Try to bait him into. What is that something, bro? I'm on my way.
He's here.
Going for trash. I'm going for trash.
There he is. Let's go. Can you hook?
Yeah, for sure.
Bruh. Ain't no way. He said for sure. Bro. Stop. Just run. I told you to run.
Oh no! Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I was going to go in this when I went to the shadow, but the thing is, she just got me because I think her passive just hits anybody.
I think. I don't know. That was good though.
Oh man, no, it's not good enough. But I'll come again.
It was a good fight.
So we have their honor.
And also, I think Zaya got executed, so no one got the kill.
Fast DP, honestly.
Motherfucker hiding in the corner.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
Thresh is kind of.
Oh my god, top boy. Watch out, top boy.
Oh shit.
Kind of.
Damn.
We good, we good, we good. Let's go. Let's go, let's go.
Stop coughing, bitch.
Can you stop?
Damn.
Oh my
The fuck?
Oh my god.
Jesus,
Nah,
that was
bro,
a little graphic.
Are you
What can I say, bro? What I do?
She's right here, yeah.
You just gotta do it, bro. I feel you.
But don't go. Thresh is coming. Thresh is coming.
I got her.
Bro, if Thresh goes there, you're dead. And I don't know where Zeri is either.
Alright, just
I got her.
straight.
When I think about
Just
that, I hear myself because
GG.
I listen to my gut a lot. And
Thresh is there. Do you need help?
Kind of, yeah.
Bro, you're dead.
Don't
I did not go there.
shit.
Wow, he just R'd me. Are you kidding me? I swear his mother loves him. I swear you're a fucking beautiful son and you're loved by many.
Jinkies.
Oh fuck. Okay, actually help me. Okay, actually help me right now.
Okay, so I'm going to get
Yeah.
blue
I love you.
and then I go for ocean drink, okay?
I've been waiting for Connie to text me the name of her charity because I want to make
Who's stuck? Okay, wait, I got
God,
you.
I love playing Viego. He's so
I
much
got you, I
fun.
got you, I got you, I got you. Okay, we gotta get this.
Are you guys okay? Do I need to come?
Yeah, we're good.
No,
You
we're
can
good.
come. Thresh is kind of low, but everything is
I
on.
think he's gonna go back, right? He's gonna go back, no?
No, he's still here. He's under turret. Come in.
I come back.
I'm getting tired, bro.
This thing is stuttering.
Good night, baby girl.
Can you hear me, man?
Going bad. Fucking hell.
Nice.
I don't know how this jacket works, but I will do something.
I'm always tired. 24/7. But like,
I don't know how she works. I really have no idea.
Oh, you're dead. You are dead.
Oh boy,
Oh, and someone got raped.
Okay, let's go. Watch out for this fucking bullshit.
And Kindred is here. Wait, Shenna's here.
It's a pretty cool subject, but Michael, thank you. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Thanks for being on.
Okay, so how much do I need for
Let's go keep
Just keep shooting at these NPCs, Kira. Just shoot at the NPCs. I got it.
I'm gonna wait in the base, okay? I'm just drinking my beer.
Alright, get the other bitches.
Get him out there.
I got you, bitch.
You're fucking dads, bitch. So I can give birth to a mistake like you.
That was literally me with your dad last night.
No, oh god.
That's, you know my dad?
I'm gonna help.
Yeah.
Help.
Please don't DM me on Discord. I've been waiting for so long.
Who?
Okay, so
he's been waiting for so long. What you been waiting for, bub?
Yeah, baby
My
girl.
dad.
I saved everyone.
Your dad. He didn't come back for. He didn't come back with the milk.
You didn't come back with the milk for me, no. You don't like
Man, that's a real shame. Hopefully my dad didn't have to leave home for milk.
Alright, so I'm level 6 right now. I'll come.
Yeah, in the secret.
I have blue buffs. I have blue buffs.
What are you, recovered?
Yeah.
I think we're fine, honestly. Nobody really needs a gang.
Oh, damn.
Oh, we're dead. Oh, never mind.
No, we good.
Gave up, huh?
Just getting there, getting there.
King? That's fucking insane.
And I started to watch that movie, The Man Who Stared at Goats. And I got
Okay, boys.
Bro, they gangbanged us.
What are we talking about?
No, literally, what we're talking about, yeah?
Damn, Thorsh got the blue buff. That's crazy.
Literally want to know.
No, literally, you guys add me on Discord. I'll play you guys later. Literally.
I swear, bro, this is such a good idea for you to do right now.
What?
Fucking Kindred is just.
Oh, goodness.
Actually.
Your heart's gonna know, you're gonna know over time. But I don't think that Julia
Damn.
kind of like getting bored. He's crying in the bathroom.
It's getting okay to that time.
Over and over again, talking to God. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And it's like 3:45 in the morning.
Ah, bro, I just gotta keep myself awake.
She's asking, what do I do? What do I do? And
Just gotta keep myself awake.
Go to bed, Elizabeth.
I have to do this.
All I'm saying is, when it's important, sometimes you're gonna hear that voice.
I don't know what to fucking do, bro.
Exactly what you heard.
I don't think,
Like your shoes.
I don't got anything, bro. I can maybe drink some Sprite.
You should snort birth control. I swear to God, that shit makes you
Oh,
buzz.
okay, what?
Snort what?
Birth control.
You probably should get some sleep, Kimmy.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Ah! You got really drunk
Oh
tonight.
shit, I just got
I think it's time for you to stop. You guys hear me? Night. Rest.
Wait, actually.
Shut your trap, boy.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I just saw a girl on camera. I got scared. I'm scared of girls all fuck.
You're scared of girls, bro? Sounds like a skill issue.
They got cooties, man. You gotta watch out. They got cooties. Like they bleed and shit. Like they're fucking scary creatures, man.
Hey, man, we bleed too. We bleed from the scabs around our
You come
knees.
across them in the wrong way, boy, they'll fucking hunt you down.
That's a lot of iron.
That is a lot of iron. Actually.
Oh,
What the fuck was that?
Oh, shit.
oh, you stinky, bro. Ew.
That was Cayman.
Stinky.
Ready to pee stinky poo. Ew.
I
I don't mind no booty flick. Ruin our friendship. So 600 to that.
There's no way that is not cold.
It is cold.
Still, you know what?
Yo, it's cold.
Of course you don't care. I shouldn't even question it.
But you wanna like, hey, listen, right? You know, like,
Okay, bro.
you're trying, you know what that
Okay,
means?
Oh boy, here we go, nigga.
No, bro. She's going to bed. She's eating the rest of her pasta and she's gonna go to sleep.
Lift up your foot and make them.
She's gonna get some night sleepy times.
I'm gonna be in your bed when you're sleeping.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Night. See you later.
Let's play games.
Yes, close.
What do we do, guys? Want to play games tomorrow? Like, what do we?
What is auto-play the games tomorrow?
Alright, what do we? Let's play some games tomorrow.
For real. Okay, crazy.
What's up, girl from iCarly?
Oh my god.
Girl from iCarly. Talking about Sam? I don't think she looks like Sam.
No, the main character.
What? She doesn't look like Miss. Bro, you're dumb. You did not say Selena Gomez.
Oh, she's ugly as fuck.
Bro, what the fuck? No, it's a completely different show, doofus.
Oh, that's So Raven, right?
Oh my god, bro. I think you need to get your head checked for radiation poisoning.
Wait, is it not that?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to powder foam right now. Okay, I don't show you.
It's
You guys fucking soup.
Soup like as in Dallas soup?
Like the soup that you drink.
Oh, soup that you drink? Yeah, like soup. What kind of soup we talking?
Like some broccoli cheddar.
Ooh. In like a bread bowl?
I mean, that sounds like poor handling, but sure.
Nah, bro, bread bowls, like, they gotta be hidden. Like, you know, when you get a little bit of bread in there, like, you got, like, some of that soupy goodness.
I mean, honestly, I would never disrespect my soup with some bread like that, but for sure.
No, it's so fucking good, bro. It's like, you gotta go up in there and get it.
Oh,
It's like,
shit.
You say the soup is not good enough for you.
Yo, she
You're showing a little more appreciation for the soup.
Give me a bread bowl today.
No, mama, you can shoot her. She gone.
Huh?
I said she left, bro.
What are you talking? What, bro? I was still in the VCs, but I don't care. I wasn't ready to go to bed. The fuck?
Oh, my fault, bro. My fault. I didn't expect.
Yeah, bro. I was talking to everybody, and y'all just like hating on me because like I was.
It was too loud. Right? I didn't know who did who or what it was.
She was just drunk. She was just drunk.
This server got 20 times more weirder when she doing.
She's very open.
Oh, look, she's black. Go ahead, guys. Just kidding. We'll play.
Whoa.
Hey, bro, I grew up
Oh,
with
no.
Ain't nothing but racist.
I think I've met you. I think I've met you before.
I was here yesterday, and that's
And
all.
the day before.
That's
and the day
it?
Before that.
Oh, then never mind. I've never met you. Unless you're in another server for some reason. I don't know.
I was in a server socialized, but they banned.
You got banned from Socialize? What the fuck did you do?
Definitely did more than socialize.
Yeah.
Oh no. What'd you do?
I was showing No.
You were.
I was showing my screen, then they banned me.
What'd you do? What'd you show?
You were on that hub or what?
No, you were on that hub. Oh no.
Oh my god.
You don't get on the hub while you're streaming.
No, it was.
It was what?
You cut out the most vital moment.
It was emojis. It was emojis of like cock and balls. Cock and ball emojis.
I would show you.
Big booty bitches. You gotta get all the big booty bitches in your DMs, right? Of course.
For sure. When she got to join me doing that.
The BBBs?
So I want to thank you all.
Yeah. I'm talking to her, bro. You get all the big booty bitches in your DMs, right? For sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Tommy, for doing all the stuff that you
What? What? Bro, damn. You like taking it like you're like, oh, I don't know if I should say yes to that.
I do.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm just spitting fucking facts.
Bro, I hate Filipinos. I can't exaggerate that shit.
You gay as hell.
What?
Little bitch.
Filipinos are a little aggressive.
I've never seen a Jew and a faggot at the same time. Come on.
I've never seen a Filipino get mistaken as a Mexican.
Well, I just joined in. What the fuck? That's a crazy topic.
How do you need an auger? It's gonna be like, why? Moshe, we need an auger.
So you admit that you're a Jew.
Yeah, I'm wearing my grandmother's fucking Holocaust ring. What the move is? I'm gonna use that when I post my little shawty.
Oh god, that's real. Yo, good job, File. You eat her up, bro. Period.
Yeah, so I got a question for you. I need someone to settle a debate, right?
So on Discord, do people you just met deserve your full attention, or should you just be like doing something else while you're talking to people?
Bro, I don't care. I got talk to anybody, bro. Like I don't give a shit who I'm giving
Hell
attention to,
yeah,
right?
dude. Hell yeah.
I think we should pop a tit.
Oh, nah, dude.
Hey, yo.
I'm so fucking
As long as they're over 21.
There you go. I have to go addendum to that.
Which is something I highly doubt everyone here is of age.
I'm 23, but yeah, I'm also a dude. So
I just turned 21 today, bro. Dylan.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. So if you turn 21 today, happy birthday. What are you drinking for your first legal drink?
Oh, well, legal drink. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I went to the gas station, got me like a 12-pack of Budweiser, and that was it.
Hell yeah, dude.
I can't drink anything surreal because I have to leave later. I'm going to.
You wanted to know how many you drink, dog? Oh, no. What happened?
I should have this like little bottle of something. I don't even know what it is, to be honest.
Oh my god! Go! Oh my god! Maya, what did you do? Jungle
This is Jungle Dick. I swear to God. I will literally fucking shit on your chest right now. That is not funny. This is not fucking joke.
I'll literally kill you and your family. Out of all the insults, you chose shitting on your chest. I like that.
He's white.
It really shows, like, it really makes your name a lot.
Guys, what's literally going on? He's vile as hell.
Just like his name, he is vile.
Okay, fuck this. No, come on, bro. Come on. No, come on.
Oh, we go in. Kill her. You're gay as hell. If you don't kill her, you're gay as hell.
I got him.
No, I killed her.
My knife, what the boy leave?
My God, that shit made me.
I'm about to blow.
Okay, I'm coming. Go towards my red. They're going towards Oh, are you kidding me?
I'm about to blow.
Hey, yo, bro, what the fuck is going on right now, bro? I don't like this one bit. I think it's probably time for me to go.
Like you?
The fuck is playing these funny songs like
guys,
I
think he's already on your Paradixia.
That's insane, actually, that they lost against the people out there.
Oh my god.
Yo, that's you, woman.
I'm about to go. Oh my god.
Oh, you fucking. Try and play around Ocean Drake. We can get this straight, and I'm pretty sure we can win.
I want to kill myself, please. FF. Zaya is literally AFK. FF. Press yes, Vile. Press yes.
Are you kidding me, bro?
She's AFK, bro. She's AFK.
She's AFK, yo.
I swear to God.
Yo, this motherfucker was AFK.
I died.
A fucking cunt? No, I'm not but... Oh, no.
I will fuck you, me! I swear to God! Yes!
I will fuck you in the throat.
I'm so happy, man.
I'm about to blow.
Okay, so our main problem is true damage and magic damage somehow. I guess I just have to build fucking...
Excuse me, Cup 2 winner.
Browser?
What's that?
So I'm literally back.
Window?
Oh, welcome back, Lily. The sticky Willie's back. Hey, please do back to concentration camp. Please do back to concentration camp. Shut the fuck up. You're literally holding.
He's a jail.
We don't only follow.
Was trying to have a peaceful workout, but the club girl catches him staring at her, and now he's getting banned.
Helps you with it.
Yeah, I will vote yes on the next surrender vote, right?
Thank you.
Grandma bitch, bitch.
But I will keep trying. So what the fuck is up with the Zaya?
I don't know. She's AFK.
League of Legends.
This is so winnable.
Who said I came twice? Shen said that?
Yo, since you play League of Legends, what do you think? What do you think of graphs?
What do you think of funny jokes?
Don't know what that is.
What do you think
You ever
of
see Joker the movie? I think you should really relate to that movie, bro.
Yeah, like,
I don't know what
Yeah,
it is.
'cause I think it's funny. You don't think that's funny? Like movie-wise? Good movie. You should watch it. You also draw black into your whore mother's filth while you're at it.
Gosh, how are they not making fun of you?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Gosh,
That's crazy.
gosh, they're
That's
making
actually
fun of
sad.
everybody.
Good job. Good job. I
They
just
can't
wanted
see
to
you.
Yeah, we got this. Just so what does this ability do? It just shoots through walls. That's so stupid.
Oh, dude, remember one guy
Yeah.
gave your friend named Danny?
It's actually broken. Kill Thresh next.
I really want to kill this fucking polar bear. I have like a personal thing with him.
Hey, Jackie. Yoshi. Ogre, bitches.
Oh my god!
That's Vagar.
Oh.
Because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store is still having its huge first of the year sale. Everything from kitchen,
Bro,
literally any
please.
configuration imaginable. The Kitchen Store has got you covered.
Vote yes. Who's voting no?
Just one place to find every door,
Shen,
color, finish, storage
vote
option,
yes
and
or
hardware
gay.
accessory on the market. That's the Kitchen Store. You're going to find it all and more in Southern California's largest cabinet design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405. And as always, it all starts with a totally free in-showroom consult with one of the Kitchen Store's expert kitchen
Oh,
designers.
come on.
12-month payment financing.
Bro, we were actually winning it early game. I don't know what happened. Is it Volibear got fed and also Theory got fed?
No, I could have carried. This is like what silver elo. This is my fault. I don't know. I'm really thirsty. I've been playing Valorant and like other games.
Gay as hell.
Honestly, I did have fun. I like playing
Oh, yeah.
What is this?
If
Is
Zaya was still
also known as
there,
the slow
like,
motion
we
frame
could've
by
low-key
frame.
won. We could've had a chance, low-key.
How much damage
Oh, wow.
did
I didn't even know. Somebody be like, I didn't even know. Look at that, girls.
Jesus Christ.
Look at that. It's
Wait, why am I promoted to bronze all of a
it's
sudden?
actually
Do we play
captured
ranked?
on
Just
film, girls.
Is it ranked? No. It's draft.
oh, wait, you can get like normal.
No. No, you can't. What are you on about?
I don't know. I just got like
Super
bronze.
Bowl, billiards,
draft something.
physics.
No, I think it's the challenger thing. Challengers, whatever the fuck.
All right. What are you gonna do right now? Are you gonna keep playing or are you gonna stop?
Yeah, I want to take a break. Skin cancer.
No. Wait, let me just see, because you told me that you were on a win streak. You're full of shit. You lost a game.
I was on a win streak with Melio, I said.
You lost
see,
fucking
I
game
did.
with Blue. Just look at your
Look at the two. No. Look at the first game that I did with Melio. I won. I won the first game because I had a good ADC. Second time, yes, I'll admit, I was assisting really good, and I got 21 assists. And then the second time I did Melio, I was winning, I was carrying the game. And then the third time was with you, was
Okay,
with
so
you.
this
The
is
third
this
time.
is literally how
What do you
fucking
want? Shut up.
support see the game. This is
Shut
how
up,
support
Vile.
see their fucking
Shut up,
games. This is how
Vile.
much you've gaslighted
Shut
yourself
up,
into
Vile.
believing this.
I'm
You
not
think that
gaslighting
you've
you.
actually been doing good when you've lost
I am
games.
not. Ain't no. Yeah, because it's your fault.
That is sad. If you were to challenge me right now to get back within 1 month, I would get it. I'm not even joking. This game is so stupidly easy right now.
That's
Rod of Ages,
disgusting, bro.
Rod of Ages being buffed, Viego being OP as fuck because fucking Blade of the Rune King, nah, that shit would be mad easy, especially if I split
You
match.
sound very bored.
You sound like you've never seen a penis in your whole life, and the only thing you've
I
seen
have
is your
not. Why
cousins
would I
and your
want
dad's.
my
Family's true.
Oh, that's how
Family
my cousin
always
died.
comes first. You're a big fan of
Oh
that.
God, real. That's
Wow.
very true.
Real?
Yeah.
Why is somebody screen sharing Andrew Tate?
Someone's screen sharing Rabbi. I think he's a Jew.
Yeah, I think he's a. I don't think he's a Jew. I think he's beating too hard to be a Jew. Wait, is he actually?
I mean, it's a rabbi.
That would be so fucking funny. Shame
Why is he
on
watching the news though?
Shame on the Goyen.
Why is he watching the news?
Shalom, brother. We free Palestina.
Is he in a hospital? What is going on?
He's probably selling skivvies to get more money.
Looks like a crackhead then. I don't even know what's going on.
Oh my god, he kind of looks like Lane. Wait, he's got Christmas lights and shit? That's nice.
Bro, he lagging as hell. I don't even know what I'm looking at.
What are we? I'm so curious. What is going on? So he was.
Yo, look at this guy's setup though.
He's kind of. Yeah, that is a pretty setup.
What, dude? Hey!
Oh my! Oh, the fucking Gengar, bro. That's so cool. If I didn't spend my money, spend my money on crack and like heroin, and then I could have like a setup like that.
Yeah, that's like an average European breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Just because you're from Albania doesn't mean
Isn't that
you
loud?
on our entire.
I'm not Albanian. Stop saying I'm Albanian. I'll never be from that dirty ass country.
Siktir git.
Huh?
I'm gonna go. So, Haram Shadi, why don't we play another game of League of Legends?
If we lose, I will kill myself.
Okay, but this game you actually have to be an e-kid. Because otherwise we can't.
I'm gonna
You
play
have to
LOL.
like. No. What you're gonna do is you're gonna like text. You know that image that I sent you that you have to be like, okay, guys, time for your heal slot. Please.
No. Ew.
Every single
So
time
you want me to be Nami?
Every single time we lose a team fight, you have to apologize to the entire team and be like,
You know, is that the pic with Soraka?
yes.
That's just like, that's the heel slut, bro. No way. No way.
Wait.
Oh
I
my
have to talk to my girl. I have to like just text her.
I'm going to help you see your way through to have your best spring cleaning ever, okay? If you're listening to the local broadcast right here in Southern California, or you're streaming this live from across the country, or if you've joined in for another episode of House Whisper on Demand, I'm just so glad that you're here. The gang's all here. Sam and David are on the board, along with our live studio audience. There they are. Everybody's excited about being here. Producer Richie is running the show, standing by to take your.
What happened to Nobify?
The day off today. Well,
huh?
What happened
to him? I don't know what happened to him. Why?
Is he not here? Like, can he not play games with us? We have some.
No, he can. He's in the server, but he's not on right now.
Fuck. This sucks. Oh, what happened to that girl that was just in it? Oh, I'm so curious. Wait, where did the girl go? What was her name again? The one that was like, Yes, that girl.
She left, and
She just left the
all of
server?
her simps as well. No, she just left the call.
I'm so curious what happened with that girl, cause like, I swear to God, as soon as she joined,
Nothing happened.
a shit ton of dudes just like started joining and like,
Obviously.
every single time when a girl like turns on her camera, everyone just becomes so funny.
That's why I stopped. I used to do that on Ego Paradise. I don't do that shit no more. Fuck.
What did you mean?
But shut up.
You said you were me shit.
Hell no. Look at you. Exactly. Shut up.
I'm looking at myself. My nose is not fucking indebted.
You're a Jew.
Yeah, you a dirty Mexican.
Your nose is fatter than me. What are you on about?
Yeah, nigga.
Exactly.
Fuck you, bitch. You got some paper thin lips.
Ain't no way. I don't got no thin lips. Don't even. He's gaslighting himself so hard right now. You're gaslighting yourself so hard, bro. You got DSL. I mean, you've been through that. We've been through that.
You got DSL. Beaner fucking lips.
What is PSO?
You got some beaner shit lips.
Thin lip. I like that.
Oh, dude, you got me tripping my fucking beard.
I think he likes penis in his ass. That's what he's
Yeah, so?
My shit beater lips, that's too funny.
You're gay as hell.
Yeah, you're a beater.
Faggy.
You are a lady boy. You are a lady. You are a lady. You are a lady.
Yeah, I know I am a lady boy. I am a femboy. What about it? What about it? You trying to compare? Trying to compare sizes? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, come here. Yeah.
That looks like you.
Yeah, come here. Come here. Hold on your phone. Ew! Oh my god. He's so gay as hell, bro. What?
You know how I feel about Filipinos?
What? How do you feel about your stepfather? That's my question.
A stepdaughter?
Yeah, stepfather. Oh my god, he nasty as hell. Ain't no way. It's not about stepdaughter. That's crazy.
Why would you say it like this? Just say stepdaddy.
Stepdaddy? Why would I say stepdaddy? That's even weirder than saying stepfather.
That's what I'd be calling my little stepdaddy.
Okay.
The stepdaddy.
Kind of nasty as hell.
Oh, fuck you.
Look at you.
I'm looking at my
LGBTQ, PT, whatever the fuck, written all over your face. Shut up, Jew.
Yeah, you got that all over your face.
And what's wrong? What about it? You're jealous?
No,
exactly. Anyways.
Yoshi, like, I probably think you're in the hospital.
You fucking island beaters.
Do you play Valorant? Because like with Haram Shawty, do you play Valorant?
Hell no.
Ask me that question, bro. Maybe we should play a game that like all of you guys play.
How about you fucking sit there and watch her play?
What?
Play what?
Oh, yeah. Play what?
Play with these nuts in your dog. Got him.
What are you on about? I'm just trying to find a game that we
He has ADHD.
No, I'm just not a dirty Mexican.
Okay, he has BPD.
You are what they call.
You are what they call a faggot.
No, that's so weird, bro. He just
and a cunt. Yeah, he just joined.
He just joined us like, hey, Haram Shawty, let's play a game together. Let's play a game we can all play.
That was vile.
What was you? Oh, that was you?
Bro, yeah, I just asked that. I was trying to include you to the fucking game, bitch, because you guys. Bro, what the hell,
bro? I thought that was another thing.
Nah.
Bro, I glanced over to my fucking monitor. Bro, no. I swear to God, bro, I swear to God, I'm a mama. I should read
him. He said, you gonna let him do you like that, Vile? Ain't no way.
Damn, I feel disrespectful, bro.
Yo, emo dude, he been here not even saying none. He emo as hell.
Stop trying to hit on him, bro. Let him vibe. Fuck you.
What? Are you dick riding? Do you want like his dick up his up your ass or something? And
Yeah.
who are you?
Want his dick up his
Yeah,
ass?
yeah. Like, what do you want?
I'd be so pissed off.
Orange is very, very optimistic.
It's very average size.
Oh,
It's
look,
not. Oh, no, he. Okay, hold on.
That's how you.
Emoted says something.
That's how
Hi,
you.
my dude.
I'm gonna start laughing so hard once this guy starts speaking. It doesn't even matter what he sounds like.
Yeah, I want him to say something.
Emoted, say something.
That's right.
What if he doesn't even sound attractive? You just like.
It doesn't matter. We just want to hear what he's done. Yeah, shit. What do you want? 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 You want dick? You want?
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? You want my six pack? Like, oh my god, you want me to fucking just show my big fat cock up your fucking prolapse anus, you dirty boy.
Yeah, what?
Alright, that was kind of too far, though.
I just want to punch a.
Am I calling ambulance? Ew.
Shut the fuck up, man. You got the in your name right now.
Ricky. Me? Where?
You're fat.
Where? Show me where. You're the one that was like, and you're a Jew, and you're emo.
I swear to God, you look like the hunchback of Notre Dame.
Like, literally, last night,
You have 9 degrees to the fucking side to take a profile picture. Otherwise, you can see your huge ass fucking shoulders. You look like Michael Phelps.
yeah, I got bigger shoulders than you. You mad? You mad? I'm at you right now. Come here, little boy. Lucky boy. Lucky boy. Are we? I don't know. Bro, is Emo dude gonna say anything? Like, my curiosity is just peaked now. Now that he
What was that other guy? Lots of years back.
Wow, maybe you should like speak from an emo dude to another emo dude.
Yeah, I heard a bunch of fucking redheads.
Vile.
And embarrassing.
Yeah, that's coming from
Kyle.
Okay, I hit a nerve, Jesus.
What up?
You're also faggot.
Hey,
fuck you.
Hey, you're a faggot. I'm a faggot. I look fucking fat. Then
Nobody was talking to you, snow leopard. Shut up.
Yes, she was talking to her. Calling me
That's
a
literally
faggot.
you.
And
Bro said that in the most nerdy emoji ass voice ever.
I have to.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
alright, just
Shut up.
this is jawline on the you pretty piece of shit.
Orange shit. And you said that you look like a James Charles.
Yeah, because he's mad I got a cut line. He has like 6 moles under his neck.
Snow leopard. Can I ask you a genuine question?
Oh, that's Snow Leopard.
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to ask you a question. I'm trying to ask you a question. Goddamn, just let me fucking ask you a question. Magdalene was pretty good, you duck G, you piece of shit. I swear to God, I will fucking grind your dick and make you come so hard you will literally die of a heart attack from orgasm.
Yo!
That doesn't sound like a. You said this shit like it was a.
Honestly, a pretty good artist.
Kyle.
I'll show you.
He's a pretty good artist.
Kyle.
That was good, Bob. That was good.
Bio?
What do you want, bitch?
Oh. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I said it doesn't.
No, because he said bio. Okay, you guys are retarded, bro. Anyways, Kyle. No. Kyle. Hit me so hard right now that you just in front of
What is
me.
that?
Remember when like T added to remember when T added to Kyle and he was like, why the fuck are you adding me, bro? You gay as hell. Right, I was like, he's like so nice.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you do him like that? Bro, he's so nice, bro. You're so mean, Kyle.
You know what? I'll take it back. I'll take that front of us back since you want to catch an attitude and act all confident.
No. I'll add you there.
No, you were. No, you were.
I just did. You too late.
How do you?
If you're moving, you're gay as hell energy. Good.
I don't make me look like a fucking the devil. Right? Make me look like a suspect. Call me out.
You're a what? A suspect? You've been a suspect. What are you on about?
And women, they don't pay attention.
Like
So,
no one
oh
can
my
see
God,
them.
you live
Like
on
all these
4chan?
people are recorded. We're just gonna
What,
be
you're
like, go to
running
their
it
house,
too?
be like, you're a bitch.
Oh my
You're a
God.
fucker.
Here.
When I
Oh
say
my
bitch,
God,
you're
how
a
did,
douche.
wow.
Look, listen to this shit.
Go ahead. Keep about the fart. He's gonna fart.
Oh, I just did. It didn't pick it up?
No. You nasty as still, bro.
I'm nasty to him.
Damn, I can smell everything I just had last night.
Ew! Bro, you're so funny, bro. No way.
Bitch ass up.
No. Yeah, mama. Vile, I don't know if we're playing. You wanna play? Yo, he called you White Chinggis. Vile.
Why would you call me that? You didn't even say it. I'm a back like a little beach. I said I should be on my back like a little beach.
He said it in the DMs. He said White Chinggis.
What the fuck is a white chinggis? What the fuck is a white chinggis?
It's you.
I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna.
Oh, bro, that's funny. White Chinggis. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like, you're so funny, Kyle. You're so funny. Shut up.
Look at her. Better than shit, like a little bitch that she is.
You're so mean. I didn't even say anything.
Right, bro, I heard you. You're about to say something juicy, and then like you start stuttering. You're like, oh. And you try playing it off like when you start laughing at shit. I don't want to hear it.
You a faggot, bro.
Trying to gaslight me, like, why you so mean? I'm trying to play it off.
That's crazy.
I know what you're trying to do, but I know I'm not
What is it?
retarded.
What's crazy, girl?
Yeah, fucking bullshit.
Oh my God, you did not just say
I caught your bitch ass in the act.
bullshit. That's crazy.
Caught you in the act.
Oh my God, that's me. That's all me.
Shut up, whore.
Oh, shut up, slut. Okay. Okay. Girl.
Be careful.
What the fuck did I just hear?
Daddy's little girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely vile. Sitting there fucking purring and shit.
Bro, he talking to his kitten right now.
Wow, okay, vile, I see you.
Yeah, oh. Fuck you.
I gotta call him out like that.
He's not here. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Nah, I know how you are. I know how fake you are. You're gonna call me out. You're gonna snitch on me.
I was gonna snitch on you. Yo, on Kickbuster 9000.
That's all.
I like that.
On the useless department, let's identify maybe the one big deal that I see so often. We'll just put this next to that. We covered this a while back. I forget which show we were doing. But
lotion on my dick. Look at my shit.
Your
Stupid.
cleaning product.
Right? Please say it. He actually sounds like him.
Oh, I gotta see this.
Really?
On the Kickbuster. Can you please say it? I got lotion on my
I thought he was
shit. I'm horny as fuck.
Quick.
Can you say that? He doesn't want to do it.
I got lotion on my dick. Don't want it. He's
Yeah.
He sounds like him. Oh my God. Hello, Dad.
You gotta make me act up.
Huh? Ain't no way he gets
you whore. Shut up, bitch.
I know he wasn't talking to me, you retarded faggot. Not everything's about me, you dumbass hoe. Exactly. Sit your ass down.
How you living, baby?
You wanna hurt my feelings?
Yeah, exactly.
Kicking ass, taking names. What's new with you?
Eat on it. Shit on it.
Rabbi
Pee on it.
Rothschild, who's this?
You wanna treat the birthday boy? Alright.
Birthday boy. It's your birthday.
Hell yeah, Stephanie.
Don't kill yourself.
What's new, girl?
Hey, yo. Buddy.
Happy birthday.
Right.
I know. That's the day Israel started. Yeah.
Don't sit there and try to get me to kill me.
Yeah, May 14th, 1948.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
All right, happy birthday.
Yeah, you got that right. Hell yeah.
You're my relative, Albasoni.
I agree. So that would make me like 70, I don't know, 5 years old. Basically. But I'm not. I'm 37. I am. What's new with you?
I'll read in the mornings that Daddy spend my face in
I know, isn't it crazy?
Too far, huh? Too far.
And then the motherfucker picks up.
Oh, it's here again. It's the one who got banned.
Exactly, baby. It is 6 o'clock in the morning here, so it must be like 9 where you are, right?
Don't worry about it.
Now I want to know.
I stream my life all day, every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for more than 2 years. So we're at more than 666 straight days. You can always watch me. I'm live on YouTube all the time. All you have to do is type in ViralRabbi into YouTube, and you can watch me. I'm live on 6 different streams. This is the biggest event in global history. No person has more content online than I do, and I'm going to make you a trillionaire, Stephanie, when this goes viral. Absolutely, because inflation is the thing, but you have to understand, data is the #1 resource in the entire world, and content is king. Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king during the 1990s, and I'm showing it. I have streamed my life for more than a year, 666 straight days on the internet. No one has done that. I have more content than any person ever, and that...
Oh, yeah.
It hasn't been quite 2 years, but it's been far more than a year. That's my number, baby. Hell yeah, it's a beautiful number. It's a pyramidal number. It's triangular. It's beautiful.
Oh, that's crazy. What size?
Longest tail.
Double D.
Oh yeah, you know what's up.
Double D's. Damn, they're bigger than mine. That's
You
crazy.
got that right.
Yo, what the fuck is that? What the fuck?
You can do that and just filter by live, and you'll see I'm live on 6 different streams.
Are you a waitress?
You can do that too. You just, I can teach you if you want to start your own stream, or we can stream together, or you can just type.
Old people play.
we just had yours.
Absolutely.
So you wipe like old people's asses.
You got that right. And you want to just filter by live.
I give them the food. I keep the day clean. That is my job.
I don't have
The press. The ViralRabbi.com.
Yeah,
so that's the Rothschild press.
So white is right.
That's fine. That's fine. It's very common for people to forget. So it's ROTHS.
The waitress, the nurse.
Why does it say?
You got it. Roths and then child. You nailed it.
Anyone here white who wants to go out with another white man so you can shoot up school?
And then make sure to filter by live.
Oh God.
That's why somebody calls you Mexican. That's what somebody
Nope,
calls you.
no, I'm not a Michael. I'm going to filter by live. So there's a little filter, and it'll say like, you know, watch it. 20 minutes, 4 minutes, 5. None of that. It's crazy.
You know what? I think I'll mute him too.
And then you tell me which stream you're looking at, and I'll say hello to you. Yeah, I could do that too. Actually, here's a perfect thing. In my, you were just in my on my Twitter profile. The link that is associated with it, it's not the link that the archived one. The link right under that, it's right to YouTube. Click that link and.
No, but you sound like.
Oh, that was Discord. I'm also on Discord. People are talking on Discord. I just muted them. All right. Just one moment. Oh, hilarious. So scroll down. Keep scrolling downwardly, and you'll find me. I just was. Yep. Those are just some other people with the similar hashtag, but I'm on there. Yeah, just keep going, and you'll be like, oh, he's the one that has all the pink and stuff. Yes, exactly. Tell me which one you're on, and I will say hello to you. Are you behind me, in front of me? You're behind me. Okay, so can you see me waving at you? Okay. Stephanie, we're going to be trillionaires. I have more content than any person in global history. Okay. Are you this one? Am I pointing at you? Oh, there you are. Hi, sweetie. Hello. Hi, baby. Hey, check this out. I have. That's what people say. I call it the spacecraft, baby. I'm going to show you some technology you've never. Exactly. I have 33 different devices going at any one time. I'm going to show you. One day I was videoing my golf swing, and I just started to do it on YouTube, essentially after I was done. And I started up almost 2 years ago, and here we go. I've got this thing. It's called the Pocket Talk. Now, I don't know many languages. I didn't actually know quite a few, but I don't know any languages really well. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a radio. You got it. You got it, girl. I never turn this thing down, but I'll turn it down for you. Just one moment.
I can't listen to both voices at the same time. I'm sorry.
I got you. You should be good now. Okay, so I have this little translator. It's a pocket translator, but it's going to change the world. And so you can use it to translate anything. So here we go. I have turned off the radio in the background. And now it is translating in real time. Here we go.
He apagado la radio de fondo. Y ahora se está traduciendo en tiempo real. Aquí vamos.
So this thing's a pocket translator. It will translate anything you want at any time instantly in any language. It can translate from English to Chinese, English to Spanish, Chinese to Korean, anything you want.
Así que esta cosa es un traductor de bolsillo. Traducir a todo lo que quieras en cualquier momento al instante. En cualquier idioma. Puede traducir de inglés a chino, inglés a español, chino, español o coreano, lo que quieras.
Isn't that amazing?
Well, there are translators everywhere. What's going on? What are you doing?
Well,
I mean, what are you doing?
right now? In my life.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to other people?
No, I'm talking to you. I was showing you this translator. How this Yeah, so basically we have no more limitations when it comes to language. People do have translators, but it's on their phones, and it's a pain in the ass to use one. It takes about 10 seconds to, turn on your phone and get into the app and all that. This does it automatically. It just works instantaneously. I think it's really interesting for people who don't speak a lot of languages. So that was just one thing that I have. I have, let's see here. I've got right now, I'm live on YouTube on 6 different devices. I'm live on Instagram on 7 different devices. I'm live on Discord on 2 different devices. I'm live on TikTok on a device. I'm all over. I have more content than any person in global history.
You do?
I do. I have more content than Mr. Beast and Dr. Absolutely. I have 10 times more content online than Mr. Beast does. And my content is live.
So let me ask you this.
Absolutely.
So you're a famous guy over there, aren't you?
Will be. I will be the most famous person on earth. Thank you. Absolutely, baby.
Okay, so listen, like I'm looking where you're at right now, and I just think about the first day that you went into this room and you put a computer, and then your friends came over. They're like, "Oh, you're setting something up here," and then your friends came over a week later, and then you had all this, and oh, just every time your friends come over, they're like, "Yo, what the fuck are you doing here?" Literally, you know who you remind me of? That dude that is write everything out of
Definitely. I do. There's a big window. I'm looking at it right now, watching the sunrise. Yep.
So how long did it take you to, when did you start making this room of yours?
Great question. I moved I moved to Irvine about 5 years ago and worked a Fortune 500 for Fortune 500 company till about a year ago, where I gave up everything to start streaming my life full time. So I was already streaming while I was on conference calls and things. But I really realized that there was perhaps more opportunity in the data. And so I quit my job, and I've been streaming now absolutely every single day for more than 666. I'm closer to 700 days now. And then the next big anniversary will probably be 2 years. This is far more than any one person has ever done. The longest anybody ever did it before was 1 year on one stream. And the person who did that, they developed something called Justin TV, which eventually became Twitch, which they sold to Jeff Bezos for $984 million. Now that was 1 year on one stream. This is nearly 2 years on 6+ streams. It's really the most amazing thing of all time.
I've never heard of Twitch. Wow. Why?
It's the big gaming stream. So like if you're a gamer, you're on Twitch. That's the big thing. And at least in this case, it's a perfect time capsule of history. People will watch this in the future at like a university level and study it and was going through for 2 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, and everything in between. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah. I do. Like that is every day. I'm always like, you guys don't fucking know. We're making history, motherfuckers. You don't know. Like this shit is gonna go down in the books. And like what you're doing auditorially and keeping that record of the auditory of it is just so significant and important right there to hear the voices of the people of what we were going through during this time. It's going to be studied. I mean, we are actually in it right now. What a time to be alive. You know what I'm saying?
You are so smart. You're absolutely right. Man, you are smart. Everybody, listen to how smart Stephanie is. Woo-hoo! You get it. You get it. Good for you.
And dude, you know what's really cool about you? That you are a king of, that you don't even know? You're a king of escaping the motherfucking matrix, dude.
Word, girl. You're absolutely right. I realized all these rich motherfuckers had my ass when it came to banking and money and finance and all of that, but I knew what I had them on, which is perhaps content. Content is king and data is king. And you watch, I'm going to propel to the top of the Forbes list because of this. AI needs a model on which to build its foundational databases, and it is a perfect example of someone for 2 years straight that they can use to study and model a human being. It's really, really beautiful. And this isn't like your normal like YouTube video that's very highly edited and such. This is raw footage for the last 2 years. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing, and I want to do it for the rest of my life. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show with Jim Carrey? It came out in the 1990s. It's just like that. It's just like that.
Just fucking like that. It is just fucking like that. I love that I'm talking to somebody that really gets it. Like for me, like, I mean, the anticipation, it stops you from sleeping.
Oh, hell yeah.
I want to sleep. There's too much fucking going on. I'll sleep when I'm dead. You know? But it's exciting to me. And, you know, like, I don't know if you know, we had a January 6th.
Oh, I'm very well briefed on it, and I know how involved you are in it, and I just want you to know I'm a free speech person. I feel like people should be able to say what they want, so I know exactly what you're saying. And
thank you, man. I appreciate you.
And you know what? Honestly, it's one of those things that, you know, it's a really controversial subject, but I just know if I really cared about something, I wouldn't want to be put in jail for that long without being able to talk to my family.
I know. No, but the thing with me with the J6ers right now, see, in my life, I don't live inside of the box just like you. We live outside of the box, and we look in the box, and we tell you what the fuck's going on in the box. Okay?
Word.
That's our job, okay? And these NPCs in the box walking around like fucking drones, okay? Here's me and you, buddy. We're looking inside of the box and going, okay, that's fucked up, that's fucked up, that's fucked up. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know?
You're absolutely right.
I mean, you know, who are you? You're fucked up. Let me take you out of the box and fuck with you a little bit. Get your shit together. That's fucked up. I'm gonna take that out. What it's doing in the box. See how big it is in the box. Try to hammer it down in the fucking box. I'll go inside of that box and pick up whatever I want to pick up and fuck with that day. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that box and everything that's in it. Okay? I don't give a shit about fucking nothing. I don't care who you are or anything. If you are inside of that box and you're an NPC motherfucking drone, fuck you, bitch. If you don't even fucking really exist anymore. There's people walking around, you know, right now that don't have souls. You know that, right?
Absolutely. The uploading, basically, that the idea that you could scan your brain and put it into a robot or into a cyborg or a cybernetic being or an avatar, whatever we're transmitting, that data that we would consider a person, to me, that's a soul. But you're right. There's some people walking around and it's like they are NPCs. They are simps. They are not conscious. It's like, are we on the same planet? And when I was a kid, I felt like everybody was kind of like, not like that. Like everybody was real, but then I don't know. You had 9/11 and COVID and everything, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, like 50% of the population is brainless. And those of us that aren't are just speaking out or trying to get our message out there in any way possible.
Well, see, the way you were so on the same page right fucking here, just talking about NPCs and sim characters and soulless drones. Just fucking shit's up. See, the problem is the inmates are running the asylum.
Word.
Okay?
Word. You got that right. And there's no way to get them out because it breeds more corruption.
It does. And, you know, right now for us, I mean, it's just, I cannot believe the level of sheep stupidity. I mean, just the sheep mentality is just follow any fucking thing. Dude, like, straight up, I'm on Twitter and I'm watching these people wearing these, like, medical, you know, with ventilator, face masks on against COVID. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, motherfuckers? I just saw, like, 4 of them yesterday. You're walking around with a ventilated medical grade. Looks like you're going to war gas mask. That you're going to catch COVID, bitch. What? And they're doing it. Okay? Then this couple, I see this couple on Twitter, they're at their wedding wearing face masks. I'm like, they're just fucking mindless.
Word. I can't agree more. You got to think for yourself. I mean, frankly, when all this came, it's like nobody talked about the flu anymore. Nobody talked about the common cold anymore. And nobody still talks about that stuff. It's like, you know, people used to just randomly get sick from the common cold or the flu or whatever, and we moved on. Now all of a sudden you got long form of it and all this other stuff. And it's like, I don't really know about all that. Frankly, I don't think something just randomly, I don't know, in my opinion, that like I need to be so fucking afraid of it. I'm not. Like when I start seeing motherfuckers drop dead on the street in front of me, that's when I fear stuff. But like right now, it's like a 99.99999% chance you're gonna live. It's like I'll take my chances.
Yeah. But still people are believing the narrative, which fucking shocks me.
Oh, agreed.
I'm a disabled vet, okay? I had to go to the Charlotte, North Carolina VA. They have signs up for vaccine clinics, okay? I'm like, are you fucking the military? Well, the military sold out America. Okay?
Long ago.
Yeah. So they want all the military dead. Don't get me started on what they've done to our fucking military.
You're absolutely right.
But thank God Joe Biden just got fucked big time because he put a federal a vaccine mandate on all federal employees. That just got stopped this week. So this Cox, up until this week, was mandating all federal employees to get vaccines. See how they're still fucking doing it?
I feel like you shouldn't be able to own stock if you're a politician, period. I just don't think you should be able to, because it shows, I mean, these guys just go and sit on the board when they're, if they're ever elected, if they're ever out. Here's my question. I haven't been able to ask this to like a serious medical professional, but honestly, Stephanie, I take your medical opinion more than I take most any medical opinion out there. Okay, so have you heard this one? Like, you get your jab or whatever, fine, and then you get a booster, and then you get another booster, but it's like from a different company. And like, how are these boosters supposed to work together? How would they ever know? How would you have any idea what they were doing inside you?
Well, we know that they're totally fucked. Okay? There's fucking bullshit. The seventh booster, all you need is 4 shots and 3 boosters, and you're good to fucking go. Every shot is a kill shot. It's either you're getting the disease or you're gonna flat out fucking die. Okay? There's nothing good at all. mRNA, are these, and then RA, people call me, whatever.
You're good. I know what you're saying. You're absolutely right. And, honestly, any other kind of medical process has taken 7 years at least. We've had to do all kinds of testing on, first like lab rats, and then like we get to chimpanzees and stuff. All of a sudden we became chimpanzees over like, and like it is blatantly like, do you know what Event 201 is? It was like this event in China in the fall of 2020, or 2019 in Wuhan. Basically, it was like one of these like Johns Hopkins ran a simulation. What if there was a pandemic that exploded across the world, and then 3 months later it happens, and nobody's one to say what in the fuck was that?
Oh, don't even get me started. In 2019, hey, your voice just went down. Can you turn up your voice a little bit for me? I can't hear you that well, please.
Yes, absolutely. And one of my streams went down, so I'm starting it back up. Don't you worry.
Oh my God, don't even get me started, dude. I was on a fucking Spaces the other day, and that's why I love Spaces on Twitter. And this really smart guy got in there, was telling me about the DOD and all this shit. Well, he goes on the fucking DOD thing and finds that listen to this shit, their budget for 2019 was all for the pandemic for 2020. They planned the vaccines, they planned the quarantine. It was in the fucking budget for 2019.
It's like, how would you know that?
They had a budget a year before it even happens.
So, I mean, there's all kinds of evidence that perhaps people knew about it in advance. And look, I'm someone, I was asked about this tonight, or last night. Have I known anyone to get COVID, or have I gotten it? And the answer is no. Anyone I know with a fucking brain realizes that like they could have gotten sick in a lot of different ways. They don't need to stick some kind of fucking Q-tip up their nose to confirm whether they got sick or not. And the other thing is, it hasn't been identified. The COVID like it itself hasn't been identified. So how the fuck do you really know what you have if it hasn't been identified?
And so, we've had the flu for all these years. We never had a vaccine. All of a sudden, something doesn't kill you. Man, here's the vaccine. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I can tell you the only time I've ever gotten a flu shot, one time in my life, was the one time I had the flu. And that's I'm not the only person I know with that. I know someone in the synagogue that said the same thing.
I don't get the flu shot. I do not get the flu shot. I've had it. I'm over 50.
Oh, so they're just screaming to have you get it.
Oh, yeah.
You walk into a fucking Walgreens or a fucking CVS, and they're probably coming at you like it's what's that movie with Jack Nicholson? The Shining. Thank you so much. Absolutely. They're probably coming at you like it's The Shining. Thank you. Red rum. Exactly. And you're a veteran, so I mean, you check off all their boxes.
No, let me tell you who really, really wants to shove it in your fucking arms. Walmart.
Oh,
okay?
I imagine.
Oh my God. Walmart does a push for flu vaccines. They got signs everywhere. You buy the pharmacy and their little things they put out in the hallway, and they'll have signs up on the doors, the sliding doors.
walking into Walmart, those doors that open up.
Absolutely.
And there'll be food vaccine on, and I'm always like, you motherfuckers, fuck you, Walmart. Walmart is NWO, WEF. Walmart is the fucking devil. All right, people need to wake the fuck up to Walmart. Walmart sold out to FDA and Big Farm because our food is straight fucking trash, okay? And Obama did that. So, and the worst food that is available to mankind is sold in fucking Walmarts, okay? If you look, almost every ingredient, every item in there is banned. Over 11 million people a year die from food-related fucking shit. They put diseases in there. Every kind of fucking illness is in those fucking boxes, okay? Motherfucking ramen noodles is called death in a crinkling cup by Howard fucking University. They don't digest. They cause stomach cancer. They cause about 50 fucking illnesses, but they target poor people, and you can buy a thing of ramen noodles for 50 fucking cents because they want to make sure all the poor people get every fucking diseases. And every one of the Walmarts need to be burned the fuck down. When Sam Walton died, so did fucking Walmart. They're straight fucking scum. They're trash. They're everything that is GMO in that fucking store will give you a disease. That's what they did. FDA, they did no fucking regulation on what goes in the motherfucking food. I hate one of them needs to come to fucking court and they need to go to fucking jail. And not just them, but every one of these cocksucking motherfucking food manufacturers. And I'm telling you, Ramen Noodle, right now, I am coming for you, motherfuckers. Because you have fucked with my people in the hood. I know what's in those in Ramen Noodles. You know how I fucking feel every time I go around somebody that's in the hood that's drinking eating fucking ramen noodles. I want to take it out of their hand and burn that goddamn thing the fuck down. I go in grocery stores and Walmart and I see children eating fucking ramen noodles. You're giving children diseases. You don't believe what I'm talking about, ramen noodles? You fucking look it up. You don't know how many diseases. High blood pressure, high cholesterol. You fucking name it. Cancer. Every single thing is in this fucking food.
I'm in agreement with you. If I had it my way, I'm sure you would be the same way. You would go totally non-GMO, and you would have never allowed that to occur in the first place.
No. Fucking Obama did that shit because you know why? How much did Big Farm make last year? Like trillions? How many fucking trillions and trillions and trillions? You know why they make that shit? Because they put the shit in the fucking food, and then you get the diseases, and then you buy the fucking medicine, and then you get the diseases from the medicine that they give you. We're in a matrix loop, okay? It's fucked up.
You're absolutely right. If you go to Walmart and you eat or any major grocery chain for that matter, none of the good food is ever in the middle. The only food that you're supposed to eat is on the perimeter of a grocery store. So that's like your fresh produce and things like that. And what you're saying is absolutely correct. A lot of the nutrients are taken out of those big box store vegetables and fruits, but at least that's what you're supposed to do. When you get in the middle, that's when you get all that preserved food, and that's right where you get that ramen. And I hate to say it, when you are on EBT or electronic food stamps or food stamps of any kind, that's all you can afford because you don't have enough. Inflation is such that it grows. I mean, basically, if you work a job on your first day, whatever you're paid, that's likely going to be the most amount that you make for your entire career due to inflation, because most people aren't able to get like a 6% or 8% raise every year, and that's what inflation is. It's a very sad state of affairs when on your first day, if you really realize that that's when your money was worth the most, and that's when your buying power is worth the most. So if you spend your whole career with a place, you're actually going to be worth way, way, way less, even though you might make a little bit more on your hourly or your salary. When in comparison, inflation has gone up, 30, 40, 50% over the course of your time there. So your dollar's worth less. And the fact that nobody gives a shit about that, I have been, if anything on my stream that I bitch and moan about long, long, long before anyone, was inflation. I hate it. It is the thing that devalues your currency, and it takes food out of your mouth. It enslaves you. And it's so sad that people don't realize how dangerous inflation is. in 1913, when the Federal Reserve was started, December 24th, 1913 is when they passed it, when everyone was away for the holiday, and these fucking corrupt bankers made sure to pass this motherfucking thing to enslave generations of Americans under this system. They, the dollar, a $1 in 1913 was worth what a $100 bill is today, because there's been 99% defacement. So basically, when you see someone in like, you know, the turn of the century, and they have $1, you have to see that as $100 bill in today's day and age. And it's actually more than that, because the currency was taken off the gold standard in 1971. So that when they took the currency off the gold standard, they could start writing checks for anything they wanted. Nobody could ever cash them. And now we're at this terrible time where the country's absolutely indebted, and there's no way that it's ever going to get out. We have just war after war. We keep giving all this money overseas, and we're not taking care of people at home, and that's the sad part. Agreed. That's how I got into these crypto discussions and things. It's hilarious. I go into like Wall Street Bets, okay, which is like a Reddit forum basically for people who have stocks, and these guys will post their Fidelity accounts, and they lose $70,000 a day. And these are like normal people with like just, you know, because they're into banking and things like that. And then you're in the cryptocurrency people, and these motherfuckers made like 400% last week. It's absolutely crazy. And you're right. You're absolutely right. You know, speaking of Doge, I got tipped Doge yesterday, and you're absolutely right how these things are happening. Somebody was explaining to me on Discord, which is like I don't know how to describe it. It's basically like it's a social media platform for people who can have groups, and one of the groups I was in was a crypto group, and they were saying how easy it was to tip someone in cryptocurrency using their platform. And they showed me, and they actually gave me money, and it was like, oh my God. It was like they typed into a chat and it just automatically went to me. And when you're able to do that on the big ones like Twitter, that's when it's going to change the game. I agree. And so I know somebody was trying to get you in on the NFTs, and you were like, I don't really know what that is. I'm kind of new to all this, but you're in the right group. I can tell you this. So you go to different chats. I know you did. I know. I remember you yesterday or 2 days ago, and people were like, oh, well, welcome. We're glad to have you here. Somebody even gave the example, like the 10th man. It was like the 10th man theorem, where like if you have 9 people in a room, it's always good of the 10th person to disagree with everything everyone says to make the group stronger. I remember you were there for that. And so when you are looking for those groups, absolutely go to that one. They're good people. I'm with them every night. We stay up all night, and we've got like a 24-hour show. Okay, I will tonight. It's every night at 8 p.m. And so I'll send you one tonight. In fact, I live. Oh, great question. That's right. It's 11 o'clock for you. I live in California. But what I'm gonna do is the person who runs it, her name is Queen, Angry Queen, and she was the person who was running the meeting when you were there. I'm going to make sure that you know. Absolutely. Right. So I'm kind of the same way. So I'm sending you her her little name right now, or how do I want to say it? Her profile. And so you'll have it. And whenever you see her on, she's online all the time. Just go to those rooms because she's always in them. But I'll also send you the invite that she has. She has like a recurring meeting that comes as well. So just one moment. I'm sending this to you as well. And go for it. Michael? No, that's fine. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, but my first name is Michael. No, that's absolutely fine. No worries at all. No worries at all. So I just sent you her excellent. And then I'm also gonna find, she has this recurring event. So Angry Ape Society. And it's like I've been with them like for a month. And I'm like a lot of people. I don't have a lot of money to just go buying like random pieces of art on the internet. And they actually gave me one, just like they were gonna give you one. And if you stay there a little longer and like, you know, we'll walk you through it, or there are ways. I know you don't think that, but they go up in value like crazy. And then you're part of the club. You don't need one. You don't need one. It's on your phone. I know. I didn't either. No, listen to me. I didn't either. I didn't know what they were doing either. So this is, just so you know, this is what you would have to do. You'd have to, I don't know if you have an iOS or Android device, but you download, you have Android? Okay. So you just download. Oh, okay. So then that's the App Store. So all you would do is download one app. It's called MetaMask. You don't have to do this now, but if you ever want to do it in the future, and basically you get a password and you make sure you write that password down, and then it has what's called a public address, and you give that to someone, which is your public address wallet, and they can put stuff in your wallet. So basically, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that? So the other night, someone was asking, they were like, oh, so you're new to this. Well, let me get you onboarded. And you were like, well, I don't really know what I'm doing, honestly. And that's absolutely fine answer. When somebody says, we want to gift you an NFT, when someone says, we want to gift you something, that's who you would give it to. And so that gives them the address for them to give you the gift. And these things are so expensive. You're never going to believe it. You know, the apes that you see, those are worth hundreds of dollars. They are. And some of them are getting to be tens of thousands of dollars. And I'm telling you, I'm not. I did. Oh, did you get one? Oh, yeah, they gave me one. I was in there one night, and what we were doing was we were singing karaoke, and I was DJing, and somebody was like, wow, you're really a good promoter of our NFT. Do you have one? And I said, no, I just joined. I just really like the community. You guys are all really nice. And they're like, oh, let us walk you through it. We're going to give you one. And I was thinking these things were like 10 cents or 15 cents. And I was like, oh, I don't know if it's worth my time. I don't really give a shit. But then I realized, well, firstly, I wanted to be part of the club. I didn't want to, like, I wanted to help support them. But also, there were really nice gifts that people were giving me that were like, you know, worth, I think it's worth, like, the one that I have is worth $170. And it's only gone up. When I first got it, it was $140. So it goes up, like, incredibly quickly. And that's only been, like, it goes up like $1 a day, basically, or if not more. So in the future, if anybody's like, I want to gift you an NFT, all you want to do is say, okay, but I don't know what to do. Will you walk me through it? And they'll walk you through it. And that all that will mean is that you have to download an app. It's called MetaMask, and you get like a wallet, and it's just an address that you would send to someone. But I know, as someone who wasn't always tech savvy, and I'm not always like crypto savvy, I didn't know what I was doing. It was pretty easy. Just to let you know, you just download an app and you follow the steps, and you give someone your address, and after about like a minute, you'll get whatever they want to give you. But they'll also give you cryptocurrency. They'll give you a lot of things if you stay in their chats. And I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it for the people. The people are so nice, though. They want to get you interested, and they want to give you something. I mean, you know, this cryptocurrency is worth, right now, like a Bitcoin is worth $50,000. And when I started looking at this thing, it was 5 cents, 10 cents, 11 cents. This was a long time ago, but it was worth nothing. And now it's worth $50,000. And they're talking in the next 80 days that it's supposed to be worth $1 million because of all these bank closures. So I mean, I'm just, it's going to be really big. And Stephanie, you're going to be number one, very, very famous, because you got a hell of a personality. You're going to be famous from my stream, no doubt. But you're just going to be famous on Twitter Spaces because people like you. And you know what? Here's another thing. To be honest with you, there aren't enough women in the NFT space. Why? Because it's not something. There aren't a lot of people in it, first of all. But I don't know. It's kind of like a tech savvy thing, and tech is usually kind of a male dominated thing. So when you find yourself in a Twitter space, you will be welcomed into many, many more of them because you're kind of a diamond in the rough. I mean, if you go into any NFT discussion, if there are 100 guys there might, there might be 5 women, but we want more. So you should know that that's something that is, you're definitely in demand when it comes to your personality, and really just we want more diversity in the community. The people are really, really kind. They're I mean, not everybody is gonna want to stand up for people like you are, or want to have the same maybe have the same political or social ideas that you do, but we can all get on board for one thing. Banking is evil, and charging interest can be evil, and decentralizing, which is what this is, basically giving the power to the people, is a good thing. And I know you're on board for that.
I'm totally. So you're telling me that the 8th group popped your NFT cherry?
Exactly. You're exactly right. And they're going to do the same for you, girl.
And you know what? Okay, so I don't feel so bad then, homie. Mr. Spaceship fucking going on over there. You didn't have an NFT either.
No, I didn't. 1 month ago, I did not. And I had my whole space thing going. Honestly, the way that I got in it, I saw this Angry Ape Society. Whenever I go into Twitter Spaces, and I would see things about, like free our J6ers, and I'd see things about Ukraine, and I'd see all this shit. But then I'd be like, what the fuck is this Angry Ape Society? What is this? I kept seeing it. And it was like one day I just jumped in it. And one of the guys in there, his name is Neil G. He was in there when you were there. He had written a poem about this Twitter space, and I just thought, wow, this is really interesting that someone would take the time to write a poem about a Twitter space. That's like real art. That shows that this person really he did, and it was very creative. And it was on my first night there, and I was like, wow, this person is so cool. Exactly. So what I ended up doing was just locking in with them, and then Queen, the person who runs the channel, or I'm sorry, the Twitter space, and I became friends over the course of the past month. I haven't known her more than a month. I know she lives in San Diego, and I live in Orange County, which they're close. But I mean, we have people from all over, especially the East Coast. So you should be really excited about that too, because there are people who will be in there in the Twitter spaces when it's like tonight. It'll be 11 p.m. and I'll send you an invite when it starts, because like I can't, since I'm not the Twitter host, I can't send it to you, but I'll make sure that you're aware of it. And if you can't make it tonight, there's tomorrow night or any other night of the week. That's the cool thing about these things, is they go basically 24 hours a day. So you have your own like radio station. It's like pirate radio. It's really cool. And you can say whatever the fuck you want. You can cuss on it. You can talk about sex on it. You can really do whatever you want, so long as, you don't push it down someone's throat. If you have an interesting political take and you want to just say it, go for it. And nobody's going to be mad at you. You can back off if 5-10 minutes go by and you're not getting any support, but trust me, you'll get a lot of support in a lot of ways, especially when it comes to banking and things, and essentially giving the power to the people. So you found the right group. And if I were to tell you like, did you call me again? Stephanie, did we get disconnected?
Yeah, can you send me that link back?
Absolutely. Just one moment.
Where is it going to be, on Twitter or my phone?
So I can send it to both.
All right. I had some weird shit this morning. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it. Shit happens when you're having a good time.
I was listening. You were talking about going in live and stuff like that. I'd be interested in that. Now, getting back to the games, though, I just want to talk to you about this. I know you will enjoy this, though. How cool is it that going in the rooms and talking to people?
I know, it's amazing, and they're real people and they're kind.
I know, I fucking know. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, what the fuck? How cool is this?
Agreed. And they're real people, and you can talk about whatever you want. And honestly, there's a lot of art that takes place on those Twitter spaces. And like what I told you about the poem that the person wrote, but also we sing karaoke. And here's the cool. Oh, I forgot. Problem at all. The cool thing is that it people, so like with these NFTs, I thought they were all pictures, but they're not. Some of them are music too. So here's what somebody will have. Somebody have a song that they like. And honestly, this music is really good. I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, it all sucks. No. It's very good. It's catchy because they know people, you got to buy this. So basically what they do is they'll put out a song. And instead of putting out like a CD or a mixtape like they did back in our day, the person will have, their 100 friends will buy them, and great for us. And so they can sell that in the future. And depending on how the person, the original artist drafted what's called a smart contract, and that you can do whatever you want with it, they can get money off of that in the future. So essentially they don't need a record company anymore. The record company would be the people who would give you all of the residuals from your, yeah, absolutely. So now you've got a lot of really interesting artists are out there who can be independent, and they're really, really good. People will get on Twitter spaces with a guitar and just sing entire concerts, and they're just amazingly, amazingly talented people. And it's like, they're not gonna, shove it down your throat that, hey, go buy my NFT. No. If you like it, go ahead and do it. But they just like to play. A lot of people are singers. It's just a really cool thing. And, the sky's the limit when it comes. So what is an NFT is probably a question that you might have. It's basically art. It's digital art. Really, the way that I would summarize it is this. The same way that you would buy like Amazon stock, 10,000 people like that kind of art. And 1,000 of them. Yep. And these things are worth hundreds of dollars already. It's like, it's an amazing thing. They have an artist and they have a programmer, and basically the thing just takes off. I know I was watching one. So that's like a moderately priced one. There are some now that are getting, like I said, into the tens of thousands of dollars. And people are starting now to have like actual artists paint them for them and show them on their walls, because now it's like a really, really, it's worth something digitally. And now it's something that at which they can look. But it's really the future of currency. And so I wouldn't be just wasting your time with, hey, this is a really cool thing because you can talk to people at night about it. No, that's cool, but it's additionally.
I know what it is and everything like that. But you know what I like just talking to you right now is because just hearing the excitement in your voice.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
No, really, I'm kidding. Because if you're like me, and I know you fucking are, these last 3 years, I wish I could get back where I could see your face again.
All you have to do is click that link again, and
where's the link at?
Oh, okay, I'll send it to you. Just one moment. Yeah. You're absolutely right. The last few years have just been very depressing on people. 3 years, particularly, and people miss that connection. That's where I found it, and that's why I'm so excited to have found it on Twitter Spaces, because you can talk to people.
Yes, it's the best thing, isn't it?
I agree. If I could improve it any way, I would want video for it. That's the only thing I could say.
Yeah. Oh, like a Zoom call?
Exactly, where you could do all that stuff.
Okay.
And that's probably the future.
Yeah, but then it's going to make people have to show their real faces.
You're right, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will, they have to. There are things that you can do. There are things that you can do with deepfakes, so you can just create your own avatar, basically. If you know what an avatar is. Basically,
you have to have avatars, but see, like, I just feel like I would like to see on Twitter less avatars and more real. It's hard to have a real decent conversation with somebody if I don't know what I'm actually looking at, or as a human being. I don't want people to hide behind avatars. Come out from behind the avatar.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I mean, if you see the background of my Twitter, it's my ID.
You send me the link.
I am.
But it doesn't have like it's just like a copy paste thing. It's not blue.
as well are so willing to say anything they want when they're not looking at you face to face. People won't, I'm called all kinds of things. Really, I think something that the internet currently misses is that you have this anonymity, which I'm all about anonymity. That's cool. But then, people just won't call people racist slurs straight to their face if they're on camera. I mean, you can, but it's less likely to happen. It's all the fact that you can hide behind your keyboard or not have to show your face. And I really think that's unfortunate. So I sent it to your Twitter.
The thing is that, again, it's so fucking true, everything you just said. Okay? Like, just they hide behind it, and it's ridiculous because they're saying whatever. But then I feel sorry for people so much. Really, I really would be too. Because of the media, the propaganda that is put on people, that if you don't have a Kardashian ass, and if you're not a man with a six-pack, and if you don't look like this man or dress this man, that's the reason I haven't been on social media all these years. Because if you really want to fuck up your self-esteem or your personality or how you feel about yourself, just get on Instagram. Okay? Just fucking get on Instagram, man. I would go in there every once in a while, man. After about an hour, I'd be like, well, I'm fucked. I mean, look at this bitch. She looks beautiful. They know how to do that. They know how to do this. I'll never look like that. I'll never go to a place like that. And I have never comparison. I live within myself, and I'm not gonna let influence tell me what I need to have or what I need to do or what I need to fucking buy or what I need to go to make me happy, because happiness comes from within, and for me it comes from within, from God, and that's where your true happiness is. But our social media has got us so fucked up. We got Beyonce, Kim Kardashian, and Lizzo running the show. The freaking the inmates are running the asylum. Okay, I think Beyonce really fucked up a lot of women and really fucked up the black community to its detriment. I mean, she comes out here, all the single ladies, and has all the young black African American women, not just white women, just fucking women in general. I mean, I don't have to split it up into race. I don't need a man. I can pay my bills. I'm all that. I'm all this. Well, you're so self-sufficient and you don't need a man, and that's why our fucking childbearing is going down. We're not reproducing. We're not getting married because you saw the division. No man is turned on by a woman. It's like, I'm all that. I can pay my bills. I don't need you. This feminism has just fucked everybody up. Women don't know their place in society right now. So many fucking women. Okay, I am not above the head. Okay, if you're married, your husband is the head. The man is the head. Okay, God made men first. Women would die without men. Men built this fucking world. Acting like they don't fucking need men. Bitch, you need a fucking man, okay? God made Adam and Eve, okay? I mean, and then relationship and be a submissive wife and be a good woman and do what you have to do. It's all women care about these days is getting their fucking nails done and getting tattoos and getting big, whatever they call them,
Brazilian butt lips.
And ugliness in them at all. Nobody even dresses modestly anymore. I have never once in my fucking life dressed sexually. You shouldn't dress sexually and have out here walking around looking like fucking sluts. Have some pride in yourself. Be a woman. Be a good woman. Make your husband a fucking sandwich. These bitches won't even make their husband a sandwich. I work too, bitch. You make your food. You could not be on this planet without a man, but women don't know how to be good women anymore because they're most concerned about how can I do this filter and post myself on social media? How can I make myself look good to the masses? Man, fuck the masses.
I exactly know exactly what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying. Essentially, society's fucked. There's no turning back on it. I hate to say it. I wish we could get back to some things like there's an idea, traditional values that I think that society has lost. And I don't know if we'll ever get them back. Maybe 20 years we might have been able to, but not now. Not now, not the way people behave.
I
What's that?
It's that you're big time, and maybe fucking bitch will hear this fucking statement right now. You're a terrible role model for everybody. You're overweight. You're morbidly obese. You are morbidly obese. You have many, many health problems, bitch. And if you don't have them yet, they're fucking coming. Okay? Because nobody that is morbidly obese gets away from having the things that you're gonna have. Okay? And you know what? Keep it up. And you'll just be like all the other morbidly fucking people out here that gluttons. That in the end, you know what happens? You lose your mobility. Okay? When you can't get out of the bed and you're on a 600-pound life and you got your fucking life partner bringing you 4 pizzas a day and DoorDash coming with fucking McDonald's and ice cream and Pepsi mix, then you know what the fuck I'm talking about. But listen, you need to sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down and stop doing this to children. You're making teenage girls think it's okay to be fat and fucked up, and I'm fucking sick of your shit.
Well, one day see this, and she will understand wholeheartedly what you're saying. I don't think she'll agree with it because she lives her life the way that she lives, but I think she'd agree with me that we are happy that we live in a country where we may not agree with what you say, but we want you to have the right to say it. I'm not saying I don't agree with what you say. I think that really people should be able to live the way that they want, perhaps, and healthy living is certainly a thing. But I think that everybody agrees. You agree too. You want to be able to say whatever you want to say to any celebrity or politician that you want without any repercussions. That's the beauty of living in America. And I know Lizzo would agree with that as well. Word, girl. Anything else you want to tell any other celebrity or politician? Yeah. I got all day, baby. But I could tell you this too. I know exactly how you feel. I know exactly what you're saying. You're a frustrated person. Just know this, that hopefully the light is at the end of the tunnel because you got in with a really good group of people, and we like you. We think that you're going to be a valuable addition to the group. And honestly, you might get there and you're like, look, I don't like you guys. Okay, fine. That's the beauty of Twitter Spaces. Go to another Twitter Space if you don't like it. And, that's kind of the beauty of it. I really like how Elon Musk has changed Twitter. You used to get banned all the time for anything randomly. And there would be absolutely no rhyme or reason as to why you got banned. I can tell you, you can post just about anything on Twitter now. And nobody gives a flying fuck. And that's the way it should be. I think that's a beautiful thing. Agreed.
I don't know where we would be if he wasn't fucking on Twitter. We would still be straight fucked.
I could tell you this, Stephanie, we wouldn't be talking right now because I wouldn't be on it.
I know. It still blows my mind. Like, I'm still in awe over all this. Like, and just like you are. And you know what? I can tell you're having an intellectual mind. You kind of think a lot right now. And getting back to it again, I just love talking to somebody that's like me. That's like, wow, can you believe this is fucking happening? It's amazing.
Absolutely. I look forward to many more conversations with it. Tonight, 11 p.m. your time, I'm going to text you before. I'll text you. I'll do my best to text you before. So it'll be maybe like 10:45 or something. We'll continue our talks with the rest of the group. How does that sound?
Yeah, hey, like I said, just invite me into a group. That's all you have to do. Talking about Twitter Spaces, there's some really fucked up people on these spaces, though. Okay, so you were talking about, like, okay, you can go in a room if you don't like it, you can leave. Not these motherfuckers. They come in a room and we're talking about stuff, and they want to just argue us for no reason. Like, who does that? I'm like, like, would you just go? Like, I always look at these people like this, right? So I'm in a room with a bunch of people, right? We're just chilling, we're talking, and then somebody comes in and goes, fuck you. And you're like, where the fuck did you come from? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That can happen on a daily basis. Usually the Twitter space host should ban the person or, block them or whatever so that you can have a normal conversation. But, a lot of times you can get some very good debate, but when people start with ad hominem attacks or just start cussing at each other, that doesn't get you anywhere.
And this fucking bitch, I'm sick of her too, okay? 4 times. I don't know what the fuck is going on. She's doing something to Twitter. But, so she comes in there talking about Orange Man bad and everyone starts arguing. Man, just fucking remove her from the group. Block and remove. I'm not arguing with stupid people any fucking more. For the last 3 years, these motherfuckers have shoved down our throat everything they believe. Vaccines, mandates, the science, Fauci. We were not able to say a fucking thing, and they made sure of it. Okay, this is the great payback right now. So if you're gonna come in a room, I'm not arguing with anybody anymore. It's fuck you, bitch. Because you know what? People don't understand. And I say this all the fucking time. Do you know that right now? And you know this. I know you do. We're still under them trying to commit the biggest mass genocide throughout fucking history.
Absolutely.
And they're still fucking do it. These people that are on the TV, the ABCs and the NBCs and the CNN, they are complicit in trying to commit mass fucking genocide. These people are attempted murderers, okay? That's how I look at these news people. When you're on there, get your vaccine. Rachel Maddow, you fucking cunt bitch. Get your vaccine. And you won't affect the person next to you. You are so flat fucking retarded. You dumb fucking affect the person next to you. And that's how that works. Because I'm a paid Democratic fucking shill bitch that probably never even had the fucking vaccine. But you want everybody else to take the MMR fucking A and get blood clots and shit. These people are trying to kill us. We are surrounded by people that they're still trying to do it. Just this fucking last week, thank God, Joe Biden had mandated vaccines for all federal employees. But thank God, Lord God, thank you, Jesus, right now in Jesus' name, Lord. You know I thank your holy name. A judge came in and blocked Joe Biden just this last week. He was trying to mandate vaccines for all federal employees. How fucked up these motherfuckers are. And he would still be doing it if it wasn't for, thank you God, once again, Elon Musk. And Elon Musk revealed the Twitter files, and we realized it's nothing but a kill shot. But if we wouldn't have gotten every fucking, because you know why he wanted every federal mandate on that? Because he wants to crash the fucking government. Because he knows probably half the people wouldn't have got vaccinated, and he could do the same thing he did to the fucking military and crash the military if you don't want to get fucking vaccinated. See what he's fucking doing? Crash the military, crash the government, okay? And then you would have lost your job, okay? And then the people that got the job are fucking dead. Where's the government? You see what the fuck I'm talking about? That's the fuck I'm talking about. This just happened this week, pissed off. Everybody that's got a fucking brain needs to be just as fucking pissed off. And you know who's showing up how pissed off they are? And I tell you what, I fucking fuck. And every day I retweet every fucking one.
Age of retirement from 62 to 64, and they're burning this, and they're not picking up all the trash and stuff. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
They are burning fucking plants down. I say go, fuckers. And people are gonna win over there. Man, I love that shit. Burning it down. That's the fuck what we all need to be doing. That's exactly what the fuck we are. This whole country's fucked the fuck up. Paris is finally ending up, man. Fuck you. And see, you know what? If we ever did something like this, what these cocksuckers don't fucking understand, I bet you millions of dollars that our military and our police force and our fucking fire and our first responders would stand with the Patriots because they have fucking had it too. They think that all of our military service people have sold us out. Shut the fuck up. Our patriots in the military would fuck you, Joe Biden. If you think you were ever going to get the military to come sick on civilians, you would get so totally fucked. So I'm telling you right now, I don't know a motherfucking Marine that would go shoot anybody to pass your agenda. Fuck you, Joe Biden. Bitch, motherfucker. I know gosh damn well I am any other branch of service. Do you think you're going to get people to come out into the streets? You're going to call the Marines up and they're going to come in and control the fucking civilians? Fuck you, Joe Biden, motherfucker. Our military doesn't look at you. You're shit to our fucking military. You're fucking piece of shit. We won't go by. They're not going to go by. You lost America, fucking Joe Biden. It is our country, okay? You're just up there playing your little fucking pedophile games, motherfucker. But it's all. And first of all, it's not even you, Joe Biden. There's like 4 people that are you. Joe Biden's in the basement somewhere, shitting his pants, eating fucking ice cream, and these fucking demonic people have got 4 people wearing masks, or 20 or 30. Half the people in fucking Washington aren't even fucking real people. Where's Dianne Feinstein? Where's that John Fetterman? Oh, I called that shit.
You see that new picture that came out?
I called that shit on Twitter. I said, John Fetterman, I know what the fuck is going on. And I said, they're going to come out with somebody, a replacement, a clone, a pretend person, and I'll be a son of a bitch. There he is. I called it. I fucking
Isn't that a motherfucker that they're able to do that now? Like literally, and it's pretty fucking close.
I know. This is the shit they do. I called it. So they were like, where's John Fetterman? I did a whole tweet. I said, that motherfucker's brain dead. But see, this is what they do. They bring out somebody that we're supposed to believe is him. That is not even fucking close. This is how stupid they fucking are. I called that shit because I know what the fuck they're doing. That's not Joe Biden. I don't even know half of them that are up there in fucking real. I don't even fucking know. I really think some of them are already in fucking custody. I think some of them are dead. I believe in white hat tribunals. A lot's going on behind the scenes. We have to play this out. I really like it. I believe in a lot of shit.
Word, girl. All right, so we're gonna leave it at that for now. We've got a date tonight, 11 p.m. your time, 8 p.m. my time. I'm gonna send you a link, and we will take it from there. Does that sound like a plan, Stan?
It's good. How do you think we did on this one?
I think we kicked ass and took names, and the only reason why I wouldn't continue it is because I've been going all night, girl, and you just have to understand it's like 7:41 in the morning. I could get some sleep.
Hey, you don't have to tell me, bro. Listen, I'm barely I'm half high.
Hell yeah.
Coffee. I need it. So you go to sleep, Mr. Spaceman. And
I love you, Stephanie.
I love you too, bro. You have a good day, babe.
Take care. Have a good night, or have a good day, sweetheart. Bye-bye. Stephanie, everybody. Shout out to Stephanie. Again, I mean, very passionate. Lizzo. You got detractors. I got detractors. We all got detractors. You do you, girl. I hope everybody understands sometimes things are awkward. I agree with her. I'm not going for my. I have to do this to pay the bills.
Yeah, but why would you even take that risk and pay a shit ton of money for something you could have easily prevented by just wearing a 90-day tattoo? That's the same price.
Yeah, I don't know. I like that my whole life.
Fury, can I explain a few things to you? Maybe like small little shitty tattoos that you see in like a tattoo shop, you can do that, yes. But big, intricate, like portrait and realism designs and bio, you cannot draw that stuff on. You cannot put temporary tattoos of any of this stuff on. It requires a lot of time and work, and it's about art. Yeah. When you get your whole body tattooed, it's I'm not going to speak for everyone, but say for myself, I have some very big, intricate pieces on me. It's like they're like paintings, but they're done by tattoo guns, and they're on me. Those artists. There's a reason that tattoo artists don't. I mean, first of all, they only really make money if they're tattooing rich people. That's completely incorrect. It's true. What are you talking about? If you're like, yeah, the only tattoo artist that has any fucking money, it's because they're tattooing people who have a lot of money. No shit.
No. There are broke people who save up $5,000 for, instead of buying a used car, they'll get, there are people who save up.
Spend their money on tattoos.
Yeah.
Those people are totally stupid. They're spending money on a status symbol, essentially.
It's not a status symbol.
It's not a status symbol, right? It's a status symbol that you. Are you familiar with Muay Thai?
Self-expression.
Are you familiar with Thailand or any of its sports? Have you ever seen the symbolic? Have nothing to do tattoos? You get symbolic tattoos at Thai temples, and they're integrated into their culture. Are you going to tell me that they're just some random shit as well? Yeah, they're just weird pagans, bro. That's weird pagan shit. Or Maoris tattooing their family history on their face and their arms and their body, or Samoans doing their tattooed shorts. Are you telling me that's also the same?
My last chess game.
Yeah, that is weird pagan shit, dude. I mean, like, those people look schizophrenic. Every time you look at them, they look not normal. That's your opinion, and there's a reason why when the conquistadores came to Mexico, they actually fucking put certain justify tattoos or shit. Look, that's your opinion. There will be no more human sacrifice. There will be no more tattoos. Oh my god, listen, brother, it's not. You are crazy. An extreme look on tattoos.
I enjoyed speaking with her.
Really? Yeah, she's a Marine. I'm just letting you know you're an extremist in case you're not aware. Yeah, I'm a hardcore communist. Of course, I'm an extremist.
But you see his profile photo. Of course, he's an extremist.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Fried potato is literally like the symbol.
Communist with a capital C. I want Donald Trump full communist. What about you, Theory?
What do you mean Donald Trump communism? Donald Trump is
I don't pass judgment. It's just my opinion.
Donald Trump is not the opposite of communism. Donald Trump.
I personally think Donald
Trump met Xi Jinping, and there was a transfer of ideas. And now, do you know what Donald Trump talks about? The quantum leap forward. That's like the great leap forward that Mao Zedong did.
Personally, I just
literally
that's money, in my opinion. I just don't want to waste my money with that. I'd rather.
Yeah. Well, this is the way some people think of it. Like, imagine some people spend a lot of money on like big pieces of art. Imagine you buy a painting for $5,000 or $10,000. Some people just like to paint it on themselves, I guess.
But imagine if you just got like really nice clothing. Some people also use it for stress. Like,
I personally
some people use it for stress and emotional reasons. Like, some people get like their pets that not on there, their parents, their kids. Some people do it just for art. Like, tattoos have a lot of meaning to some people. Some it's just art. Like me, mine's got a little meaning to it, and it's fucking art.
The thing is, what I understand all of you, right? But for me, for example, the appeal For me, I can have art also on a piece of paper. Why should I have it on my body?
What
Like,
the
why
your
why
body
do I
that
have
your
to
parents
do
gave you,
these
your body
things
that God
and
gave
you
you.
risk many things, or is the risk infection of not
No,
actually?
the risk's very low. The risk.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. I
If
know
you
it's
are
very low.
generally
I don't know
a
if you
clean
take care of it.
person-
I know if you take care of it because I have friends that do tattoos too.
Yeah,
I know if you take care of it properly, you will never
it's
have
generally
an
not a concern.
Yeah, it's generally not even a concern. But like for me, I like just eliminating all factors. But like I would love to have temporary tattoos.
Yeah, fair
I would love
enough.
to but I would never get like I would never get the permanent one unless like I'm 100% sure. And for me, honestly, I'm not 100% sure about anything in my life. So like getting it.
I remember from a young age, I wanted my whole body covered, like a majority of my body covered in a certain way. I wanted it to cover me like an armor almost.
Okay.
It's taken me a while, but I pretty much got there.
See, I wouldn't do that because I like to keep it. I like to keep it in a professional manner.
Nah, bro, I like to be family friendly.
I'm family friendly though. My tattoos end at the bottom of my neck. I can cover almost.
Like no hand.
Tell me, what's up? You telling me I don't
Stuff like that.
Are you telling me I don't look family friendly?
No, you don't. You look like a schizo.
Also, here's the thing. First of all, you do look like a total schizo who should not be around children.
Especially where I live.
A total schizo who should not be around children. Fried potato, you're an ignorant fool, you know that?
No, I'm not. I'm an actual genius, and the kids would be safe from you.
You're equally as ignorant as you are uncultured.
No, I'm not uncultured. You think it's culture to fucking put tattoos on you because you're actually insecure. People who put tattoos on themselves are insecure as fuck. It's a fundamental insecurity with your own body that you want to fucking change it somehow to fucking permanently to change it from its natural state because you're insecure with yourself.
Yeah, but what if I
never truly be naked? You can take your shirt off, you won't actually be naked. You have armor protecting you. You even
it as armor. Tattoos related to culture. Like my tattoos don't relate to culture, but in other cultures they do.
You'll never be in your birthday suit ever again.
Look, everybody.
What do you mean I'll never be in my birthday suit again? What do you mean by that?
Because you fuck. It means like you change your tooth forever.
Better to
your skin is changed.
Exactly.
Your
I have
suit.
a
You'll
way
never
better
be the same.
I have
That's like saying like, oh,
upgraded.
Guys, Stephanie. That's nice.
It's an
Yes.
Listen, everybody be quiet for
and I
1
loved
minute.
it.
Look, if you're
Really?
trying to say
Yeah.
tattoos change you that much, why do you go to a fucking dentist? They change your fucking teeth, don't they? That's not your fucking. No, it is not. It is the same fucking thing.
A dentist is to maintain and upkeep your teeth. Your dentist is there to actually make you healthy.
Your
It's not
body
some
is your
superfluous
temple, and
bullshit.
your teeth are part of your temple.
To clean
If you are
your
getting-
teeth, though, it's actually a healthy thing to do to go to the
Say you
dentist.
get a fucking cavity and they do like a fucking replacement or
really
whatever
good,
the fuck they do to be able to replace part of your
Shut
teeth. That is not part of your original body, so they're changing your body. And therefore,
Yeah,
you're
but
not.
they're doing it
Yeah,
usually
yours
for a
is the
function
fuck.
thing. So, like, if you're missing
Well,
a
it
tooth,
doesn't
it's
matter,
hard to
slowly
do and shit.
sliding.
Your logic of what
Look
you're
at that.
saying
It's
and
fucking-
shit.
it's
teeth, but their
ridiculous.
teeth are still
You know,
functioning
it's
and
like
healthy.
affection.
So you should have
Thank you,
crooked
nice.
British teeth
Yeah,
because
but
otherwise
I'm
that's
still
just vanity, right?
I'm still
Yeah,
functioning and
affection,
healthy,
Well, it's not
even
the
though I
same
got a
thing as
tattoo.
vanity because it's actually got health benefits to have clean and like pristine.
Affection
Yeah,
and
but like
services become
but if your
weird.
teeth are going to get crooked and
Taking
your
care
dentist
of
says,
Annoying.
okay,
taking care of the body God gave you as opposed to destroying it with a bunch of
There's a
fucking
flaw in
stupid
what you're saying.
looking doodles.
Teeth
Yeah,
were
where does
done by
God-
criminals.
where does
By the
God
way.
say-
Who's the majority of people who do tattoos? Who's the majority of people who are tattooed artists? Usually criminals, ex-cons and shit who can't get any
You're a
other
fucking
job
idiot.
because
That's
of
not
CEOs.
man.
It's
Like,
not.
those-
Literally
those-
true.
those-
White tattoo artists are ex-cons.
Actually,
Fucking
honestly,
drug dealer pieces of shit
Wait,
who
I
should
work in the
still
tattoo
be in
industry.
jail.
It's mostly
because they
girls who
can't
want to
think of
get
anything
tattoos of
productive to do
flowers
to
to
make their
remind
life.
them of their grandma, honestly. I've talked to so many girls who are like, I want to get a flower to remind me of my grandma. There's so many girls who get tattoos, and they're not criminals.
Listen,
They're
I
like,
honestly
it's
thought
all they
potatoes.
want
I
to
honestly thought fried potatoes
Never
was
saw a girl with a tattoo. Never in your life.
honestly thought fried
Do you want to know who the tattooists are? Do you remember your friend in school who was obsessed with drawing
instead of doing his grades and getting ISC friends.
Because he's a fucking loser. Oh, well, guess what?
I bullied that cock. I bullied the shit out of that cock. That guy
You
sucks.
sound like a pure Democrat right now, Frat Potato. Like, you are getting so offensive over all this shit.
Okay, so the guy who was an
He sounds like a pure ass Democrat.
he does, but let me speak.
Why is it gotta be
The
political?
guy who was an artist in school.
You definitely are. Deep down, you are. You do not. You may say you
No, I'm
support
not.
him,
I'm not hating. I'm not hating on people. I'm hating on some phenomenon.
You're hating
So
on
I'm not
their
hating.
opinions.
Look. You can be a tattoo artist, but I won't respect you. It's not an actually productive
That is
job.
a
You don't produce
democratic
anything.
thing. That is a democratic.
That is not democratic. That is literally just true. It's democratic to be like, oh my god, everybody has a contribution. Everybody started
really, if you guys have paid attention to anything he has said, everything he fucking says is about his like fucking social status on being fucking communist and shit like that.
Oh, it doesn't have to do with communism at all. What are you talking about? Communists get tattoos all the time. They're retarded communists that get tattoos all the time. It has nothing to do with communism. You're just schizophrenic, dog.
No, he said it's a god.
Everything he says has to do with communism. No, it doesn't, you dumb bitch.
No, it has to do with democratic shit. This is
stupid, dude.
Like no other.
Fucking idiot.
I have a question.
He hates other people's opinions, and he doesn't respect other people's opinions.
Why would you bully an artist in high school?
Because even the most perfect man has his flaws. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Okay, well, but you're not repentant of your sin of bullying him.
I don't. Look. There are certain sins that I don't feel bad about because there's like levels to sin. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to bully somebody.
Yeah, but
especially
you're
if they
proud
don't
of
fucking
it.
they like bullying. That's a next level insanity. It wasn't the biggest deal in the world. It's not fucking terrible. I should have regret it. It's really not. You're acting like
I'm a Christian, and
you act like I'm Hitler for fucking shitting on somebody. One at a time. Stop talking over each other.
You're a bullshit Christian. You're a bullshit.
You guys talk one at a time. It makes better art than anybody could draw. Dude, I don't know why I couldn't do this.
Come on, guys. You don't have to be like this.
One at a time. Stop being retarded.
Listen, Fred Potato. Think of it this way, right? I understand. You think it's not that big of a deal. I feel like if you put yourself in his shoes, you will think it's a big deal. But I feel like you just lack him.
Been bullied before. I didn't think it was a big deal.
You're right.
And actually, part of the reason why people didn't bully me is because when they tried, I was just like, okay, whatever, bro. And then it was just like, okay.
Yeah, but it's still a bad thing, and you're not sorry that you did a bad thing.
You guys can still. This guy, you can tell he's still young. He's still not matured fully. So there's no point in trying to say this shit.
Based on what?
You can tell he's not fully matured. A fully matured person would realize that it's fucked up and they would feel bad for what they did. But he's not fully
mature person. No, I don't think it's mature to live your life regretting everything that you've done. That's sad. That's sad.
You're proud of it. You should be like, you should say, I feel bad that I did this thing. We're not saying you should feel bad forever. You should acknowledge that what you did was wrong, but you're proud of it.
It's not even a religious thing right now. It's just he's not mature enough to realize.
You guys are not mature. You guys are just acting like you're mature, and then you're saying that it's mature to regret everything you've done in your life. That's not maturity. That's depression.
You're just making a bullshit now. I'm not
regret everything. I'm not gonna go back and be like, oh my god, I pushed this guy over when I was 10 years old. I can't believe I did that.
That's what a Christian would do. But what you do, which a lot of us do, is you take your religion and use it as a way to bully other people, but then you don't take the good parts of their religion and be like, oh, you have to repent. You can't just
crusty motherfucker.
There's this one guy, I forget his name, but he's like a super rich guy, and uses his religion to discriminate against gay people and stuff. He's like, okay, that's okay, but he doesn't donate to charities, and he has abused his workers countlessly. He breaks a lot of labor laws. So he's a bullshit Christian. He uses his Christianity to bully people, but he doesn't do the good parts of Christianity. And that's what you are.
I don't know about that, bro. I think you're tripping.
No, I agree with him on like a lot of that at least, not the whole thing, but
It doesn't make any damn sense, honestly.
it does. It really does.
No, it doesn't. I'm not even bullying anyone. I'm just telling the truth. There's no point to somebody getting tattoos. That's not even a bully thing. It's just a fact.
People for getting tattoos.
I'm not judging the person. I'm not judging the person. I'm just telling the truth.
You need to judge people.
I don't care. I don't care. Look, I judge the person based on their appearance. I didn't judge them based on their tattoos.
You can't judge. If you were a true Christian, you and be that judgmental.
You're shouting, bro. You're gonna not shout. You guys are
gotta be that judgmental.
I've been everywhere. I've been all over the world, dog.
You see?